Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry gained a soul companion from Voldemort. Here is short summary. When Voldemort's soul merges with Harry's magic, a new sentient companion is born. Now, Harry is determined to give them a body and uncover the secrets to defeating Voldemort. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. 11-year-olds spend their summers outside playing with their friends, running around, laughing, and playing hide and seek. Of course, I am not most 11-year-olds. Ever since I was old enough to reach over the counters, it has been my job to do all of the cooking, the cleaning, and yard work. Of course, if the food is even slightly burnt, I get to skip that meal. If I miss one speck of dirt, I get a few days in the cupboard without food, and if the yard work isn't up to par, I get a reminder of how worthless the freak is and locked in the cupboard without food. Those are only the reasons I am punished for things I even have control over. Ever since I can remember, there have always been strange things that seem to happen around me. Weird things like my teacher's hair turning blue when he had called me a liar for telling him I didn't even know my own name. Once I had managed to suddenly appear on the roof of my school building when I had been chased by my cousin Dudley and his gang of bullies. I have managed to regrow my hair overnight, make an ugly sweater shrink so small it wouldn't fit a doll, forget fitting me, dishes and glass trinkets have been known to explode when I was angry, and I have even made the lock on my cupboard unlock when I had gone extra long without being let out, so I could eat. Of course, I don't really understand how I could have made these things happen, but I was punished for them regardless, so I may as well take the credit. Thankfully, these occurrences are the only times Vernon deems me worthy of a good beating to knock the freakishness out of me, as he usually states it. No, normally it's the lack of food, getting locked in the cupboard, and shouting I have to put up with from him. Boy, did Vernon love to shout. I have never been able to have friends. Ever since I started going to school, and became public knowledge to the community, the Dursleys have spread enough lies to the community to make them believe I was a troublesome kid that should be avoided. While at school, Dudley and his gang would beat up any kids who I tried to be friends with until everyone basically avoided me like the plague. Of course, Dudley and his gang, unlike Vernon, took every opportunity to beat me they could find. The Dursleys made it clear early on in my life that they hated me, and quite frankly that is fine by me because I grew to hate them even more. There was not really anything else they could do to me to make my life any worse. The only thing I had that held any meaning to me was, thankfully, the one thing they couldn't take away, not that they even knew she existed. Ever since I was old enough to remember, she had always been inside my head. At first I just assumed she was imaginary. Being so young, what else would I believe? As we grew together through the years, I knew for certain that she was real, even if neither of us knew how she came to exist inside of my head. She, like me, had no knowledge of her past. She knew nobody that could tell her from where she came from, and asking Petunia about them the first time led to the first time she had ever actually hit me, slapping me hard across the face for daring to ask about my real parents. After the second time asking, and receiving a whack on the head with the soapy frying pan in her hands, I finally gave up hope of ever finding out any more than their names and that my parents were supposedly drunks who died in a car crash. I am sure the only reason Petunia told me their names was just to keep me from bringing them up again. When I had asked the girl in my head what her name was, like me at the time, she didn't know it. My name up until that point had still been Boy or Freak. I may have been only 5 at the time, but I admit I had cried when she said she wanted me to give her a name. I guess being used to being treated as less than dirt made me grateful to have someone who valued what I thought. Even though we were both only kids, I thought that as nice as she had been to me, she must have been the prettiest girl in the world, even if at the time I had thought all other girls were weird and creepy. So as the prettiest girl in the world, she had to have the prettiest name my 5-year-old mind could come up with. Being the house, it wasn't as if I was allowed to go with the Dursleys on their trips or actually explore past the neighborhood. I was, however, allowed, more like forced, to do the gardening. Even though it was hard work, I still thought that the flowers were at least pretty. I knew that my mom was named Lily, and I had overheard Petunia telling Dudley about how it was tradition for the girls in her family to be named after flowers. The prettiest flower in my opinion were the violets that I had to tend to in the garden, and when I asked her about it she loved it. Of course, she had told me before that she would love any name that I thought would fit her. So from then on Violet and myself were inseparable, well, at least figuratively as well as mentally. Throughout the years she was the only one who would be there for me when I was locked away and hungry in my cupboard. When I lay crying in my cupboard, either from hunger pains or while nursing the mental bruises from the constant bombardment of insults, she was the one who constantly told me how special I was and that even if nobody else did she would always love me. Even when my own family hated me, the other kids my own age teased me and beat me up for my poor clothing and glasses, and even the entire neighborhood scowled at me as I passed, not Violet. She was always complimenting me, telling me how amazing I was when I scored well in school, and telling me how much she loved me and that she would always be there for me. In return, I would always tell her how important she was to me. How she was all that kept me from either going insane or killing half the neighborhood. I had even promised her that one day I would figure out how to give her a body of her own so that we can get revenge on the world and run away together. She always made sure that I did my best so that my future would be bright. When I had first brought home an almost perfect report card, Vernon figured I had used my freakishness, as he called it, to get it while also cheating Dudley and making him almost fail. That had been, at the time, the longest time in the cupboard I had received from him, namely the entire weekend. My first thought had been to score worse grades, but Violet had told me to still do my best, and then she taught me how to hide my grades from Vernon. Even as smart as I was, Violet was always just a bit smarter. Unlike most kids who would be jealous, I was thrilled as she was able to look after me and in turn teach me things, making me smarter as well. Since I was old enough to read, we had taken to hanging out in the library. Sure, the parks would have been more fun, but they always meant more beatings from my cousin and his friends. I may have many doubts about life, but Violet's love for me will never be one of them. This I know for a fact. We may not be able to touch and hold each other, but sharing a body with someone else does have its advantages. We share each other's thoughts, and everything she knows, I know. Every emotion I have she can feel, and every emotion she has I can feel. It sometimes makes me sad knowing that she has spent her entire existence caring for me. I've long since lost count of the times she has projected her love for me to cheer me up, but I will never doubt that she does indeed love me. "How are you feeling?" she asked me softly, breaking me from my thoughts. She of course already knew as we shared the same mind, but we had long since learned to pretend we didn't know what the other was thinking, or else we would never need to even talk. "Hungry," I told her tiredly. I was currently once again locked in my cupboard and haven't eaten in almost 2 days, all thanks to another, unsolved mystery, that is called my life. The Dursleys usually still make me do the cooking even when I am being punished, not this time for some reason. They must have been really pissed about something. To make matters even worse, I had no idea what I had even done to piss them off this time. The only thing I knew was that it was related to the mail, as Vernon had been yelling about it increasingly for hours after throwing me in here. "I'm sorry that I can't do anything to help you, Harry," Violet said to me sadly. I had told her 1,000,000 times that she already did 1,000 times more than anyone else, and that I was more grateful to her than I could ever tell her. I guess this will just have to be 1,000,001 times. You being here with me helps more than you know. I just don't want you to get too worked up over me. You know they will let me out of here eventually, they always do. One day we will get even with them. We just have to wait it out," I told her, trying to calm her down. I hated to see her get upset. Sadly, her emotions seemed to be tied to my health, so she was upset quite a bit thanks to a lot of people. I know, she huffed, having heard me say the same thing to her 100 times in the past. "It may be enough for you, but it will never be enough for me. They better hope I never get a body, or I will torture them for the rest of my life." I couldn't help but chuckle at her. She wasn't an evil person, well, at least I didn't think so. She was just protective of me is all. I've had to listen in through at least 100 rants on her threatening to kill my aunt, uncle, and cousin. It wasn't as if I disagreed with her, they did deserve it in my mind, I just found it amusing to listen to her rant. One day you will have, I was interrupted from my thoughts as Petunia pounded on my door and immediately started her screeching. Get up, boy, you are starting to stink the house with your smell. You have 15 minutes to shower and be back down here working on breakfast. You better not make a mess in the bathroom, you hear me? I wanted to groan at her shrill voice, but I did not want to risk her changing her mind. For one, I really did need a shower as the smell was starting to get to even me. Second, I actually considered it a blessing to cook their meals as it was the only real chance I had at eating any good food. Violet and I had long since figured out that if I wanted a good meal then I would have to get it when they weren't looking, and the only time they would even let me around their food was when they were hungry. It would be too much for them to actually have to cook for themselves when they could make the do it. Thankfully they would still make me do the cooking when I was locked in my cupboard, so I was usually able to still eat. It was fortunate in some regards that my clothes were so big that I looked as if I were swimming in them. Vernon and Dudley ate so much food at each meal that I had to cook enormous amounts, and it was enough that they had never even caught on to the fact I had been skimming large amounts off of the top. Between that and being chased by Dudley's gang all the time, it would take care of any excess fat I could accumulate. I was actually in fairly good shape. I wasn't short, but not super tall when it came to comparing myself with the other kids my age. I don't know if it was nature's way of keeping me from outgrowing my under-the-stairs prison, or if being short just ran in the family. If it did, it would have to be from my dad's side as Petunia was extremely tall for a woman and had the neck of a giraffe to prove it. If I had some decent clothes and a new pair of glasses, I might not look half bad. Knowing I would have to be quick, I hurried upstairs to the bathroom and made my way inside. I quickly turned on the water and began to strip out of my hand-me-downs. I had already set my clean clothes on the sink. It had taken quite a long time for me to not be shy about being naked, knowing that Violet would see everything I did. Of course it didn't help that she would compliment me on my looks as I got older, and I have long since lost the ability to blush. I knew she only did it to make me feel better, as neither of us had even been close to finding the other attractive yet, but thankfully I was able to get over my nervousness a while ago. You know, Violet cut in as I stepped into the shower. I didn't tell you earlier, as I didn't realize it had already been 2 days in the cupboard, but it's your birthday today. I just wanted to be the first to wish you happy birthday. I doubt you had anything to worry about being first V, nobody else is even going to say it, so you kind of cheated. I mentally laughed. Even if she hasn't, I have long since stopped caring that nobody else cared about me. It no longer bothered me that Violet was the only one who would wish me happy birthday or wish me Merry Christmas. She always told me those things and it would always be enough for me. Ha, ha. She deadpanned. You know you're not funny, right? She asked. I couldn't help but chuckle at her response. It's not like I know any jokes that you don't already know. It kind of makes it hard to surprise you with new material. It was one of the downsides to our arrangement, but it's not like it isn't worth it 1,000 times over. Well, I know I can't get you a real gift, so you are just stuck with me singing you the happy birthday song. She pipped up and I let out a fake groan. I didn't actually hate her singing, it was actually very good in my extremely biased opinion, and I enjoyed it every time that she sang to me. Of course, even if she knew it already as she knew everything else about me, I still had to pretend so she didn't get a big head about it. She finished just as I was getting out of the shower and started to dry myself off and get dressed. I blew her a mental key and made my way for the door, after dressing of course. Make sure you eat extra today for your birthday, she told me as she pretended to catch the key. Yeah, thanks Mum. I joked at her sarcastically. I had learned long ago to hide my emotions from my face and body around other people, but I never would hide them from Violet, and I always felt free to laugh and joke around with her. I used to have to hide it from her when I was sad so I wouldn't make her upset, but as time went on, and I stopped really caring if I had the approval of others or not, being sad or scared became a rare occurrence. I passed a grumpy-looking Vernon on my way to the kitchen. He was sitting at the dining room table and still appeared to be brooding over something. Thankfully the stove was tucked inside the wall that separated the kitchen from the dining room, so as usual he wouldn't notice me stealing food. Breakfast had just finished, which I had been allotted 2 slices of toast and the smallest piece of ham. Of course I had had my breakfast already before finishing the cooking, when the doorbell rang. Thankfully Petunia went to answer it as they didn't want me speaking to the public. I guess they really just didn't want people to ask questions about why I was dressed as a pauper. Yes, I could hear Petunia answering primly when she opened the door. I couldn't hear what the other person at the door was saying, but I could barely hold back a smile as it had clearly pissed Petunia off if her screaming was anything to go by. I will not have your freakishness in my home. The boy is not interested, so leave and don't come back. I could hear the door slamming shut and a much firmer knock sounded at the door. This time Vernon, who had already rushed to his feet, well rushing for him anyways, had already started his March of the Penguins walk towards the door before throwing it open. My wife has already told you we will not have you freaks or your freakishness. That was as far as his shouting went, and I had to edge my way into the living room to see what could have possible shut the fat man up. Standing at the door was a rather tall woman, with dark hair that was slightly peppered and tied up tight in a bun. She was, oddly enough, pointing a stick in Vernon's face and had a really pissed off look on her face. She was wearing some weird type of robes that I don't think had been popular in a few hundred years. She did appear quite intimidating, but I couldn't understand how Vernon could have possibly been cowed by a mere stick. I am here to speak with Mr. Potter, and if you can't find the manners to behave then I suggest you keep quiet. The stern-looking lady told him. Yeah, you tell him, I shouted in my head. That was until Violet laughingly pointed out to me exactly who she was here to see. Wait. You're here to speak to me, I blurted out stupidly as Violet's laughter picked up. That is correct, Mr. Potter, the woman answered, ignoring the throbbing vein in Vernon's temple that I desperately hoped would finally burst. I am Professor McGonagall, and I am here to give you your acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He will not be going, I tell you, was as far as I heard Vernon yell before my brain completely cut out. Magic. Was this really what was causing all of the strange things to happen around me? I desperately wanted to believe it was, but the years had taught me often enough that if it seemed too good to be true then usually it led to a stay locked in the cupboard. If it was real, however, there are so many things I could do. I could finally get revenge on my family. Hell, I could even, oh shit. If magic is real, I bet there has to be a way to get you a new body. I told her, truly excited for one of the very few times in my life, not counting Violet-related things of course. Of course, it seemed as if the professor had managed to shut Vernon up again as she was now trying to get my attention. Mr. Potter, are you all right? She asked, her nostrils flaring slightly at being ignored. What? Oh yes, sorry. So magic is real then? I asked her, desperately hoping this wasn't all just some sort of sick joke. I assure you it is, she said as she turned the coffee table into a cat and back again. As I said earlier, I am here to give you your acceptance letter, and if you accept it, then I shall take you to collect your school supplies. It was all I could do to not rip the thick letter she was holding out to me from her hands. I quickly tore it open and began to read. It was rather straightforward, but I felt my heart start to drop once I found the second sheet of parchment that listed all of the things I would need to buy. I had no money and I knew that Vernon would rather have McGonagall's stick, or was it a wand, shoved up his ass before giving me any. I don't have any money to pay for any of these things, I told her, trying to keep the disappointment out of my voice. I already knew that the moment she left I was going to be getting it big time from a pissed off Vernon. He looked pissed enough that I might actually get the belt this time. I dare say you won't have to worry about that, Mr. Potter. She smiled at me. The children from most old families all have trust vaults created when they are born. On top of that, as the last of the Potter family, you will inherit the Potter family vault as well, and if rumor is to be believed it is a substantial amount. You will not be able to enter your family vault until you become of age, however. Trust vault, family vault, substantial amount. Did she just say that we are going to be rich? I asked her stupidly, causing her to laugh. Yes, Harry. Now pay attention. Violet couldn't help but keep laughing at me being caught so off guard. It truly didn't happen very often. I accept. Can we go now? I asked the professor excitedly. If magic was real, I wanted to go now. There just had to be a way to use magic to give Violet a body, and I wouldn't rest until I did. I would gladly kill everyone in this entire neighborhood if it was all that was keeping me from achieving it. Yes, Mr. Potter, we can go now. She chuckled. We shall be apparating to London, so hold on to my arm tightly. It can be a bit uncomfortable the first few times, so be warned. September 1st, 1991. The past month had been the best of my life. Professor McGonagall escorted me around an all-magical street called Diagon Alley. Our first stop had been to Gringotts, the goblin-run bank, where I was given the key to my trust vault. I had been skeptical about someone else having it. With how crappy my life had been so far, I was half suspecting someone to have robbed me blind as well. While that still could be the case, Griphook had told me once we had gotten to the vault, that while the keys could be used by anyone to enter personal vaults, the family vaults could only be opened by the person with the head of house ring. Apparently each ring has a special portkey on it. Unlike normal portkeys that are activated by a password or at a specific time, the head of house portkeys only activate when they are no longer receiving ambient magic from the person wearing it. So if the person dies or the ring is taken off of their finger, the ring portkeys itself back to that family's account manager in Gringotts, minus the one wearing it, of course. The Potter family ring has been sitting in the bank since my father was killed, so I knew that nobody had at least been able to steal from my family vault. When I had asked, it turns out that the only gold taken from my personal vault had been my tuition costs for all 7 years at Hogwarts. While I wasn't pleased someone had took it upon themselves to do it, it was at least something I no longer had to take care of myself. After leaving from Gringotts, I made my rounds around the alley. I picked up all of my supplies in a trunk. Professor McGonagall made it quite clear she would not be taking me to Knockturn Alley. It was really a blow, as once she told me about it, I was sure that most of the books I would need to research for Violet would be down there and not in Diagon Alley. I would have to wait until I could come back on my own and try to find what I needed. The stop at the bookstore, Flourish and Blots, had been a long one, as I had ended up browsing the shop until McGonagall had grown bored enough to move me along. I had already decided, from what little I had managed to worm out of her about the different subjects at Hogwarts, that I would need to seriously study potions, ancient runes, and probably charms. Of course I would have to learn how to defend myself if I was going to be spending time in the seedier parts of the wizarding shopping district. Unfortunately, Madame Malkin's did not cater towards non-wizard clothing, but I was able to buy the standard school robes and decided to treat myself to expensive day robes. I was told they were made from acromantula silk. Whatever an acromantula was, I would have to look it up later. I was just happy to finally be able to own some nice clothes for a change, and I did not want to look like a beggar while at Hogwarts. I was unable to locate anyone that sold contacts or anything to fix my eyes, but I was able to get an updated and more stylish pair of glasses that at least wouldn't make me look like a loser. The longest stop of the day had been at the wand shop. Plain and simple, Mr. Ollivander was a creepy bastard. While he seemed to know his stuff, he seemed a bit too up close and personal for my taste. Although, it probably didn't help my case that I ended up with the brother wand to the man that had ordered my parents killed. Earlier in the day, McGonagall had treated me to lunch and I had been able to finally get some answers about my parents. Apparently on the same night that Voldemort had died, my parents were attacked and killed by followers of his. The 3 Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. had been caught shortly before they could kill me, and all 4 sentenced to prison for life. Once our trip to the alley had been finished and I was given my ticket, along with instructions on how to enter the platform from McGonagall, I was reluctantly back at number 4. Thankfully the Dursleys already assumed I was a fearsome god wizard or something, as I had been given my own room and basically ignored the rest of the summer. I spent most of the last month reading. I went through a few background books on the wizarding world that gave a basic outline of how the wizarding world ran and who the prominent families were. I glossed over the parts about the wizarding politics as I really had no interest in it at 11 years old. Hogwarts, a history had been helpful in outlining the 4 houses at Hogwarts, including a basic description of what life inside of each house was like. There were a few different things that I would need to make sure happened if I was to accomplish my goal without drawing too much attention. I had almost regretted buying the expensive day robes thinking they would make me stand out. That was until Violet told me that I would probably stand out more wearing rags when I was supposed to be from a rich family. I of course studied my school books as well. I had no real interest in the subjects like history, herbology, and astronomy. I would of course learn the material, but I knew that a large amount of the time spent outside of Muggle classes was just writing up homework assignments and a bit of extra study. I would make sure my homework grades were good enough to pass the classes, but I would spend the majority of my free time working on giving Violet a body of her own. I was sad to learn I wouldn't be able to take ancient runes until 3rd year, so I would have to do that one on my own. Potions and charms I would start 1st year, but like runes they too would also receive a large amount of time being studied independently. Defense and transfiguration would need to be studied as well, as they would be useful in life. They were not directly related to my goals and would take a slight back seat. Finally, it had come the time to make my journey to Hogwarts. I was able to bribe Vernon, with a 1-ounce gold galleon, to take me to King's Cross Station. I made it King's Cross with plenty of time to spare and got my first look at Neville Longbottom, the boy who lived. He was slightly pudgy with short brown hair. He was surrounded by fans and reporters, and I could already tell that it had long since gone to his head. I am pretty grateful that it was him and not me. There would be no way in hell I could learn half of the illegal shit I would need to learn with so many people watching my every move. Deciding that I had enough of watching other people getting to say their teary-eyed goodbyes to their family, Violet and I made our way to the train. The first half of the train had already filled up, so I took the first empty compartment I came to and closed the door. I pulled out one of my books on potions and took a seat, getting ready for the long journey to Hogwarts. It was only a couple of minutes after the train had pulled from the station when there was a knock at my door and it slid open. Standing outside of it were 2 girls. The one who had opened it had shoulder-length brown hair and sea-green eyes. She was slender and fairly short, but had a friendly smile on her face. Behind her was a haired girl whose hair hung low down her back. She was a few inches taller than the brunette, and had large pretty ice blue eyes. Unlike the brunette, however, she had no smile on her face, or any other emotion that I could tell. She was either unable to feel emotions or just had very good control over them. I was torn from my observations when the brunette spoke to me. "Do you mind if we sit in here? Our trunks are kind of heavy to drag all the way to the empty compartments at the back of the train." I didn't really mind having company. Even if I was used to being alone most of the time, it wouldn't be smart to be rude to everyone I met. "Of course, would you like a hand with your luggage?" "Such a charmer, huh, Harry?" Violet teased me. I mentally stuck my tongue out at her. "Keep picking on me and I will start singing," I threatened, knowing how bad I was at singing. "Sewer, I bet you're bluffing." The itsy bitsy spider went up the. I started. "Okay, I give, please no more." I blew her a raspberry before concentrating back on the 2 girls in front of me. "Yes, thanks. I'm Tracy Davis, by the way, and this is Daphne Greengrass," she said, pointing to the behind her. "Harry Potter," I said, giving them each a quick key on the knuckles just in case these 2 girls were purebloods. It was considered the gentlemanly thing to do after all. "It is a pleasure to meet you both," I added before helping them hoist their trunks into the overhead rack. We all 3 settled back into our seats and spent most of the next hours reading quietly to ourselves. Funnily enough, we all had grabbed potions material to study. It was long after the city view outside of the windows had turned to lively green pastures that the brunette finally broke the silence, closing her book. "So what house do you think you will be in at Hogwarts?" she asked. The Daphne still had yet to say anything, but I noticed she was paying attention to my answer. Deciding it couldn't hurt to give her an answer, I told her. "Hopefully either Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff." "How about you two?" I countered. "Our family has been mostly Slytherin for generations, so more than likely we will be sorted there," she answered. I didn't get a chance to respond to her before Daphne actually spoke up. "Why would you want to be sorted into those 2 houses?" she asked. It was hard to tell if she was disgusted or just curious with as little emotion as she would show on her face, but I decided to answer her regardless. Well, I plan to learn as much about magic as I can while at Hogwarts, and I hear that Slytherin and Gryffindor spend half of their time in a private war between themselves. I don't see how you can get much done when you spend half your time fighting with another house. I don't really care where I am sorted outside of that fact. Of course that last part was a lie. I had already decided that I wanted to be sorted into Hufflepuff, but that decision and the reasons behind it were not something I was going to tell anybody. The looked thoughtful at my answer, but the brunette's face broke out with a smile. With thinking like that, you will probably not get your wish, you know. Slytherin is the house of the cunning after all. I couldn't help but chuckle at her observations. Well, then at least I get to see your two pretty faces on a daily basis. I joked as Tracy blushed but smiled even brighter. Daphne's eyes widened slightly and I could just make out the faintest hint of pink on her cheeks, but she showed no outward response other than that. See, what did I tell you? Such a charmer. Violet laughed at me. Violette, why do you have to pick on me? I fake pouted. She knew I loved it as much as she did though, and wasn't really fooled. Oh, quit being a baby. She laughed, sticking her tongue out at me. The rest of the train ride was spent with a mix of studying and talking with Daphne and Tracy. While I had no real plans to become the socialite of Hogwarts, these two didn't seem to be too bad, and having a couple of people I was friendly with couldn't hurt too bad. Tracy, it seemed, had the more outgoing personality of the two, and loved to joke around. When it come to Daphne, it turned out my second guess was most likely true. She did show emotions, one just had to pay very close attention to her in order to notice them. It was her eyes, more than her face, where you could tell what she was feeling. The more I watched her, the more curious she became. The more the three of us talked, I could tell it wasn't that she was trying to be an emotionless or cold person, it just seemed she somehow had a better control over her emotions than a normal person would. I decided to just ignore it for now, and perhaps ask about it in the future if we ever got to know each other better. Before we knew it, the train was starting to slow down and an announcement was made that we would be at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. I gave the girls their privacy while they changed into their robes, and they did the same for me. I had to admit that the ride across the Black Lake had been special, as the castle really looked magnificent perched on its hill. It had been weird seeing ghosts for the first time, but looking back it should have been expected. We were dealing with the magical world after all. McGonagall had come, and after a brief speech, directed us to the Great Hall to be sorted. Violet and I had already planned out our road to success. First step is getting sorted into Hufflepuff. This is also one of the most hazardous factors. Being sorted in Hufflepuff offers me the discretion I would need, housemates not too curious about what you're reading like the ones in Ravenclaw, so it is less likely of them finding out my secrets. Hufflepuff is known for the camaraderie between its members, and nobody ever gives a second look at Hufflepuff, and I could play the polite orphan card, it would fit perfectly. Slytherin would make my project go much faster, but it would create such a mess. I would be caught up in the Slytherin-Gryffindor rivalry, the same in reverse for the House of the Lions, and Slytherins were naturally nosy when it came to other people's business. No, in Hufflepuff I could be forgotten by everyone. The hard part of this step is that I have no idea how the sorting is done. If it is a series of questions, I should be good. If not, I will just have to improvise. The second part of my plan is to find a way in and out of the castle, along with a way to sneak around undetected. My best guess on where I would need to look for the information I needed was in books on necromancy or dark rituals. Not only are they rare and highly illegal to own, but I am surely not going to find them in the Hogwarts library, and therefore will need a way to Nocturne Alley to find them. This is going to be very hazardous in itself, but once in there I am sure I will be able to find something. Nocturne Alley is supposedly pretty huge and deep, it has multiple side alleys and you can easily get permanently lost in there. All manner of illegal stuff happens in Nocturne Alley, everybody knows it, and the only reason Aurors never raid it is because a raid would result in a disaster. Aurors working in Nocturne Alley did so as undercover agents, so some sort of law was still present, but only half by the Ministry and the other half was by the darker families who ran the shops. Money is not going to be a problem. While I can't touch my family vault until I become a recognized adult, my trust vault still holds just north of 90,000 galleons. That was quite a bit of money when you figure that even the teachers at Hogwarts only make around 1,000 galleons per year. My plan so far isn't much of a plan, but at least I have a small list of things to do so far. I will expand upon it as I learn more about magic and what is needed. I feel good. I feel like I can definitely do this. Sure, there has never been any tangible proof of someone successfully bringing someone back from the dead, but Violet can talk, so she has to be alive on some level. Besides, I at least know necromancy is real to a certain degree if the tales of Voldemort using inferior are anything to go by. I am brought back to the present when a loud cheering announced the Golden Boy himself had been sorted into Gryffindor. I have already seen him get into a fight with a boy who was sorted into Slytherin shortly after him. I will definitely stay away from those two houses as best I could. I don't want to get dragged into their little war. Finally, a few minutes later, I hear my name being called to be sorted. Apparently all I have to do is put on some old hat. Well, here goes nothing. Good luck, Harry, I can hear Violet say in my head as the hat slides down over my eyes. Let's see there. What do we have going on in your mind, oh dear? It seems you are not alone in there, Mr. Potter. I must extend a hello to you as well, dear Violet. A voice spoke inside of my head. Now I am starting to get worried. If this stupid hat can see inside my head, then my plans would be ruined before they even took off. Don't worry about your secrets, Mr. Potter. Fortunately for you, I am bound by the magic that created me to keep quiet on secrets I learned during the sorting. There are many secrets of the rich and powerful that they would kill to keep quiet, so you can understand how they would make sure I would keep them. The voice spoke again, slightly decreasing my worry. Hello, Mr. Hat. Violet responded awkwardly. It was the first time she had ever had anyone other than me to speak to, and I could understand how weird it would be for her. The hat had been quiet now for a while. Hello, I asked in my head. Yes, Harry, I was just thinking. You were a tricky one. One of the trickiest. It paused again for a full minute. Neither Violet nor I said anything to interrupt it. A tragedy, quite a romantic tragedy, I might add. One that only comes around once in a blue moon. How one's own family could treat someone so horribly, your promise, your quest for her, it sighed. What you're to accomplish is possible, I believe, but it is a dark road. While it is not true necromancy, the ultimate purpose of necromancy, it is still knowledge known only to a few in our world. I will do it, somehow. I will find a way. I mentally shouted at the hat. There is no way I am going to give up. And even if the knowledge is known by only one person, I wouldn't stop until I found him. Maybe you will, Harry, maybe you will. You're a powerful wizard, and a natural in the range of mind magic, from what I see here anyhow. It's cited again. You will need it. There are those in the world who can take the knowledge straight from your mind unknowingly. You will need to defend your mind to accomplish such things, Harry, as you will have to go into branches of magic that will make you an outlaw, a dark wizard as they call them now. Don't play games, Hat. You've read my mind. You know that I would kill everybody in Britain if it means giving her a body. But can I let you go down that slope? I know you have the potential of a great wizard, be it light or dark. But should I let you potentially destroy yourself and others in a quest that could very well be called foolish? You're AF ******ing Hat, why would you care? I growled at him again. Nobody gave a damn about me when I was being beaten and used as nobody but her. You were correct, Harry, I don't. I don't care, and that is why I should do my job and place you in Slytherin. How about it, Harry? You know what I want. What do you want? I will bribe or even threaten the Hat if I have to. There is no way I am going to let one of the easiest parts of my plan screw up now. I merely wanted to test you a bit. It is hard for me to find much pleasure as a Hat, you know. While I can read your mind, your emotions are a bit harder. With an extra presence within you, you are pretty good at defending your mind naturally. You should start with that on your quest. Not only Hats can read your mind in this castle, it said mysteriously. Why are you telling me this? I thought you were bound to keep our secrets. I asked imperiously. The Hat just chuckled. I am bound to keep the secrets I learn from within people's minds, Mr. Potter. However, If I sit on a shelf and observe, say for instance, a headmaster teaching his new potions professor occlumency lessons for months on end, well, let's just say those aren't secrets I have to keep. It sounded as if that last part is a hint, so I will definitely be finding out all I can about Dumbledore and whoever the potions teacher was. I also filed away the term occlumency for later. Now, Mr. Potter, I'm going to sort you in Hufflepuff. I usually never do the whole undercover Slytherin thing because every time a brat comes up with the idea, they have no actual reason to hide their Slytherin-ness and they are not smart enough to be sorted into Ravenclaw anyway. Funny thing is, you're the first one to ever ask for Hufflepuff. But this is the exception that proves the rule. Don't disappoint me, Harry. Do what you have to do and stay true to yourself. You are not evil, Harry. You have a good heart. Most importantly, if you succeed, take care of her. You are lucky to have her. A bit corny there in the middle, but I appreciate the gesture. I said cheekily, happy that the hat is more than your standard do-gooder and actually can see the importance of step 1. Had I been sorted in Slytherin, I would have been labeled as dark instantly. I would have been monitored. Everybody would be suspicious of everything I did. That would never have worked. Hufflepuff. The hat shouted finally. I took it off, and there was the usual polite clapping coming from the Hufflepuff table. Taking a quick look at the other house tables, it seems as if nobody really cares to pay me any attention as they have already turned their eyes towards the group of unsorted students. Step 1 down, I told Violet as I took my seat among the other Hufflepuff first years. Many more to go. My first few weeks at Hogwarts had been slightly hectic. The first night we had made it back to the Hufflepuff common room, we were all greeted by our head of house, Pomona Sprout. She seems like a nice enough woman, slightly overweight, but she has a friendly enough personality. The boys have to share a dorm, as well as the girls. For the most part my roommates are all right. There are 5 of us, counting myself. I did manage to get the bed farthest from the door and had a wall on one side of me with Wayne Hopkins on the other. Zacharias Smith was on his other side, followed by Justin Finch Fletchley and Ernie Macmillan. Zacharias Smith had a twin sister, Sally, who was sorted in Hufflepuff as well. There were 4 others, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Megan Jones, and Lily Moon, that joined her in the first-year female dorms. Zacharias was a bit full of himself in my opinion, but not to the level that it was going to let it irritate me. I quickly learned of a small flaw in my plan. Hufflepuff tended to make sure they included their entire house and it makes finding alone time difficult. I have to do my class studying and homework with them if I expected any sense of privacy. Thankfully, while they asked questions, they were a bit too trusting and lying about my whereabouts actually quelled their curiosity. It only took me a few trips to the library to find out that any books I would need, well, the ones that would be available here at Hogwarts, would be in the restricted section of the library. I have no chance of getting a permission slip into there as a mere first year, so I would have to find a way to Nocturne Alley quicker than I originally thought. The majority of the books would probably be too dark to be found in Hogwarts anyhow. Hogwarts was impossibly large and finding out who knew the most about its infinite layers was surprisingly easy. A 5th-year prefect had told me about the Weasley twins, who were supposedly notorious pranksters and seemed to know more about the castle than anyone not named Filch. It actually makes a lot of sense that these two would be so knowledgeable about the castle's secret passageways. They would have to be to get away with most of their pranks. I told Violet as we sat in potions. I was currently working on a boil-curing potion, while trying to avoid Snape's eyes. My first class in potions had left me with a desperate need to get books on occlumency as quick as I could, and had all but halted my search of illegal study material. I still needed to get a base footing in potions, charms, and ancient runes to begin with, so I did have time. Thankfully, Violet had spent so much time in my head that she spotted someone else trying to enter my mind. While she could sense it, she wasn't trained on occlumency either and did not know how to stop it. Thankfully, once I broke contract with Snape, he seemed to be unable to enter my mind. True, thankfully the Weasleys are a poor family, so wave a bit of gold in their face and we should be able to get our answers. Violet told me as she reminded me to add a counterclockwise stir to my potion, turning it pale orange. That will help. It will cost us a pretty penny getting them to agree to an unbreakable vow to keep quiet that they have talked to me. I had spent quite a few hours in the library trying to find out the magical ways to keep people from telling your secrets to the world. I had only found a few different ways. The first were magical contracts, but they weren't easy to obtain and usually left a paper trail. There were special enchantments that had to be put onto the paper or item your contract was written on, and those involved in the contract had to sign it. Some contracts even required blood for it to be binding. It was far harder than option 2. The other way was much quicker, but the punishment was severely limited and much harsher. The unbreakable vow made sure that you kept to whatever your vow was, or it would kill you if you broke it. The vow could be done with just 2 people, but people could have a third party to act as the binder, if they did not mind having a witness, as it left your complete concentration on what you were taking a vow on. It wouldn't do to get distracted performing the spell and agreeing to something you didn't want to agree on. Of course, people who didn't want any witnesses to their vow could do it themselves. Finally, class was over and I bottled up a sample of my potion and quickly packed my belongings, making my way out of the classroom. As I had for the last couple weeks, I set to searching the castle for the Weasley twins. I could probably approach them during one of the meals, but I did not want to attract any attention to myself. The twins weren't known pranking legends for nothing, and I didn't want to be associated with them when questions started being asked about one of their pranks. "Let's try the 7th floor," Violet suggested to me. "We know that they come from that direction for breakfast, so we may catch them on their way to their common room." "It's as good a plan as any," I told her as I quickly made my way out of the dungeons, hoping to catch them before they disappeared. Thankfully, I happened to spot them walking by themselves down the 7th floor corridor. "Weasleys," I raised my voice, loud enough to get their attention but not attract others. The pair stopped and turned around to face me. "Well, what do we have here, Gred?" asked one of them. "An ickle firsty seems to want to talk to us." I figured Gred wasn't his real name, but I didn't care anyhow. I needed their information, not their friendship. "It does seem that way, Forge," the other twin said excitedly. "I wonder what it wants." Not listening to them ramble on and on, that was for sure. I decided to try and get this over as quick as possible. "I have a business proposition for the 2 of you if you have somewhere private to talk," I asked the pair. The twins shared a quick look with each other before turning a more serious face. "We have a few minutes. In here," the twin called Gred said, opening the door to an unused classroom, ushering me inside. Once the door closed, the other twin spoke up. "Now, just what kind of business does a first year have that would be of interest to us?" he asked. "I am in need of some information, and I hear you 2 are the best people to provide me with what I need. I am willing to pay for this, of course," I told them. "You have our interest. How much are we talking about, little puff?" smiled the one called Forge. "First, I am offering 20 galleons for an unbreakable vow from the pair of you that you will never tell anyone about this meeting or our conversation." I didn't want them to turn down my offer and then go squealing that I was searching for a way out of the castle. The twins dropped all pretenses of playfulness. "Do we have to accept what you asked?" one of them asked. "Not at all. Offer taken then." The 2 clasped their hands and performed the unbreakable vow. I could have done it myself, but there was no need to show that I knew how when it was unnecessary. Once the ribbons had disappeared into their forearms, I relaxed, just slightly. I placed 20 galleons from my money pouch and into their hands. "I need a secret passage out of the castle and a way into Diagon Alley that nobody knows about. I'll pay 50 galleons. They looked at each other. 50 galleons, it is quite a lot." "Indeed it is, Gred, but this piece of information isn't exactly cheap, is it?" "Oh, since there is only one secret passage like this, it would absolutely not be cheap." Gred acquiesced, smiling even more widely while nodding his head. 100 galleons and the info is yours. We will even promise to not tell anyone about the passage after you." I already knew they would likely not accept my first offer. After all, only a fool would. 100 galleons isn't exactly a small amount of gold, Harry. "I know, but you're worth 100 billion galleons, not that I have it, of course, and this information is crucial." While 100 galleons was quite a bit of money, it wasn't even a drop in the bucket to me, and I would have gladly gave it all away to give Violet a body. Okay. 100 it is, but how do you know that no one else knows of it? It wasn't vital to me, but still very important. I wouldn't want to run into someone while going out of the castle. Gred whispered something in his twin's ear and he nodded. We own a map. A map that shows some secret passages. Nobody else has that map since it is a unique artifact. Also, we have been using this particular passage for a while now and we have never encountered anyone. Furthermore, the map is some sort of monitoring system. If someone knew this passage, we would know it, trust us. Monitoring system and secret passages. Sounds like it could be useful, what do you think? I asked Violet. It would certainly make moving around the castle much easier. How much for the map? I can pay really big. I asked, sensing the incredible opportunity. Ah, tut 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 little puff. The map isn't for sale, but we will keep you in mind if that changes. Mocked Forge patronizingly, throwing his arm around my shoulders. Now for the passage, do we have a deal? We do. 100 galleons and a promise to never tell anyone about it. They were already under the vow, so I let my face and tone darken. I am not playing, guys. If I meet anybody in there I will know you sold the information and I will not be happy about it. Business is business, young Puff, never fear. Quite the Hufflepuff personality you have there, Firsty. Gred said sarcastically, looking suspiciously at me. We're under the vow anyway, so why do you need to get to Diagon Alley so bad? He asked curiously. Thank you, and none of your business. There was no way in hell I was going to tell him that information. Now lads, if you will excuse me, I don't have all day. I retorted cheerfully before dumping a large portion of the gold that was remaining in my pouch. I would need to refill it later, but I had several more pouches full in my trunk so as to not need the bank so often. Gred took the gold and started counting it while Forge took out a piece of parchment and started writing all of the details on how to get to and use the secret passage. You've got to understand, Diagon Alley is way too far to get there on foot. So the passage we're giving to you leads to a shop's basement in Hogsmeade. You will have to flow from there. The shop's wards won't be tripped since you come from within, but the owners sleep there, so you will have to be cautious to not wake them up. You will have to fly or take another flow back to Hogsmeade from Diagon Alley. Just remember, people will ask questions if they see a Firsty hanging around Hogsmeade. You will also need your own flow powder, as only places with a public flow keep theirs on the mantle, explained Gred. The walk is around 45 minutes to an hour, your choice to use a broom or not, but we don't recommend it. We had a little misadventure. The path is quite sinuous, finished Forge, handing me the piece of parchment. I folded it and slipped it on my pocket. Pleasure doing business with you, gentlemen. Goodbye. I had it. Now to plan my first visit to Nocturne Alley. You don't just walk into a place like that. Our pleasure, Ickle Firsty, our pleasure. Come back any time. The twins called out to me as I left them and made my way back to the dungeons. Nocturne Alley was dangerous. I couldn't go in there with my 11-year-old face and weak body. Only the purebloods could do that, those that everybody knew better than to hurt. I wasn't one of those children. I would need some way to defend myself and an aging potion. I didn't quite know how the Ministry was able to track underage magic, so I would have to find a means of protection that wasn't my wand until I did. Aging potions weren't illegal, but were dangerous if not brewed properly. There were also warnings about using them too young, as it was said to mess with the body's growth. I didn't know if they meant physical or emotional, but I didn't really care at this point. If it f******s my growth up a bit, then so be it. I'm not about to hesitate for something so trivial. Just please be careful, Harry. Violet told me worriedly. I don't want you hurting yourself over me. Don't worry, V. I'm sure if anything it will just stunt my growth or something and I will grow up a few inches shorter, or hit puberty early. If it was life-threatening it would be restricted against use. I made it back to my room and took a seat at my desk, taking out a piece of parchment to make a list of things I would need. I would need aging potion to disguise myself while out, flow powder to get to Diagon Alley, a broom to fly back from London to Hogsmeade in case I couldn't find a flow back, and a way to find Hogsmeade from London on said broom. Anything else you can think of, V? Not anything off of the top of your head. Violet told me with a laugh. It was a joke that I had heard from her a dozen times before, but I still chuckled anyhow. Well, I may have an idea on how to defend yourself down there. Oh ho, do tell, dear Watson. I told her with fake pompousness. Well, if you can't use magic without running the risk of getting caught, you need to just make it so that you don't need to use magic. Seeing that I wasn't yet catching on, she continued. You have to pretend to be someone that nobody will want to mess with. I say we find a snake and some dark clothing and let people think you are a dark wizard. Voldemort was the last known Parselmouth in England, and people always equate the ability to dark wizards only. If people just happen to think you could be related some way to Voldemort, then all the better. Beauty and brains. I am too lucky, I told her with a fake sigh, while wiping away a non-existent tear. Violet gave me a mental slap on the back of my head. I don't even look like anything, so how can I be beautiful, Pratt? Well, in my dreams you are always beautiful, I told her cheekily. You have these big amethyst-colored doe eyes that stares dreamily at me. I do not stare dreamily. Besides, the only eyes I get to stare out of are yours. Maybe you have just been dreaming about your eyes and not mine. I hope you aren't turning into a copy of Malfoy. She laughed even though I knew she was touched by my words. Me turn into Malfoy? I believe I might be offended. I scoffed. I swear, as much as he and Longbottom go back and forth, I have no idea how he got into Slytherin. Not an ounce of cunning in him. Honestly, who attacks someone to their face and thinks they are being cunning? Yes, I agree with you on that one. And don't worry, I would never think you are anything close to Malfoy. He is much better looking. Haha, I deadpanned as I could feel her almost gag at the thought of her finding Malfoy attractive. Perhaps I will put you inside of his head instead then. You wouldn't do that to me, would you, Harry? She said, trying to sound worried, knowing that I wouldn't really ever get rid of her like that. I will be good, promise. You are the most handsome and manly guy ever. Of course I won't, but you should be careful. You almost sounded like Granger beeping up to the professors. Don't want to be known as a teacher's pet now, do you? I teased her. If you were the teacher, I would be your pet. She fluttered her non-existent eyebrows. You gonna give me a detention, Professor Manley? I knew I shouldn't have let you talk me into reading those romance novels, I said exasperatedly. She burst out laughing. I know you secretly enjoyed them. You can't hide it from me. Yeah, time for me to get back to work. Not like I am going to win this argument anyhow. Exactly. I'm glad to see you finally learning, but you are right, we do have plenty to do. She said, being serious again. There are several spells we need to find in the library and then learn them before we can go. Perhaps I can find an older student to help tutor me if I'm lucky. It was the first weekend of November when I finally had everything ready for my first trip to Knockturn Alley. I had been spending every available moment of my free time preparing for this. My aging potion was brewed, and if my dosage was calculated correctly, it would last me just long enough for me to get back into the tunnel back to Hogwarts. I had sent off and received an order of flow powder from mail order, using a school owl. I didn't have a broom of my own yet, but I managed to pilfer one of the crap ones we had to use for our flying lessons. It had taken me almost a week to learn how to cast and operate a tracking charm. I quickly learned that after casting the spell it was smart to not anchor it to yourself. Unless your mind was trained enough to ignore the constant flow of information regarding the location of your target, it was best anchored to an item. I eventually decided to anchor the spell to a compass, and I would just use it to direct my way back to my target, which would be a random item in Hogsmeade. I could have used anything, but I was more familiar with a compass and roughly knew how to use one already. It made listening to the location of the tracking charm much easier when you only had to follow the direction of a needle. I had made it through 3 books on snakes and reptiles before I finally found a way to get a snake. True, I could have bought one at the pet store in Diagon Alley, but that would raise questions. I could have tried to find one roaming randomly around the grounds or the Forbidden Forest, but I had already learned how big of a waste just aimlessly searching for something was from my search of the Weasley twins all those weeks ago. It was in the 3rd book, the one that was admittedly the most interesting. After all, who knew that such things as a basilisk even existed? Too bad the book didn't say how to find one of those, that I found the spell I was looking for. It was a summoning spell specifically designed to summon snakes. Serpensortia didn't have the power to summon a magical snake, as it wasn't a very complex spell, but it was enough to summon a snake large enough to do what I needed done. I had even gone a step farther and learned a simple glamour charm that would make my eyes give off a faint red glow from behind the hood of my cloak. I wasn't actively trying to impersonate Voldemort, but if a few extra people thought I was, then I wasn't going to complain. I had wanted to make this trip sooner, but that damn troll getting into the castle on Halloween made that impossible, especially with that Granger girl almost earning herself an early grave. Somehow she, Weasley, and Longbottom managed to survive. Shame really, but even so the teachers had been keeping close watch on everything going on and I've had to wait it out. I wasn't sure if Longbottom even cared for the girl. I had seen Weasley teasing her mercilessly, or if he was just seeking extra fame. The three had been almost insuperable since then, so perhaps Longbottom wasn't too far gone as I had first believed. It was Violet who pointed out that I didn't actually know anything about Nocturne Alley, or its layout, so I had to find someone to ask about it. I knew it was risky as it would likely only be a Slytherin who knew much about it. I decided to ask one of the 7th years, as they would at least only be around this year to hold the information over my head. I had decided to wait in the dungeons for 7th year potions to end in hopes of catching one of them on their own. Thankfully, my year had the last period of the day off, which was when their potions class was being held. It was just my luck that Ernie and Justin happened to spot me about 5 minutes before their class was due to let out. "Hey Harry, what are you hanging around out here for?" Justin asked me as the two walked over to me. "I am waiting for potions to end. I need to ask Professor Snape about a potions text I am looking for." I lied smoothly. I could see them both wince at the prospect of me speaking to Snape on my own. It was obvious the man held a grudge against me, and speaking to him in classes was bad enough. "You sure that's wise, Harry?" Ernie replied with a grin. "Sometimes I think he wants to kill you with those looks of his in class. Imagine if he got you alone." I laughed at his joke, hoping that they would move along before then so I could do what I really needed to do. "Well, you two are more than welcome to join me in there with him." I grinned at the two boys, knowing the idea of seeing Snape would hopefully make them move along. I'm sure he would be much happier with a triple murder than having to settle for just one. Just then the door to the potions class opened and the 7th year students began to file out. There weren't very many in the class and over half of them were from Slytherin's house. "Well Harry, good luck," Justin said, taking off the opposite direction. "Yeah, wouldn't want Snape to see me down here either." Later Harry, Ernie too took off in the same direction of Justin, towards the Hufflepuff common room. Who would have thought that Snape would have been useful for something after all? "We could use him for troll food," Violet said with a straight face. "I'm sure Granger would find some use in that. Probably end up killing the poor beast." Violet snorted at me. "Then again, he has enough grease in his hair that he should slide down the troll's throat with no problems." Violet couldn't hold back her snort at that comment. Snape had taken to small insults towards me during classes, and would even mark my grades slightly lower than they should be. Let's just say Violet was not his biggest fan. "Harry, there goes one by himself. We should follow him," she said, pointing out one of the Slytherins who had branched off from the class, headed in his own direction. I decided to follow him until I spotted a location where I could talk to him in private. Violet was growing slightly worried that he might just decide to attack me on principle. I wasn't too worried. He probably wouldn't expect a first year to know much this early on into his first year. Granted, I hadn't learned more than a few useful combat spells, but I did know the Petrificus Totalis spell, and I was sure I could catch him off guard with it. It was common sense to me. Of course Violet and I had noticed a severe lack of it in the wizarding world, that speed was just as important as the spells you knew in a fight. Your opponent can know any spell he wants, but if you are faster than he is and can hit him with just a simple body bind, you can render him useless until the spell is broken. It was one of the very few times I was thankful for Dudley and his gang. I had probably done more running than anyone in my school by the time I had left for Hogwarts. This had given me incredible stamina to go along with lightning-quick reflexes. I would of course learn all the spells and different magic I could, but I would definitely be on the lookout to increase my speed, stamina, and accuracy in the future. I cursed myself for getting lost in my thoughts, as it seemed the 7th year I had been following must have noticed he was being followed. I assume he noticed, seeing as he had stopped and turned to look right at me. "You following me, Firsty?" he asked, narrowing his eyes at me. "That's not the smartest of things to do, you know, sneaking around, following people." I knew he was just trying to intimidate me. Even if he was going to attack me, I had taken worse beatings from Dudley's gang. I wasn't going to show any weakness to him, and I pulled myself up straighter before responding. "I have a small request. Would you be interested in hearing it?" I started carefully. I didn't even know if he would listen to me. "I'm listening, Mr. Potter." I finished his question. "Avery, Daryl Avery, so what request could you possibly have for me, Mr. Potter?" "I need some information on Nocturne Alley. I need good addresses on where to find books and rare items, tips on how not to get robbed and all that jazz. I am willing to part with a few galleons for this information, and your silence. Will you help me?" I knew it was pointless to even ask for any type of vow or contract to keep silent. For one, he was Slytherin and wouldn't have done it. 2. As a Slytherin, he was more likely to use the information to get favors out of me than to tell a professor. He looked at me, but I refused to make direct eye contact, just in case reading minds was common in Slytherin House. He just chuckled before responding. "Nocturne Alley isn't that dangerous, Potter. As long as you don't venture too deep into its bowels." He watched me a bit more before asking. "What is it that you're looking for exactly, Potter?" "Books, knowledge," I said, intentionally being vague. While I had to put more knowledge out there than I was truthfully comfortable with, there was no way in hell I was actually going to tell him what I was up to. "Do we have a deal?" "Very well. I will even do this one for free, Potter." "Why?" "Because you intrigue me, and my family has plenty of gold and I don't need anything you could give me. So go on and ask your questions. I have somewhere to be in 20 minutes. Figures he would do it for free. I told Violet. I guess now he will feel as if I owe him a future favor. "Very true," she responded. "At least we are getting the information we need, I guess. I just hope he never has need to call in his favor." "Yeah, no kidding." I chuckled as I set to asking all of the pertinent questions I would need to know for my future shopping trip. It took about 15 minutes, but I felt like I had enough information to at least get by. The rest I was sure I would learn on the fly once I got there and explored a bit. I decided to make my move as soon as curfew started on the first Friday night of November. Hardly anybody would be outside of their dorms past 10. So I knew I would likely not meet anybody on my way to the secret passage other than potentially a prefect. The 3rd floor, however, was usually left abandoned for the most part, since part of it became restricted. I dressed in my dark robes, hood down for now. I would change into my entire disguise once in the secret passage. I quickly made my way to the 3rd floor, where the instructions I received said that the statue of Gunhilda of Gorsmore, more commonly known as the One-Eyed Witch statue, was located. Looking down the hall, I could see the door that led to the forbidden corridor that we had been warned against entering during the welcoming feast. I stepped in front of the statue and whispered the password, Descendium, and watched as the hump opened up to reveal a chute that led below. I quickly slid my feet in first and pushed off, sliding down a few feet before I slid out into a small dark cavern. "Best to finish your disguise here," Violet told me as I stood up and brushed myself off. "Once we leave the school, the ministry will likely be able to detect your magic, and we don't exactly know how the trace works yet." I pulled out my wand and pulled up my hood. I quickly concentrated while casting the glamour charm that would give my eyes that slight red glow. The charm wasn't terribly hard, but the more you wanted to change, the harder it became. It wasn't particularly easy to change facial features and make the changes look real. It took a certain degree of artistry. "Serpensortia," I intoned quietly as a 6-foot boa constrictor shot from my wand and landed on the rough floor with a soft thud. Daryl Avery may have not needed the money, but he did point me to someone who did. Alyssa Urquhart was the 6th-year female prefect in Ravenclaw. While she was from a pureblood family and wasn't poor, they were still far from rich, as her house wasn't near as old as some of her peers. She had been willing to tutor me in the spells I had needed in the last couple weeks. I had to triple the cost she wanted to charge for each spell she taught me, but surprisingly I was able to get her to agree to make a vow to keep it quiet that I was learning from her. "Who dares summon me?" the snake hissed. "I did, mighty serpent," I told the snake, drawing his attention to me. "A human speaker. Tell me, speaker, what is it you have called me for? I am headed to a dangerous place and I need you to keep people from approaching me. Speaking to snakes is considered dark and evil to humans, and if people hear me talking to you they will leave me alone. Will you join me on my journey?" I asked the snake, staring it in the eyes. "Very well, speaker," the snake said after a moment. "But you shall carry me." "Thank you, and of course." I laughed as I picked him up off of the floor, draping him across my shoulders. He was actually fairly heavy, and I decided I would be looking into books about the trace, to see if I can find ways around it. I did not want to have to carry a heavy-ass snake around all the time. I was a bit let down when I had first heard that underage magic outside of Hogwarts was against the law. However, the smirk on Avery's face, when I asked him about it, made it seem as if he knew ways around it. He just wasn't going to give me any answers about it. I pulled out the aging potion and downed it after popping the cork. It was a weird feeling your body aging almost 5 years. I was thankful I had gotten Alyssa to magically adjust the size of the clothes I was using for tonight. I hadn't quite yet gotten the hang of it myself. They would turn back to normal size once the spell on it had been cancelled. My disguise now complete, I started the trek towards Hogsmeade. It only took me 45 minutes of walking to realize I would be trying to fly the treacherous tunnel next time. It was already after 11 by the time the tunnel started to rise and I reached the stone slab that separated me from Honeyduke's basement. I carefully slid the slab up and off to the side, peeking out to make sure the cellar was empty. Noticing that it indeed was, I quickly jumped out of the hole and slid the slab back into place, leaving it ajar just slightly so I would be able to open it again when the shop opened back up. I really wished I could use magic when one of the steps gave off a slight squeak, but kept moving up towards the main room where the fireplace would be located. It was well after 11, so the owners would probably already be asleep. I quickly made my way over to the fireplace, withdrawing my small bag of flow powder as I went. "Might be a good time to stock up on some free chocolate," I joked. Violet laughed. "True, but our luck they have some sort of ward or spell placed on them that would give us away." "Fine. Ruin all my fun," I pouted, causing her to stick her tongue out at me. "You may want to get comfortable and hold on tightly," I whispered to the large snake around my shoulders. "I am not sure how pleasant flow traveling will be for a snake." "Very well, young speaker. However, if it hurts too much I may have to bite you," it teased, causing me to grin. Quietly I threw a pinch of flow powder into the low-burning fire, watching as the flames flared emerald green. Quickly I stepped into the fire and whispered out, "The leaky cauldron." With a quiet whoosh and semi-bright flash I was gone from Honeyduke's. I could just barely make out that there were hundreds of different rooms passing before my eyes, several per second, but I couldn't make out any details from behind their exits. After a few seconds I landed in the fireplace at my destination. Not being used to fluing, mixed with also not being used to being taller, I lost my balance and promptly fell on my face, causing the snake around my shoulders to hiss at me. Clearly he wasn't impressed with my landing. "Sorry, I am not used to using the flow or being taller," I said, trying to calm him down. Thankfully Tom, the bartender, was the only one actually in the bar at the moment. He eyed me wearily once he noticed the eyes slightly glowing behind my hood and the large snake I had just been talking to. He kept his eyes on me my entire way towards the portal to Diagon Alley, watching me as I left through it and the portal closed behind me. The differences in Diagon Alley in the day versus the night were like water and fire. Diagon Alley had been alive and full of people when I had first came here. Almost all of the shops had been opened and customers were flowing in and out of them, giving the place an almost city-like feeling. Now the shops were all closed up, with the exception of a few, and the place was almost barren of people. I wasn't going to complain. I had hoped to make my way Nocturne Alley with only the bare minimum of people noticing me. I made my way towards where I knew the entrance to Nocturne Alley to be. It had caught my eyes immediately, my first trip here with Professor McGonagall, and I wasn't going to forget it anytime soon. I steeled myself as I turned into Nocturne Alley. "Here goes nothing," I whispered out loud. "Please be careful, Harry," Violet said, worry evident in her voice. "I'm not worth you getting killed over." I chose to ignore the second part of her comment. She already knew I thought she was worth it, and her saying otherwise was too ridiculous of a comment to even answer. "If anyone comes toward us in a threatening manner, I want you to attack," I hissed to the snake on my shoulder as the few shady patrons that were out this time of night came into view. I kept my posture strong, and walked as if I belonged here. The people that could see the red glow from under my hood, and hear me talking to the snake, quickly backed away into the shadows. From what Avery had told me of the alley, which was basically just about what type of shops were here and their general locations, it was basically one long alley that circled around Diagon Alley. Every so often there were other alleys that branched off from the main alley in Nocturne, extending the opposite direction from Diagon Alley. I had 3 destinations for tonight. The first shop I was going to visit was Borgin and Burke's. It was a seedy pawn shop that sold all manner of legal and illegal items that were, or bordered, on the darker side. The shop sold all manner of items, from books, artifacts, enchanted or cursed items, potions, and all sorts of items that you could think of. Thankfully, it was one of the more prominent shops and was located on the main street, only a few blocks down. The second place I wanted to stop at was a place called the Coffin House. It was a bookstore for the darker arts. Avery hinted that it may have even sold paraphernalia related to the dark art of necromancy, which was why I would be checking it out. While I wouldn't be able to actually take any of these books back to Hogwarts with me, I could still buy them and have them stored elsewhere until I learn occlumency. The last place I wanted to stop at was called the Spiny Serpent. It was, according to Avery, a bookstore that catered to strictly illegal texts. However, he did not believe that I would be able to enter as, even though the shop was usually open, the door would remain locked at all times, only allowing advanced customers inside. Even Avery had never been in and did not know how to get inside, even though he knew people who were allowed in, he just wouldn't say who. Every time I would come close to someone on the street, I would whisper something to the snake, hoping the hissing would keep unwanted trouble away from me. It didn't take me long before I spotted the sign that read Borgin and Burke's. I quickly made my way to the door before opening it and stepping inside. The inside was a dimly lit wizard's shop, but nothing in here was ever likely to be on a Hogwarts school list. A glass case nearby held a withered hand on a cushion, a blood-stained pack of cards, and a staring glass eye. Evil-looking masks stared down from walls, an assortment of human bones lay upon the counter, and rusty, spiked instruments hung from the ceiling. The shop owner must have heard me enter because a stooping man had appeared almost silently behind the counter, smoothing his greasy dark brown hair back from his face. The man stared from the snake on my shoulders to the red he could see slightly glowing from behind my hood. "Welcome to Borgin and Burke's," he said, his voice just as oily as his hair. "I am Mr. Borgin. Anything in particular you are looking for?" I turned to look at him momentarily, while keeping on my circular tour of the shop. I was hoping to silently convey to him that my time was of more importance than his, and that I would speak when I was ready and not when he was. I took a look at the withered hand that sat on the cushion as I passed, reading the name, the Hand of Glory, as I passed it. Closer towards the counter and next to the fireplace I passed by a large ornate cabinet, which I gently ran my hand across before making my turn towards the shopkeeper. "Keep close watch on the shopkeeper," I told my serpentine companion, hissing just loud enough to draw the shopkeeper's attention back to the snake. "If he makes any sudden movements, I want you to strike." "Yes, speaker," the snake hissed before turning his full attention on the man behind the counter. "I noticed you were eyeing the Hand of Glory," the oily-haired man spoke up as I got closer to him. "Just insert a candle and it gives light only to the holder. Best friend of thieves and plunderers. Anything I can help you with, mister?" "You may call me V," I hissed to him silkily, as Violet laughed at me for my use of her initial. "That is so cheesy, Harry," she continued laughing, thankfully not breaking my concentration. "I am merely looking for anything you have on mind, magic, occlumency especially, the trace, and ancient runes tomes, only the ones that have yet to be deemed illegal for now however. I told him while softly stroking the head of my companion. Very well, Mr. V, the man named Borgin replied, doing a fairly decent job at hiding his fear at the fact I had a 6-foot snake wrapped around my shoulders and could speak to it. I keep our books in the back, and are available only upon request. I shall be back momentarily, feel free to look around while I gather the requested books. I nodded my head to him as he disappeared once more through the door behind the counter. His description of the Hand of Glory had indeed caught my attention. Having light that only I would be able to see would make sneaking around Hogwarts so much easier. I didn't know if it would be considered illegal to own or not, but I decided to walk back over to it and see if it had a price tag on it. I was careful not to touch the actual hand, or the cushion it sat upon, in case it held any curses or other charms on it to prevent people from touching it. I carefully lifted up the price tag, turning it over, to show the cost of 100 galleons. It was a lot to the average person, but for the purebloods that surely visited this store frequently, along with myself, its uses would far outweigh its cost. I turned around when I heard Borgin come back into the main room. I turned to see him carrying a small stack of only 5 books, and made my way back over to the counter to see what he had. I am afraid that I only have 1 book each dealing with mind magic and the trace. Both are subjects that are hard to find information on. I have more books dealing with ancient runes of course, but these are the only 3 that won't land you in Azkaban if you are caught with them. Most of the others deal with rituals of a darker nature. Borgin said as I started browsing the titles of the 5 books he had brought out. The 3 runes books he had were apparently from a 3-set series. There was the Art of Egyptian Runes, the Art of Norse Runes, and the Art of Sumerian Runes. The book, which I assumed was about the trace, was simply titled, How the Ministry Sees Us. The last book, and the most important at the moment, was titled Mind Over Magic. I will take them, the Hand of Glory as well, I told him as a large greedy smile broke out across his face. I assume there will be no adverse effects from taking the hand from its shelf. None, sir. I will bag these up while you grab it, and I can shrink your purchase for you if you would like. Not knowing if he was just trying to be polite or test my skills, I decided to try and play it off. I am quite capable of shrinking them myself. I hissed at him. However, since you insist, I will allow you the honor. I added the Hand of Glory to the bag he had placed the books in and watched as he cast a shrinking charm on them. I didn't actually know how to shrink items yet, but vowed I would have Alyssa teach me the next time I saw her. That will be 419 galleons. He smiled, exposing his less than hygienic teeth as he did so. I took out 4 small pouches, each contained 100 galleons. Here is 400, I hissed. I am being more than generous. Borgin looked like he wanted to disagree with that statement, but one last glacé at the snake staring him in the eyes was enough to make him hold his tongue. Yes, quite generous indeed. Will there be anything else then? I picked my purchase up from the counter and pocketed. I am certain your discretion will be most exemplary, am I correct? Quite correct indeed, he said, looking almost as if insulted I even had to ask. Then our business is complete for now, I told him, turning for the door. I am sure we will meet again in the future. I quickly set off towards my next destination, the Coffin House. I already had an idea where I was going to store any illegal books I purchased here until I could learn to defend my mind. However, this would have to be my last stop for the night if I did buy anything, as I would be cutting it close getting back to Honeydukes when they opened. They didn't open until 6 in the morning as it was, and getting back to my dorm before my roommates woke for the day would be lucky. Hopefully they would sleep in as it was a Saturday morning. The Coffin House was located much farther down Nocturne Alley, and was in a side alley at that. It took me close to half an hour just to find the damn place. The building was dusty and in the window was a coffin full of dirt, with an animated skeletal arm protruding from it, trying to dig its body out. I walked in the door, which chimed, waking the ancient woman who had been asleep behind the counter. I took a quick look around before heading towards her. There were skeletons and paintings of ghosts hanging from the walls and ceiling. There was a shelf of books dealing with strictly Samhain and the nature of death and the veil that separates the two. It however didn't appear to be anything with actual knowledge inside of it. Tombstones lined the walls and the place had the distinct feel of a graveyard. "Welcome to the coffin house." The ancient woman welcomed me as I approached her. "My name is Moraine. Wah, Chu lookin' fair laddie." The lady was positively ancient. She looked even older than Dumbledore, with wispy, flyaway hair that was long, dirty, and graying. She didn't have any teeth left in her head, and it wouldn't be a hard stretch to imaging her as just another one of the decorations. "I will keep this quick. I am looking for information and I am told you are the one to see. I was really running short on time and needed to finish this stop quick." Wah, Chu here is it?" she asked, staring me down. "Wah, makes ya tink I'm a sell it tear ya if I did. Because if I am wrong, then you are of no use to me. Useless people have no need to still be alive. I wasn't really going to kill her. While I wouldn't hesitate to kill if it would progress me with my goal, killing her wouldn't really change anything if she didn't want to sell to me. I am sure that any books she had wouldn't just be laying about, and without being able to use magic I wouldn't likely find anything. She didn't need to know that though, so I would at least try to scare her into selling. If she tells me she won't sell, I want you to scare her." The snake hissed at her in reply. I wasn't expecting her to start chuckling if I was being honest. "I ain't survived livin' fair 130 years fair nothin' laddie, and I ain't 'fraid o' no dyin' either," she laughed. "But, no worries, if you be havin' the gold, I be havin' Wah, Chu lookin' fair." She disappeared into the back room and didn't come back out for almost 10 minutes. When she did, she was carrying a large, and definitely old, tome in her hands. The leather cover seemed likely to be made of some sort of skin, and a large skeletal spine was in use as the spine of the book. On the front cover I could just make out the title, Veil of the Damned. "I trust you Don. Need remindin', at Chu ain't get, is, air." "How much?" I asked when she finally looked back up to me. "Most valuable dis, air book be lad. Ain't be more in 100 books bout necromancy and the world. I ain't be partin' wid it fair no less in 1,000 galleons." The look in her eyes almost dared me to argue her price. I didn't have time to haggle anyhow. "There is no point in me even reminding you that 1,000 galleons is a lot, is there?" Violet asked. I just gave her a pointed look that said she already knew the answer. "Fine. Just hurry up with it. If we don't get back to Hogwarts before your roommates wake up, we're screwed." I know. I'm trying to hurry V. I will take it," I told Moraine, throwing almost the rest of my gold onto the counter. "I will have to get to the bank soon if you expect me to be able to buy you a Christmas present." I joked, grabbing the book and quickly pocketing it and making my way to the door. "Tread safe, oh you, there. Ain't safe fair one so young," she trailed off, with a knowing glint in her eyes as the door shut behind me. Creepy ass old lady. A small shiver went down my spine as I left her shop. I get the feeling she knows more than she lets on. Violet did have a point. You would have to be skilled to survive to her age when dealing with stuff so dark. At least we won't have to go back there anytime soon. It didn't take long before I had made it back to Diagon Alley. By now it was already well past midnight. I quickly made my way through the archway to the Leaky Cauldron and hurried my way into Muggle London. I was thankful that I had actually paid attention to the directions during the car ride to and from Surrey to the London Zoo, as I hopped onto the creaky old broom I had pilfered from Hogwarts. I figured it would take me less than an hour easy as the crow flies. As the street lamps of Privet Drive came into view, I finally flew down out of the cloud cover I had been flying through for the last 40 minutes. I used to keep the window in my bedroom unlocked just in case I had ever needed to make a quick run for it. I just hoped that the Dursleys continued to ignore my room like the plague. My first week in my new room I had discovered a loose floorboard just on the underside of my bed. I used to hide all of my important stuff, such as my wand, in case Vernon decided to try and burn my stuff. There should be enough space to keep the book I had just bought. I would hopefully be safe there until I could learn to defend my mind from intrusion. Silently I flew down next to my window on the first floor, cringing slightly as it let off a slight squeal as it slid open. As quietly as I could, I flew into the room and silently landed. Almost cat-like, I was on all fours at the edge of my bed and pried loose the floorboard, slipping the book inside, before replacing it. I pulled out the old compass from my robes as I mounted my broom once more. I shut the window once outside and quickly located the direction I needed to travel before setting off as fast as the old broom would take me. I knew that the journey from London to Hogsmeade took about 7 hours by train, and I was 4 minutes south of that. Thankfully the train was much slower than a broom, and I was hoping to make the flight in under 4 hours. Seeing as it was just after 2 in the morning, I sure hoped like hell I could make it in under 4. It was already 15 minutes after 6 when I spotted the turrets of Hogwarts and the town of Hogsmeade approaching in the distance. I was soaked and freezing from flying through the clouds when passing over civilization. Add being behind schedule and it made for a pretty pissed off me. The sun had already started to rise a half hour ago, and the shops in Hogsmeade would all be open for the most part already. I landed in an alley next to Honeyduke's and quickly took off my hood. It would only raise suspicions inside of a candy store, and I still had roughly 20 more minutes before I returned to looking like my 11-year-old self, so I had to hurry. "This is where we must part ways, my friend," I quietly hissed to the snake as I set it down on the ground. "I thank you for your help last night, and I wish you well in the future." "You are welcome, young speaker. If you are ever in need of me for another adventure, well, I dare say you know how to summon me." The snake set off with those parting words in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. "You have to hurry, Harry," Violet spoke up, starting to get nervous. "That age potion isn't going to last much longer and you still have to get into the secret passage before it does." I know, I'm hurrying," I told her hurriedly as I quickly made my way into Honeyduke's shop, keeping my eyes towards the ground as I still had the glamour up on my eyes. The storekeeper was moving in and out of the back storeroom, still preparing for the day ahead even though the store had opened already. I made to aimlessly walking around the store, still keeping close to the cellar door, until the clerk turned and went back through the door behind the counter. As quick and quiet as I could, I sneaked back into the cellar, quickly spotting the corner of the slab under the stairs sticking up from its hole. Not being as quiet as I should have been, I slid the stone slab to the side and jumped down the hole into the secret passage back to Hogwarts, closing the trapdoor completely as once I had. The walkout last night had taken me over 45 minutes, but I ran it back in under 30. I ran as fast as I could back to the dungeons, glad that teachers and prefects rarely patrolled this early in the morning. They needed sleep too after all. I breathed a sigh of relief as I had safely made it back to my common room without being caught. With a smile on my face at my success the last few hours, I opened the door to my dorm room and quietly made my way inside, closing the door behind me. "Harry," I froze. "You weren't in your bed. I was getting worried about you." "Harry," I froze. "Where have you been, man? I was getting worried about you." "Just stay calm, Harry," Violet whispered to me. Why are you whispering? You know he can't hear you, right?" I laughed. "Prat," she glared at me. "One day he will be able to hear me. I need the practice." "I'm just messing with ya, I placated her. "What do you recommend I tell him?" "Tell him you were sick and went to the hospital wing." "I would just tell him something soon though, or he might start calling you Goyle Jr. if you just keep standing there staring at him." "Ouch, now that's a low one. Malfoy was bad enough, but Goyle Jr. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you hated me." I pouted as Violet prodded me, pointing to Wayne, who would soon start to get more worried if I just continued to stare at him. "Sorry, Wayne, I didn't mean to wake you," I told the quietest of my roommates. "My stomach wasn't feeling good, so I went to see Pomfrey. She only just released me." "Oh, maybe a note next time?" Wayne asked politely. "You know, just so we know you're all right and everything." "Of course, I should have thought of that. I'm sorry to have made you worried." Damn puff mentality. Next thing you know they will start complaining that I don't spend enough time with them. "I'm not the only one worried, Harry." Wayne interrupted my thoughts. "The other guys are worried about you too. We hardly ever see you outside of classes and meals." "Really? You have got to be kidding me right now. Perhaps I should look into divination in my 3rd year, because right now I'm starting to feel like Sylvia Brown." I'm surprised they waited for this long before saying something, to be honest. Violet chimed in. Unfortunately, you're right. I would have thought their puff nature would have kicked in weeks ago. It was one of the parts of Hufflepuff I hadn't counted on. I had been so worried about the claws' need for knowing what you're studying, so they can outshine you and do it better, that I had completely overlooked the fact that the puffs would make sure nobody was left out. While that sort of loyalty could be useful later, it was a right pain in the ass right now. Well, time for more lies and half-truths, I suppose. The neighborhood I came from was rather small and there weren't very many children my age. I told him, trying to play up a sad story. I guess it has just taken me a while to get used to being around so many other children my age. I will try to do a bit better in the future. And the Grammy Awards go to. Violet cut in, laughing at the seemingly universal Hufflepuff gullibility. I can only hope for their sake that it is just them being young and not a trait that carries through to the real world with them. I said sadly, it would be rather pathetic to live your life being fooled so easily. I wouldn't get your hopes up, Harry. The world, Muggle and magical alike, is made up of sheep and they have to come from somewhere. She definitely had a point. I'm sure there were a few smart Hufflepuffs, but their loyalty had to be used against them fairly frequently in the real world. Thanks, Harry. I think I'm going to go back to bed for a few hours. Wayne said, climbing back into his four-poster. No problem, Wayne, I told him, wanting to get some sleep myself. I would catch a few hours now and read some of the books I had bought when I awoke. I ended up sleeping until almost noon. Thankfully, the dorm was empty when I woke. I knew the ancient runes tomes I had bought would probably still be too advanced for me to understand, so I decided to tackle the other two. The book on the mind arts was the one I was interested in the most, so I decided to read the book dealing about the trace first so I could devote as much time as I wanted to occlumency. The book had taken me almost 2 hours to read from start to finish. It was a very well spent 2 hours, however. The majority of the book went on to describe the history of the trace and the when and why of how it was enacted, as well as its effects on the community at large. While I couldn't find anything that would negate it, other than becoming of age, there was one passage that I had to reread to make sure I wasn't misinterpreting it. It still brought a smile to my face when I looked back to the passage that would change how my time outside of Hogwarts was spent. No information on how the trace came to be has ever made public eye. However, by determining exactly what the capabilities of the trace are, there have been several loopholes that have been made available to those who know how to find them. To find these loopholes, we must first examine how the trace works, and how the Ministry is able to track magic in general. There is only one other way the Ministry is able to actively track magic that is performed, outside of the trace. The Obliviation Squad has magical detectors that are situated in any area that has medium to high concentration of Muggles. The most famous of these places is of course London. Any time a spell is cast or magic is used in a Muggle habitat, an alert is sent to the Ministry Obliviation Squad to be dispatched to the location, along with oars. This system is also used to help detect underage magic in locations where only one wizard is known to dwell, such as an underage Muggle-born wizard. If magic is performed within a 5-mile radius of an area inhabited by only one wizard, that magic is accredited to said wizard. Said wizard will be able to argue his case in a disciplinarian hearing if he or she so chooses. The second avenue to discovering underage magic is of course the trace itself. Understanding the limitations of the trace will help us understand ways around it. The trace doesn't register magic done by the underage wizard upon which it resides, but merely detects whenever magic is done in the proximity of said wizard. This means that in areas of a high concentration of wizards, it is almost impossible to detect if the underage wizard is the one to perform the magic or not. Areas such as Diagon Alley, Hogwarts, Quidditch events, or in the homes of an all-magic family, an underage wizard will be able to use magic and the Ministry shall be unable to detect if it was said wizard or perhaps a sibling or parent who has cast the spell. It is because of this fact that the Ministry does not monitor the houses of wizarding families for underage magic very closely, but merely dictates that parents police the underage which are wizard themselves. This is an advantage to children who grow up in magical families, giving the child the advantage over Muggle-born children who cannot perform magic outside of school. It is one of the primary driving factors behind the pureblood movement that The book went on to talk a bit about pureblood supremacy and how it was effected by the trace, but I had no interests in reading about it a second time. The information I needed, I had already gotten. Apparently the trace didn't detect underage magic at all. It merely acts as a monitoring system that detects magic cast in the vicinity of anyone that was carrying the trace. According to the book, I would have been able to use magic when I was in Nocturne Alley, and the only questions that would have been asked might have been why the trace was activated in Nocturne Alley during the middle of the night. So long as I was in a magical dwelling, I would be able to use magic without detection. I still wouldn't be able to use it at the Dursleys or anywhere in the Muggle world, but Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, Hogsmeade, and the homes of magical families, these were all fair game as far as the trace and the Ministry were concerned. This will certainly solve quite a few problems in the future. Violet spoke up, also happy about my findings. Yes, and cause me quite a few less headaches. It would definitely save me from having to carry around a 30-pound snake for hours at a time. Merlin knows you get enough of them with me around all the time. She joked. Amen to that, it is a miracle I haven't gone insane yet. I countered her with a laugh. Hey, you're not supposed to agree with me on that, you prat. She scowled and I couldn't help but stick my tongue out at her. That's what you get for calling me Goyle Jr. At least I didn't call you Parkinson or Bulstrode. I laughed, actually feeling sorry that Malfoy was stuck with her. Nobody deserved that kind of torture. That was one of the many flaws in an arranged marriage that the purebloods seem to love. It is hard to tell when your children are babies just who will grow up to be a cow or have a winning personality. Poor Malfoy was stuck with both. Almost every time I had been near her, she was talking down to someone or had her nose so far in the air I am surprised she could see where she was going. You wouldn't. At least Bulstrode has a nice personality, but Parkinson. She will be lucky if Malfoy doesn't get desperate enough to off her before she graduates. I couldn't help but laugh at that one. It wasn't as if Parkinson was the ugliest girl in the world. She was definitely better looking than Bulstrode, if you can use the words better and looking in the same sentence as those two. She had an average-shaped body, but her face had that pinched look to it that made her look like a pug. That may have been tolerable if she also didn't have the personality of Snape, mixed with Aunt Marge. I know what you mean, it is a sad day when I start to feel sorry for Malfoy. I joked, causing her to burst into laughter. Of course, Malfoy didn't act much better than her. He too ran around the school as if he was born better than everybody else around him. I sighed as she began to calm back down. I should probably start on this mind arts book. There is no telling how long it will take to learn occlumency, if it even says how to learn it in here. Just don't burn yourself out, she said in a serious tone. You're not going to have me a body by Christmas, and I don't want you wearing yourself out trying to. All of the stress of doing so would age you faster than you can imagine, and I don't want you having more wrinkles than Dumbledore when I finally get the chance to touch you. Ew, love, must you put another disturbing thought into my head? I asked sarcastically, knowing that she knew, that I knew, that she knew, that I secretly loved it, or however that saying goes. Besides, I can't read with images of Dumbledore's wrinkly old ass swimming through my head. Yeah, not the best of images, I admit, best we try to forget about that one. She said, cringing as I was now imagining and comparing a wrinkly version of my chest to my imagined wrinkly version of Dumbledore's. Deal, I answered, also cringing and wondering how the hell my mind jumped to that last image in the first place. Finally I managed to concentrate on the book in front of me, and more importantly blocking out any more images of Dumbledore. Sadly, if I thought images of a bare-chested Dumbledore were bad, which they most definitely are, then things grew even worse after I had read the book on the mind arts. While the book was very informative on what the different magics that affected the mind were, and the histories behind them, it was severely lacking on the how-tos behind them. It went on to describe the different abilities one could accomplish with mind magic, such as legilimency, occlumency, obliviations, compulsion charms, and even the Imperious Curse. It just didn't say how to actually do any of them. About the only thing that gave me hope was one specific passage that may have given me a lead. Occlumency is a rather difficult and rare art to learn. While there have been books that have been imbued with a personality of sorts, similar to a magical portrait, that can aid the reader through the learning process. Fewer than 5 of these books exist worldwide and are rarely ever seen outside of the private vaults of the super wealthy. The main way of passing on, or learning, the art has traditionally been from person to person. However, even this is limited in the number of teachers available, as there is always the potential for the student to penetrate the mind of the teacher, often seeing snippets of that person's life. As the old families became more and more secretive of their family secrets to their peers around them, the number of people willing to teach the obscure skill have dwindled to merely dozens worldwide. If you are indeed looking to find a teacher of the art, there are a few distinguishable traits among accomplished occlumens to help a prospective student locate a suitable teacher. The most common of these traits is their extreme control over their emotions. Even an amateur occlumens can dull their emotions to some degree, but will not be able to singularly control their emotions, but rather will dull them all at once. While a master occlumens can dull or suppress their emotions individually, an amateur can only dull them as a collective group, often making the person appear cold or emotionless. Sound like someone we know? Violet cut in after I had finished rereading that particular passage. Yeah, who would have thought we would have met a budding occlumens on the very train ride here? I had always just thought Daphne was a bit of a cold person to those that weren't in her immediate circle of friends, or that she just wanted to use that aloofness as a shield in Slytherin House. I just hoped I could convince her to talk her occlumency teacher into accepting another student. Well, I of course knew all along. After all, I am like the smartest person in the world, you know. I just wanted to make you have to earn the knowledge, walk the paths of life and all that. Violet told me haughtily, trying to pretend that she hadn't been just as clueless as I had been. Yeah, next you're going to tell me you know the meaning of life. I replied sarcastically, I mean someone had to bring her down a peg, and I was saddled with the job. PFF'd. What a ridiculous statement. Of course I know the meaning of life. It's 42. I couldn't help but bust out laughing at the irony of it. What's so funny, mister? She demanded while glaring at me. You said 42, and you're hitchhiking, inside my head. I told her, laughing even harder when she glared at me, finally getting the reference. Hari, quit laughing at me, she whined, putting on that sad puppy look. Cheater, when I get you a body, I'm going to make sure it can't make that face. I lied. She looked way too cute to do that. Until I realized she knew I was thinking exactly that. Crap. Ha, I knew you couldn't do it. I'm so gonna have you wrapped around my little pinky, she teased. Yeah, well, don't think I'm not keeping count on how many spankings you're gonna get when you do get a body. I told her, trying to sound stern, while most likely failing at it. I'll be good, I promise, Mr. Sir, she said cheekily. Yep, I failed at it. Yeah, cheeky brat. I grumbled. Let's just go find Daphne and see if we can't get some answers. It was after breakfast the next morning when I finally had a chance to talk to Daphne. I made sure to arrive early so I wouldn't miss her. When she and Tracy had finished eating and made to leave the hall, I excused myself from my housemates to follow them. They had made it to the stairs that led down to the dungeons when I caught up to them. Daphne, Tracy, I announced myself. How are you two lovely ladies doing this morning? Daphne just raised an eyebrow at my greeting, while Tracy had a huge smile on her face. It was Daphne who answered first. You trying to soften us up for something, Potter? What is it you need? You wound me, Daphne, I said, holding my heart, causing Tracy to laugh even harder at me. What makes you think I want anything? Perhaps I just wanted to talk to my two favorite snakes. So what do you want to talk about, Harry? Tracy cut in. Actually I do need something. I told them sheepishly. I was hoping I could talk to Daphne about something in private. Smooth, Harry, smooth. Violet's laughter echoed Tracy's. Hush you can play. Make fun of Harry, later. Daphne eyed me for a few moments before giving a slight nod of her head. You better not be up to any funny business, Potter, or I will have to hurt you. No funny business, I laughed. Let's find an empty room and Tracy can keep a lookout for us. Daphne nodded her consent while I led the two girls down an isolated hallway in the dungeons that I had used from time to time for some alone time and uninterrupted study. I ushered Daphne inside one of the rooms before turning to Tracy. Sorry Trace. Only one pretty girl allowed in at a time. Tracy put on a fake pout, causing me to chuckle. Fine. Guess I will just wait out here. I'll make it up to you. Just keep an eye out for anyone and knock on the door if you see anyone coming. I asked her. Yeah, just hurry it up, it's creepy down here alone, she demanded. I nodded my head and entered the room, closing the door behind me. So what is it you want that would require you to drag me all the way down here? You better not be trying to ask me out, Potter. I couldn't help but chuckle at her. She was rather easy on the eyes, so it wasn't a hard stretch to imagine she had to deal with boys eyeing her. It would only get worse for her as she got older. I'm only 11, Daph. Perhaps in a couple years I'll ask you out. She was good at hiding her emotion, but not yet perfect at it. I could still make out the slightest of blushes grace her cheeks. No, I asked you here to see if I could get you to convince your occlumency teacher to accept another student. I had to admit, she did much better at hiding her surprise at my question. And what makes you think that I even know occlumency, Potter? I grinned at her. Well, the fact you didn't have to ask what it was for starters. Secondly, while most people seem to think of you as the cold, heartless, ice princess of Slytherin, you still haven't mastered the art and your emotions are still there for those who are looking hard enough for them. Very Slytherin of you, Potter. Add that to actually knowing what occlumency is and wanting to learn it. How is it you are a Hufflepuff? She asked, eyeing me as if I was a new toy or puzzle that needed solving. Smart girl that one. Violet jumped in. No kidding. I was just glad we were on friendly terms and she hopefully didn't have any reason to share her thoughts with others. Well, the hat did say I would have been great in Slytherin. But I do know how to work hard for the things I want, and for those who have earned it. I am very loyal. While there may not be anyone other than Violet who had earned it, there was no way I would be anything but absolutely loyal to her. It may not be a widespread trait of mine, but there was some Hufflepuff in me. So will you help me? I am willing to pay whatever is required, and a vow to keep each other's secrets as required, to protect both parties, of course. I will send the letter out tonight asking them, she answered after a moment. On one condition. You get to carry my school bag from lunch to potions for the rest of term. She actually cracked a small smile at that. I couldn't help but smile along with her. Okay, but you get to be my new partner in there. There is no way Snape will take points from one of his snakes. I told her with a crooked grin when she glared at me. So you will let me know when you get an answer. Yes, Potter. She said, still glaring at me. Now if you don't mind, I have some studying to do. Of course. By the way, if your tutor accepts, inform them I will be available on weekends at their earliest convenience. I told her, giving her a chaste key on the cheek, grinning from ear to ear when she glared at me even harder. Have a pleasant day, Daph. You better watch yourself, Potter. She called after me as I made my exit from the room. Bye, Trace. I told her as I passed her, deciding to give her a quick key on the cheek too for the hell of it. I was in a very happy mood, before turning to stick my tongue out at Daphne. She of course sent me running with a few stinging hexes that I just barely managed to dodge. Only 11 and you are already have the girls trying to curse you. Whatever will I do with you? Violet teased. Hey, I have to hone my skills somehow if I plan on wooing you someday. I said, causing Violet to blush. You need to have skills first before you can hone them. She laughed, recovering from her blush nicely. You wound me, V. Whatever did I do to deserve such a thing? I pouted. Don't be such a baby. She said, poking her tongue out at me. Besides, just because I could use some room to move around, doesn't mean I want your head getting any bigger. During my next potions class, I did indeed carry Daphne's bag to class for her. I received a bunch of glares and curious looks from the Slytherins for joining them on their side of the room. Of course, none of these glares held the intent to kill quite like the one I got from Snape. Potter, what are you doing on this side of the room? 5 points from Hufflepuff. As usual, I did my best to not laugh at the grown man-child. I had long since stopped caring about his attitude against me. It wasn't as if I really cared about the house cup, and my housemates were too forgiving to really hold it against me. I lost a bet with Miss Greengrass, sir. I get the honor of carrying her bag to and from class until term ends, sir. I added, trying to sound as if I was upset by the situation. 5 more points from Hufflepuff for gambling Potter. Snape's face was starting to interest me as the particular shade of red started to creep closer to the one that Vernon had perfected over the years. If you so much as disturb my class by so much as even a cough, I will have you in detention until you graduate, understand me, Potter? I could tell it was killing Snape right about now that by rule he couldn't force me to move unless he assigned the entire class their own seat as well, unless I was foolish enough to act out in his class. Thankfully I was smarter than that. I had already heard the rumors of how Ron Weasley didn't seem to catch on to that lesson, and Snape seemed to take every opportunity to punish him for it. Then again, the Griffs did tend to house the majority of the hotheads. After the lesson, in which Daphne and I managed to brew an excellent shrinking solution, Daphne passed me a letter once we had made it out into the hallway. Father sent this to me just this morning with your reply, Potter. He will be available the first weekend after the new year. The instructions on how to get to the family manor are in the letter. Make sure you burn it after you memorize it. Thanks, Daph, you're the best. I said genuinely. Hey, what about me? Tracy whined. I replied, pretending I was thinking it over. If you can get Daph to start calling me Harry instead of Potter, I might be able to bump you up a spot or two on the list. Or two? She asked wide-eyed. Just how far down the list am I? You're 20th on the list, just after Crabbe and Goyle. I teased. Fine, see if I talk to you anymore. She huffed, folding her arms across her chest while glaring at me. Fine, get her to call me Harry and I will move you to second place, deal? Deal, she smiled, dropping the fake mad act. Well ladies, I do believe we do not share the next period together, so I must be off. I told the 2 girls who were starting to become my first real friends, I guess, since Violet. I turned to Tracy just before I split off from the 2 girls. Oh, and Trace, you were already number 2 on the list anyhow, thanks for taking the deal anyways though. I didn't stick around to hear her reply. Now that I had to wait for the new year to start the next phase of my plan, I suddenly had much more free time on my hands. I still spent hours and hours each week studying my charms, potions, and ancient runes, on top of the normal classwork of course, but even the school work seemed to come naturally to me. Then again, learning had always been really easy to me. My only competition was the Granger girl from Gryffindor. She had the edge on theory as she dedicated her whole life to the library it seemed, but I was far and away better than her at the practical side of things. Even the old battle axe, McGonagall, seemed to like me. Since I had so much free time on my hands until I started occlumency, I spent a bit more time each week hanging out with my fellow Hufflepuff first years, and of course Tracy and Daphne. Justin and Ernie had formed their own little group in our dorm that mostly included Zacharias, which left Wayne on the outside looking in occasionally, so I usually spent more time with him than I did the other 2. Wayne was an alright guy. He was a half-blood like me. He had a Muggle mother and a Muggle-born father. Before I knew it, the Christmas holidays had already arrived. Thankfully I was going to have the dorm all to myself. While I didn't hate my dorm mates, I was still growing tired of spending so much time with them. I just wasn't used to being around people. Growing up it had always just been me and Violet, and I wasn't sure I would ever want to keep a circle of more than a couple of friends. I had mail-ordered presents for the first years in Hufflepuff, along with Tracy and Daphne. It wasn't that I really expected anything from them in return, I just didn't want to stick out for not doing so, or even feeling like a jerk if some of them did actually get me something. About the best thing I had ever received from the Dursleys for Christmas had been a bent-up old coat hanger. It was certainly better than the used tissue they gave me the year before. For the most part, the gifts themselves were pretty standard for what a first year would buy his friends. The only ones I actually took extra time selecting gifts for were Daphne and Tracy. For them I had ordered advanced books, at least what was supposed to be advanced for first years, in their favorite subjects, potions for Daphne, and charms for Tracy, along with gift cards to Gladrags as I figured they were girls, and girls love clothes, at least I hope they did. Violet had never worn any, so she hadn't been the best for advice on it. When finally Christmas morning came around, I ended up ignoring the small pile of presents at the foot of my bed in favor of spending some alone time with Violet. It had basically become a tradition between the two of us. Every Christmas, after cooking the breakfast of course, Vernon would lock me in my cupboard while Dudley got to spend a couple hours enjoying Christmas. Violet and I would just lay in the dark and talk, telling each other how much the other meant to us. "Happy Christmas, Harry," Violet almost shouted. She was much too cheery in my opinion. Of course I liked sleep much more than she did. "Happy Christmas to you too, V," I told her sleepily. "How can you be so alive this early in the morning?" "It's easy, Harry, I'm not alive." "Ha," she joked. Yeah, you ain't funny." I mumbled. "Just for tryin' to be funny, we aren't going to listen to any carols today." "But Harry, it's Christmas, you wouldn't really make me miss them, would you?" She pouted. Pretty please." "Hey, you cut that out," I told her, trying to be stern. Me yawning at the end of it probably ruined it though. "Let me get 15 more minutes of sleep and you can listen to all the carols you want, V." "Woo-hoo, you're the best. Wub you Howie," she cheered, finishing with a baby voice. Yeah, love you too, V. Now, how about them 15 minutes for Merlin's sake?" I chuckled, not really irritated with her, just missing out on some extra sleep. "Fine, but make it a quick 15, I wanna see what you got for Christmas," she said impatiently. "Looks like those 15 minutes are up, I guess," I mumbled, knowing that with her mind on presents she wasn't going to let me finish the other 14 minutes, 55 seconds of my quiet time I had been counting. I decided to open the gifts from my housemates first, revealing a large collection of sweets that I was doubtful to ever finish. From Tracy, I received a book on charms that was slightly more advanced than what I could do now. It would come in handy in a few months. I couldn't help but smile when it turned out that Daphne had given me the exact same potions book that I had gifted her. She and Tracy knew of my passion for potions and charms, but neither yet knew of my desire for runes. There wasn't really any good reason to tell them I was studying for a class one wouldn't take for another year and a half. I didn't even bother to open the present from Vernon and Petunia, knowing them it was probably something useless to me, like a 50-pence piece or something. It was the last present that was sitting at the foot of my bed that gave me the biggest shock and also, most welcome surprise. When I picked it up it was very light. I unwrapped it, causing something fluid and silvery gray to go slithering to the floor, where it lay in gleaming folds. I carefully picked up the silver cloth from the floor. It was strange to the touch, like water woven into the material. "I wonder what it is?" Violet asked curiously. "A cloak of some sort, I guess," I told her, turning to pick up the wrapping the cloak had come from. "No name," I mumbled. "Harry, a note fell out of it," Violet whispered excitedly. Again with the whispering, I chuckled, causing her to glare at me as I picked up the note. Written in narrow, loopy writing I had never seen before were the words, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." No signature, I told Violet redundantly, her having already read it as well. It felt strange. Who had sent the cloak? Had it really belonged to my father? Question after question was flowing through my mind. "Well, you may as well try it on, Harry. It is a connection to your father after all," Violet told me sadly, knowing that this was the first thing I had ever held that had belonged to my parents. I threw on the cloak and looked down at my feet, except they were gone. I quickly dashed to the mirror. Sure enough, my reflection looked back at me. Well, at least my head did. It was suspended in midair, my body completely invisible. Grinning from ear to ear, I pulled the cloak over my head and my reflection vanished completely. "Imagine the fun we can have with this, Harry," Violet said excitedly, grinning madly as if she had just been crowned queen of the universe. "This should make getting around the castle much easier, the restricted section in the library too now that I think of it," I told her, also grinning wildly. "I say we go tonight, soon as lights go out," Violet declared. It sounded like a good plan to me. When night finally fell, I made my way up to my dorm and pulled the cloak and Hand of Glory out from my trunk. I let the material flow over my hands, smoother than silk, light as air, before I slipped the hand of glory in my pocket. The note did say, "Use it well, after all." I told Violet, my mood happy once more. Perhaps I could find some clue that will help me with my task tucked away in the restricted section. I think we can surpass any expectations they may have had. Violet grinned. I slipped out of my room and wrapped the cloak around myself. Looking down at my legs, I saw only moonlight and shadows. It was a very funny feeling. The whole of Hogwarts was open to me with this cloak. I could go anywhere in this, and nobody would even know. I crept down the stairs, across the common room, and made my way through the labyrinth of the dungeons, headed for the 4th floor. The library was pitch black and a bit eerie. I lit the hand to see my way along the rows of books. I snickered slightly at the eerie-looking light source, which looked as if it was a shriveled hand holding a candle floating along in midair, and even though I could feel my arm supporting it, the sight was still amusing. The restricted section was right at the back of the library. Stepping carefully over the rope that separated these books from the rest of the library, I held up my lamp to read the titles. They didn't tell me much. Their peeling, faded gold letters spelled words in languages I couldn't understand. Some had no title at all. One book had a dark stain on it that looked horribly like blood. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I couldn't decide if I was imaging it or not, but it almost sounded as if a faint whispering was coming from the books, as though they knew someone was there who shouldn't be. I knew I had to start somewhere, so I set the hand of glory down carefully on the floor. I looked along the bottom shelf for an interesting-looking book. A large black and silver volume caught my eye. I pulled it out with difficulty. It was rather heavy, and balanced it on my knee, letting it fall open. Turns out that was a big F********* mistake. A piercing, blood-curdling shriek split the silence around me. The book was screaming. I always knew the wizarding world was weird, but screaming books. I quickly snapped the book shut, the shriek carrying on and on in one high, unbroken, ear-splitting note. I stumbled backwards and accidentally knocked over my light. Of course it promptly went out. It was back to darkness once more in the creepy-ass library. Trying not to panic. Well, not too much anyhow. As I heard footsteps coming down the corridor outside, I stuffed the shrieking book back onto the shelf, picked up and pocketed the hand of glory, and ran for it. I passed Filch in the doorway. Filch's pale, wild eyes looked straight through me, and I slipped under his outstretched arm and streaked off up the corridor, the damn books ringing still filling my ears. I came to a sudden halt in front of a tall suit of armor. I had been so busy getting away from the library, I hadn't paid much attention to where I was actually going. Perhaps because it was dark, or just because fate hates me so much, I didn't recognize where I was at all. There was a suit of armor near the kitchens, I knew, but I had to be at least 4 floors above there now. You asked me to come directly to you, Professor, if anyone was wandering around at night, and somebody's been in the library. Restricted section. I could feel the blood drain out of both my and Violet's faces, and hell, she didn't even have blood, or a face. Wherever I was, Filch must have known a shortcut, because his soft, greasy voice was getting nearer, and to my utter horror, it was Snape who replied. I was really starting to wonder what I did to piss fate off so much. The restricted section. Well, they can't be far, we'll catch them. I stood rooted to the spot as Filch and Snape came around the corner ahead. I knew they couldn't see me, of course, but it was a narrow corridor and if they came much closer, they'd walk right into me. The cloak didn't stop me from being solid after all. I backed away as quietly as I could, half expecting fate to give me a flatulence attack at any moment. A door stood ajar to my left. It was my only hope. I beeped in my breath, trying to hold it, and tried to squeeze through the door. To my relief, I managed to get inside the room without their noticing anything. They walked straight past, and leaned against the wall, breathing deeply, listening to their footsteps dying away. That was close, Violet whispered. I didn't even bother to call her out on whispering this time, it had been close. Too close, I told her, still trying to calm my breath. It was a few seconds before I noticed anything about the room I had hidden in. It looked like an unused classroom. The dark shapes of desks and chairs were piled against the walls, and there was an upturned wastepaper basket, but propped against the wall facing me was something that didn't look as if it belonged there, something that looked as if someone had just put it there to keep it out of the way. Beautiful, Violet said in awe at a magnificent mirror. It was as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame, standing on two clawed feet. There was an inscription carved around the top. Arised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. Women and mirrors, I'll never understand it. I mumbled to myself, doing my best to not cower under Violet's glare at my comment. My panic fading now that there was no sound of Filch and Snape, I moved nearer to the mirror, wanting to look at myself but see no reflection again. I stepped in front of it, then immediately had to slap my hand over my mouth to keep from yelling out. I whirled around. My heart was pounding far more furiously than when the book had screamed, for I had not seen only myself in the mirror, but Violet as well standing next to me, well at least the mental image I had always had of what I thought she would look like, my arms wrapped around her shoulders from behind. But the room was empty. Breathing very fast, I turned slowly back to the mirror. There I was, still reflected in it, white and wide-eyed, and there, reflected beside me, was Violet. She was smiling brightly and had turned, both arms wrapped around the side of my torso, keeping herself pressed tightly against me. She was very pretty, as only she had the right to be. Her skin was the same pale shade as mine, and she had long midnight black hair that hung down to the middle of her back. Where the light touched it, it turned to a dark violet color. Her eyes were a bright amethyst, shining as brightly as my emerald greens ones would. She was wearing what looked to be lavender-colored lipstick, and looked every bit the beautiful human reincarnation of her name. I edged a bit closer to the glass, trying to get a better look. I was so entranced that I was surprised when my attention was pulled away from the image in the mirror. That was until I noticed that Violet was crying, smiling, but crying at the same time. We usually tried to ignore each other's thoughts, to give some semblance of privacy to each other, but curiosity got the better of me. Her image was almost the exact same as mine, just aged a decade or so. What really caught my attention were the wedding bands on our fingers and the slight bulge to her belly. We were both looking at each other with expressions that could only be love. For the first time in years, I couldn't help the tear that trickled down my face at the sight. While I had been so focused on the here and now, and worrying about getting Violet a body, she had been dreaming of the future, one where we were in love and would happily live our lives together raising a family. I was so touched I couldn't even bring myself to make the joke about girls and sappy romantic endings, perhaps tomorrow. I love you, V. Always will too, I hope you know that. I told her softly, as serious as I had been with her, well, that I could ever remember me being. I love you more than my own life, and I will always do whatever I can to make sure you are happy and become the greatest you can be, she said, still sniffling and trying to get her eyes to stop flowing her metaphorical tears of joy. How long we stood there, I didn't know. The reflections did not fade and I looked until a distant noise brought me back to my senses. I knew I couldn't stay here any longer, I had to get back to my dorm before my absence was noticed. I tore my eyes away from Violet's face, whispering a quiet, "I'll come back," more to the Violet in the mirror than the one in my head, and hurried from the room. I couldn't eat the next morning. I had seen Violet and I would be seeing her again tonight. I was on hold with my plans for the most part until I started learning occlumency, so I had over a week with nothing else to do. I just hoped I would once again be able to find the mirror. Later that night, I tried retracing my steps from when I left the library to where I thought the room was. For nearly an hour I wandered around the dark passageways, getting more irritable as time went on. "Harry, I can tell you are freezing," Violet said as I hit another dead-end corridor. "Let's just forget it tonight and go back." "No, I just know it is here somewhere," I hissed, with anger in my voice that I didn't mean to direct at Violet, causing her to withdraw back a bit. "I'm sorry V, I didn't mean to yell at you. I am just frustrated with myself that I can't find it." "It's okay Harry," she replied quietly. I could tell that it bothered her a tiny bit more than she let on. "Hey, listen to me," I told her softly as I came to a halt. "Don't you think for one second that I was yelling at you, okay? I'm just upset with myself that I didn't pay better attention to where I was going last night, and I'm sorry that I took it out on you. Will you forgive me?" I could tell that her mood was starting to return to normal, and I let my emotions fill with the same feeling of love that I had when I looked at her in the mirror last night, and let them swirl around Violet. "Of course I forgive you, Harry." She smiled, still basking in my love for her. It was one of the things I would definitely miss when she got her own body, being able to share our emotions with each other so completely and freely. I once again started my search for the mirror. I passed the ghost of a tall witch, who was gliding in the opposite direction, but saw nobody else. Just as I started to really notice how cold it actually was in the dark corridors, I spotted the suit of armor from last night. "It's here." "Yes." I pushed open the door, dropped the cloak from around my shoulders and practically ran to the mirror. There she was. Violet and I were once again embraced in a tight hold of each other, smiling as if nothing else in the world mattered. For hours we sat in front of the mirror, until we noticed the light start to creep through the windows. I tore my eyes away from the mirror and quickly threw the cloak back over myself, quickly making my way back to my dorm to catch a few hours of sleep. That third night I found my way much quicker than before. I was walking so fast I knew I was making more noise than was wise, but thankfully I didn't meet anyone on my way. There she was once again, smiling and waving at me happily. I sank down to sit on the floor in front of the mirror, content to spend the rest of the night there. "Do you think this mirror shows the future, V?" I asked her a few minutes later, still half entranced with the image in the mirror. "I don't know," Violet replied. "I hope it does. There is nothing that I would desire more." "Desire?" I mumbled inside of my head to Violet, the word bringing with it a sense of déjà vu to me. I took a couple of glances around the mirror, trying to figure out why that word stuck in my head. It was when I read the name inscribed on top of it that I finally figured it out. "I show not your face but your heart's desire," I read out loud. "So it doesn't show the future then?" Violet asked sadly, upset that her dream hadn't yet been confirmed as destined to succeed. My reply was cut short by a voice from behind me. "So, back again, Harry." I felt as though my insides had turned to ice. I slowly looked behind me. Sitting on one of the desks by the wall was none other than Albus Dumbledore. I must have walked straight past him, so desperate to get to the mirror, that I hadn't noticed him. I didn't see you, sir." "Strange, how nearsighted being invisible can make you," Dumbledore said. I was slightly relieved to see he was at least smiling. "So," said Dumbledore, slipping off the desk to sit on the floor beside me. "You, like hundreds before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Erised." "I didn't know it was called that, sir," I answered honestly, still hoping I wasn't going to be expelled for being caught out of bounds. "But I expect by now you've realized what it does." "Well, it shows me the one thing I want above all else." I stumbled the words out of my mouth, not wanting to tell him the entire truth of what I really saw, but unable to think of a believable lie. "Correct, Harry," the headmaster beamed. "It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. You, who have never known your family, see them standing around you. However, this mirror will give us neither truth nor knowledge. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. So, does that mean that what someone sees in the mirror can never become true?" I asked, not bothering to correct his assumption on what I actually saw in the mirror. "Everybody has different desires, my boy. Some completely possible, others, not so much. You must remember, it does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, remember that." "Of course, sir," I answered. "The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry. I must ask you not to go looking for it again. If you ever do run across it again, you will now be prepared. Now, why don't you put on that admirable cloak and head off to bed?" Nodding my head, I stood up. "Sir, Professor Dumbledore, can I ask you something?" "Obviously, you've just done so." Dumbledore smiled. "You may ask me one more thing, however. What do you see when you look into the mirror?" I asked, not even realizing how personal of a question it was. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks." I stared at him. "Wool socks? Really? Perhaps there is some truth to him being barmy after all. Violet giggled. Yeah, no kidding. I mentally chuckled. I highly doubt that is what he really sees though. One can never have enough socks, said Dumbledore, breaking from my mental conversation. Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't get a single pair. People keep insisting on giving me books. Now, off to bed with you. I trust you have things you need to do tomorrow. I nodded my head, quickly throwing the invisibility cloak back over my body, and made my way hastily to my dorm. Too bad we won't be able to look at the mirror anymore, Violet said longingly. Yeah, and Dumbledore will probably keep an eye out for it, to make sure we don't find it again. There is only a handful of places that he could keep it that wouldn't leave it to chance that another student might run across it, Violet said, thinking hard for a moment. Who knows, he may even move it to the third-floor corridor. That might be a good bet, I told her, thinking that her idea probably had a lot of merit. Don't worry, V, we will lay low for now, but before the end of the year, we will go find it and take it with us. I get a feeling that the mirror will be beneficial to our plan someday down the line. Agreed, Violet said as I slipped into my pajamas and climbed into bed. We will just wait for him to take his eyes away from the third floor and the mirror will be ours. We both laughed and smiled as plots and schemes of the future ran through our head before we drifted off into a peaceful sleep. The week remaining before it was time for me to start my occlumency training was spent studying as hard as I could. It was nice to not have to worry about anybody trying to keep track of my time off studying by myself. Like most of my magic-based classes, potions and charms came really easy to me. I was able to cast each spell from my charms book within the first few tries and my potions brewing was really coming along nicely. The only thing keeping me from easy brewing in class had been Snape breathing down my neck. Potions was very similar to cooking, and the Dursleys made sure I excelled at that by the time I was 6. It was basically just paying attention to the recipe and repeating the steps listed to perfection. I had also spent some time learning new defense against the dark arts spells. To date, I had become proficient with the disarming spell, the stunning spell, the body bind, and the spell to wrap someone in ropes. Of course there were quite a few spells from charms that could be used in a duel as well, such as the levitation charm and the fire creating charm. It was slightly slower going without Alyssa there to guide me, but I was still able to figure it out on my own fairly quickly. Finally, the first Saturday of the new year had arrived, and I was both excited and quite nervous about my upcoming meeting with Daphne's father. I wasn't so much worried about him attacking me, as even though the Greengrass family had all been in Slytherin for a while, the word around the castle was that they were never associated with Voldemort. They were reportedly a neutral family during the war. It was the fact that, even under a vow, the man would know by far more of my secrets than any other person not named Violet. According to the book I had read, it was almost impossible for someone to truly teach occlumency without using legilimency on them. The best way to learn to defend against legilimency is to actually have to defend against it. As soon as curfew was over on the morning of the 4th of January, I dressed in a pair of my nicest robes, and I quickly slipped on my invisibility cloak and made my way from the dorm to the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor. I had decided to try and fly the tunnel that lead to Honeydukes as I didn't quite feel like being sweaty and dirty from the almost hour-long walk it would take me normally. The twins weren't lying. The path was a dangerous one when on broom, but future trips would make it easier as became more familiar with the path. It wasn't 10 minutes later that I was sneaking out of the trapdoor in the cellar of Honeydukes. Making sure my cloak was covering me completely, I silently made my way up the stairs and, once the coast was clear, slipped into the open shop. I knew I wouldn't be able to flow out of here without permission while the store was open, so that was out. I had to wait until a customer opened the door to enter the shop, before I could slip out behind him. I stepped into an alley and quickly stowed my invisibility cloak in my robes and pulled up the hood on my traveling cloak. I set a fast pace for the 3 broomsticks to use the public flow. I quickly entered the building and headed straight to the fireplace. The pub's flow was available to the public if they had their own powder. I quickly pulled mine out and tossed in a pinch before stepping into the emerald green flames and quietly called out my destination, the name of which I had received in the letter from Daphne all those weeks ago. Greengrass Manor. I was swept away in a rush of green flames, and moments later I found myself flat on my back in a richly decorated foyer. Very graceful, Harry, Violet giggled. I quickly stood up and began to dust myself off. The room around me was spacious and was decorated in art. It was a large room, but the bright colors gave it a friendly feeling. As my gaze turned toward a door that led farther into the manor, I spotted a middle-aged man smirking at my less than graceful entrance. He had dark brown hair that was just barely starting to show gray. His eyes were the same ice blue as his daughter's, but they had a hint of mischief in them as he stared at me. He was well built but of average height. I would suggest stepping out with your dominant foot first next time, the man said, taking a few steps towards me. Welcome to my home, Mr. Potter. My name is Cyrus Greengrass. As I am sure you know, I am Daphne's father, he said warmly, reaching out to shake my hand. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Greengrass. I must say you have a very nice home, I told him, shaking his hand in return. Please, call me Cyrus. If we are to be working together for at least the next half year or more, I don't see the need for such formalities. I apologize that my wife and youngest, Astoria, are unable to be here. My wife uses weekends to teach her the basic skills she will need at Hogwarts, reading, writing, that sort of stuff. Cyrus said, gesturing me to follow him from the entrance hall. Thank you, sir. You can of course call me Harry. I am only 11. I smiled to him. It is understandable, and education is rather important. I have asked Daphne quite a bit about you, as I am not one to lightly accept a student. Occlumency is quite personal and takes serious dedication that, while not impossible, is most difficult to find in someone your age. What I hear from her, however, is you are far smarter than someone merely of 11 years of age, Harry. Top of your class, if I am not mistaken, he asked, leading me into a small sitting room. The room, like the rest of the house I had seen so far, was decorated with bright colors and fine art. This room, being smaller than the foyer, had a much more personal and friendly feel to it. I must remember to thank Daphne for her kind words. If I remember correctly, she isn't very far behind me as far as brains goes. You have a very intelligent daughter, Cyrus. Daphne was in fact only 2 spots behind me as far as grades went, just behind the Granger girl from Gryffindor. However, I would be willing to bet that her knowledge was less book knowledge than Granger's but more practical to the real world. Yes, thankfully she is rather smart, takes after her mother of course, he smirked. Of course, occlumency can be a large help. While it is not the end-all to learning that gives one an entire library's worth of knowledge, it does help to have a clear mind. Which is what brings us to where we are now, is it not? Yes, sir. Well, we might as well get the business side of this out of the way. No point in letting it get in the way of learning, Cyrus said, reaching into his robe pocket and pulling out a roll of parchment. Are you familiar with magical contracts, Harry? Cyrus asked curiously as he rolled the parchment out on the table in front of us, placing a sharp, black quill down beside it. I have read a bit about them, I answered him, but I have yet to see one in person. This is of course contract parchment, with all of the details to our agreement already written out. The only thing it needs is for you to read it over carefully and, if you agree to the terms, sign it. Cyrus told me, getting serious for a second. Now, as I am sure you have read, most contracts are signed in blood, and this blood quill will sting a bit when you sign with it. We will worry about that once you have read it over, however. I nodded my head as I picked up the contract and began to carefully read over it. Thankfully, the contract had been written in fairly easy to understand terms, and it was pretty straightforward. I would be paying 100 galleons per lesson. Lessons would be once a week during the school year, and twice per week during the summer. I made sure to carefully read over the part that went on about the unbreakable vow that both parties must use to secure that any knowledge the other party gains during these lessons is kept quiet and not used against its owner. I would have to leave a magical imprint of my vault key on the parchment once signed so that when it was delivered to Gringotts, my payments could be extracted. A payment of 100 galleons would be removed from my vault and deposited into the Greengrass vault once per week during the school year and twice per week during summer. Once summer ended, payments would stop and any further lessons that were taken would have to be paid in person. This was done as there was no way of telling how many future lessons would be needed. I read over the contract 3 times, just to be on the safe side, before I picked up the blood quill and quickly signed my name to it. Just as Cyrus had warned me, I could feel a sharp, stabbing pain in the back of my hand that, thankfully, quickly faded. I quickly breathed a sigh of relief once we had both taken the magical vow that would keep either party from passing on any knowledge they gained during the lessons from each other, and from using that knowledge themselves as blackmail. Finally, once we move past this step, I can finally start making some serious headway towards finding you a body. I told Violet excitedly. Thank you so much, Harry. Violet squealed, for once too happy to even tell me how she was costing me too much time or money. 'Bout damn time she gave that argument up. Now if I could just get her to stop whispering. You're welcome, V. You know I would do anything for you, I told her, causing her to blow me a key before I was interrupted from my thoughts by Cyrus, who had switched to his teacher face apparently. Now, I am not sure what all you have read about occlumency already, but I am going to start from the top to make sure you haven't missed anything. Cyrus began, as I noticed how easily he seemed to take command in a teaching role. First thing you need to understand is what occlumency can and cannot do. Occlumency is not some miracle magic that will allow you to enter some magical palace inside of your own mind, where you can read through dozens of books an hour, memorizing each word flawlessly. There will be no magical castles or libraries that you can just throw up invisible wards around or have dragons flying around your head to protect your knowledge. That is all, quite frankly, well, a load of shit, to be honest. I couldn't help the chuckle that escaped at his frankness on the subject, but was quick to stop when he continued. The ultimate goal of occlumency is to be able to detect and either destroy or direct a legilimency attack, thus keeping your mind safe. While this may sound easy, don't let it fool you. First, starting out, you will find it almost impossible to even detect a legilimency attack, and it will likely take weeks to be able to do so. In order to do this, you will need to start by learning to clear your mind. Your problem will be that once you learn this first step, you will not be able to control it. In trying to clear your conscious mind of your thoughts and emotions, you will also clear your senses from them too. The first month or so, you will likely be spending your time practicing occlumency with the inability to see, hear, or even smell anything going on around you. This is also why you should make sure you are practicing each night in a secure location, preferable in your bed at night before you go to bed. I had been taking notes of what Cyrus was telling me, and he paused to make sure I was caught up before continuing. You will eventually learn to separate your senses from your thoughts and emotions, making it possible to still interact with the world around you while you have your mind cleared. Once you have had even more practice and are able to grasp it, eventually you will be able to separate your thoughts and memories from your emotions, and eventually even separate individual thoughts and memories from each other, followed by separating individual emotions from one another. Your emotions will be one of the last things about occlumency that you master. With magic, there are ways to strip you of your thoughts and memories and even take away your senses, but emotions are much harder to manipulate, and thus are harder to master with occlumency. I looked up from my notes. Is this where Daphne is at? I have noticed that she still has her emotions shut down for the most part when in public. You are correct, Harry. I had only been teaching her for about 6 months before she started school, and she had progressed well enough to protect her thoughts from a legilimens, but she still had a bit to go before she will be able to manipulate her emotions freely. You will need to keep your mind cleared at all times once you have mastered occlumency, as there is always a chance for your mind to be attacked. As a result, all of your emotions will be dulled until you can master separating them from not only your thoughts, but from one another as well. I would think that by now she should have learned to control her emotions and is merely continuing the public act of Ice Queen. After all, the labels placed upon us by others can often be used in our favor. Well, she is in the house of the cunning for a reason. She does seem to open up a bit more when there are not others around compared to when I first met her. While her Ice Queen act may have started out as not an act at all, and just a side effect of learning occlumency, she was indeed smart enough to play the stereotype that the student body had so foolishly given her. Slytherin is supposed to be about ambition and cunning after all. Not about blood purity as it is seen now. Anyhow, back to our lesson. Starting out, you will push out all thoughts and emotions from your conscious mind. Eventually you will be able to push out either your thoughts or your emotions. Then as you progress, you will be able to clear out individual memories, thoughts, or emotions. While you can practice this on your own, once you have the basics, you will still need to know how to detect and defend yourself against a legilimency attack, which you cannot do if you have not experienced them. You will of course need to practice on your own time as well if you expect to learn this within the next year, but while here I will be subjecting you to legilimency attacks, we will start small of course, so that you can train your mind in detecting and either eliminating them, or eventually leading them to where you want them to go. It is when you can take a probe and direct it to a specific memory and suppress single emotions, thoughts, or memories, that you will be considered proficient in the arts of occlumency. There are of course other things you can do with occlumency that will earn you the title of master of the art. True masters will be able to protect their mind from obliviations, create false emotions and memories, making it even possible to lie under veritaserum, or even plant false memories into the mind of another, although the last does take the use of legilimency as well. My hand had long since started to cramp, but I was determined to not miss a single note of what he had said to me. I knew that the book I had on the mind arts didn't even cover half of what I had learned tonight, and occlumency had already seemed hard enough to learn just from the book. Now the task looked daunting, but I wasn't about to give up. I was determined to have completed the art before I started my second year, and master it by next Christmas. Now, I think we will leave this lesson here for today. I don't want to overload you. For homework, you will need to spend at least a half hour, hopefully an hour, of time each night before bed trying to clear your mind. Best to think of it as similar to meditation. We will not be able to move on until you can at least maintain a clear mind long enough for you to detect my probes. Once you can do that, we shall start. I will see you next Saturday to check your progress. Taking that as my cue to make my return to Hogwarts, I stood up and once again shook Cyrus' hand. I want to thank you again for teaching me, Cyrus. You don't know how much help this will be to me in the future. I don't know now, but I will likely have some idea once we begin training in earnest. Cyrus smiled playfully at me. I was worried about the high potential that he would learn about Violet, but I was at least safe with the knowledge there was nothing he could do with that information to hurt me. Now Harry, I suggest you not be caught outside of Hogwarts. It is after all against the rules. Of course, sir, I have my ways. I smiled, heading towards the flow once we entered the foyer again. Cyrus called to me just before I stepped into the emerald flames. Harry, give my regards to my daughter, would you? He smiled. I gave him a swift nod of my head as I called out my destination, the 3 broomsticks, and made my way back to Hogwarts. It took me the next couple of weeks before I was able to clear my mind. The first few times it had been quite disconcerting to say the least. Thankfully I was in my own bed. Not being able to interact with your surroundings in any way can be quite scary, to be honest. I had finally managed to keep my mind cleared for the required amount a couple days after our third meeting. It was the last Saturday of January when I got to experience my first session of legilimency from Cyrus. Alright, Harry, while you are still in the beginning stages of occlumency, your only sense that you will have while your mind is cleared is nothingness, of course. Cyrus began after we had taken our normal seat in the small sitting room. While this stage is the hardest stage to work through, as it can be disorientating without your senses, it is also the best time to learn to detect a legilimency attack. While in this state of nothingness, it will be like swimming in a sea of complete darkness. A legilimency attack, while in this state, will appear as if a star is shining in the distance. The lighter or more intricate the probe, the dimmer the star will be. The more power or forcefulness the attacker uses, the brighter and easier the star will be to recognize. Now, when you spot the star in the distance of your mind, I want you to basically just try and wrap the darkness of your mind around it until the light has been extinguished. In the future, after you master this part, of course, I will be teaching you how to grab onto the probe and direct it to where you want it to go. Now, are you ready to give this a try? He asked, raising his wand in front of him. Good luck, Harry, Violet whispered to me. I thought you had finally given up on all of the whispering. I teased her as I nodded my head in response to Cyrus. Very well. I want you to clear your mind. I took a few seconds to calm myself and concentrating on nothing. Yeah, it took me a while to understand it myself. Once I had pushed all thoughts and emotions from my mind was once again shrouded in nothingness. I never even heard Cyrus, whispered, Legilimens. It didn't take me long before I could spot the dim light Cyrus had described to me off in the distance. However, trying to attack it and extinguish it wasn't as easy as he made it sound. At the same time I was being bombarded with memories of my past. Cyrus Greengrass watched as the boy in front of him settled down and began to clear his mind. If he had to admit, he was curious to see what he was going to find. It is not that he believed that the normal 11-year-old boy would have anything worth hiding, but most 11-year-old boys wouldn't have been worried about an unbreakable vow if they had no secrets. Once Cyrus noticed the boy had relaxed, he calmly pointing his wand at the boy's head with a soft, Legilimens. Immediately he was bombarded with memories flashing by. In front of him was a young Harry, who looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. He was currently hiding in the top of a tree with a large bulldog jumping up from the base of it while trying to bite his leg. Cyrus could already tell that the dog had managed to get a hold of the boy a time or two already. Watching the boy through the kitchen window was a group of 4 people who were all laughing at the young boy's plight. There was 2 rather large people, a man and a woman, each with a mustache, who appeared to be related, a horse-faced woman with a long neck, and a younger boy who was also quite large. Before Cyrus could see much more, the scene shifted. A 5-year-old Harry ran inside the same house Cyrus had seen from the last memory. Boy, what the hell have I told you about running in this house? The same large man with the walrus mustache from the last memory boomed as the boy ran into the sitting room where he and, presumably, his wife were watching television. I'm sorry, I just wanted to show you my report card. Look, the younger Harry excitedly said as he passed it off to the sour-looking woman. The boy's smile dimmed a bit as her expression darkened as she read over it. What did you do, you freak? You think you can trick us with your freakishness, boy? She shrieked at the now terrified child. I bet you had a big laugh at making poor Diddykins barely pass his classes. Well, I will not stand you or your freakishness in this house. The woman grabbed the boy by his ear before throwing him into a cupboard under the stairs. She locked the door just as the scene shifted again. This time, the boy laying in the cupboard, but Cyrus had no way of knowing if it was related to the last memory or not. How are you feeling, Harry? Came the voice of a female. Cyrus was confused as there was clearly nobody else in the cupboard with the boy, there was barely even room for the boy alone. It hurts, the young boy cried. Cyrus wanted to feel sorry for the boy, but he was too confused to even know where to begin. While it was not uncommon to hear thoughts while using legilimency on someone's mind, it was completely unheard of to hear someone talking to somebody else in their thoughts. Cyrus had clearly heard the girl speaking earlier, and had also heard the boy reply, but the boy had clearly never opened his mouth to do so. I know it does, Harry. The female voice soothed the boy. I wish I could make the pain go away, but I promise that one day they will pay for the way they treat you. Why do they hate me so much? The boy asked, once more not opening his mouth to reply to the girl. The only way that Cyrus knew of such a thing being possible would be if the girl talking was also inside the boy's head. That should be impossible as far as Cyrus knew. They are just jealous of you. They call you a freak because you are special and they are just plain and ordinary. The girl seemed to really care for the boy in Cyrus's opinion. I know how special you truly are. You will never be a freak to me, Harry, and I will always love you no matter what. The young boy cracked a smile as he wiped a few tears from his eyes. Once again, without opening his mouth, he spoke. I love you too, V. Promise me that you will never leave me, he asked. I promise, Harry. Cyrus heard the girl respond as he ended his legilimency attack. Cyrus could only sit confused for a few minutes, wondering how the hell someone's own family could treat them so horribly, and more importantly, just who or what was inside of Harry's head with him. He knew the boy likely wouldn't want to discuss it, so he decided he would leave it alone for now. That was a lot harder than I had hoped, I said, panting kind of hard from having my mind assaulted. Everything went by so quick it was hard to concentrate on ending the probe. Now you understand why occlumency takes so long to fully learn, Cyrus said, still looking deep in thought. While the memories appear to go by quickly, the attacker still sees everything that happened in the memory. Quote, "So, you saw those memories even with my mind cleared?" I asked warily. Clearing your mind, while it does have its uses, does not protect your mind against a legilimency attack. Cyrus said, snapping back into teacher mode, repeating this part of the lesson to me. Your conscious mind is cluttered with thoughts, memories, and emotions. It also makes detecting legilimency attacks nearly impossible for beginners. You need the clear mind in order to spot the proverbial star in the sky. As you become more proficient in the art, you will be able to keep your mind cleared at all times. Where clearing your mind really becomes useful is once you are able to manipulate your thoughts and emotions, whether it is suppressing or creating them. With a clear mind, it becomes easier to concentrate on specific tasks, focus your intent while using spells, and creating certain emotions that fuel certain spells. The Patronus spell, for example, which wards off dementors, is powered by happy memories and thus happy emotions. Someone proficient in occlumency can merely create the feeling of happiness to fuel the spell much easier. It is also the same for spells that are fueled from negative emotions, or dark magic as the ministry classifies it. A true master of the art will direct the legilimency probe to the memories they want the attacker to see. This route will fool the attacker into believing that you have not defended your mind and that the information they found is the information they are looking for. I think I understand, I told him finally. The ultimate idea was not to let your attacker know you were an occlumens, but tricking him into seeing only the information you want him to believe is true. Good, I think we will leave it there for today, Cyrus told me, leading me back to the flow. Just before I could step in, Cyrus spoke to me again. I know you likely don't want pity, Harry, so I am not going to give it to you. Just know that if you ever want to talk about your home life, or if you ever need help, I will be here to listen or help. I nodded my head to him, but didn't answer him as I threw in my flow powder and was once again back in Hogsmeade. While the gesture was nice, and appreciated, I would handle my own problems when the time came. The next few months were spent learning spells with Alyssa, practicing occlumency, and generally trying to increase my skills in magic. I had been making great progress as far as ancient runes were concerned. Of course that didn't mean I had been able to do anything practical with it yet. As it turned out, runes had a ton of theoretical learning before you could get to the practical side of things. It was basically like learning an entirely new language, except you had to learn it for each language that runes were prominent in. The most common languages that used runes were Norse, Egyptian, Latin, Greek, and Sumerian. Each one had their own runic alphabet that you had to know inside and out before you could start building your own runic sequences, clusters, or arrays. I was finally starting to really understand the ins and outs of each of the alphabets. I had long since been able to memorize the 5 major alphabets and really only had to finish learning how each rune reacted and interacted with the others when put together. For example, the Norse rune for strength combined with the Latin rune for mind could potentially increase your willpower, but if you would combine it with the Egyptian or Norse rune for the mind, it would increase your muscle memory, which increases your reflexes. That was just one of thousands of possible sequences and variables that I had to know before I could do anything complex with runes. It was already April by the time I had decided it was safe to start looking into the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. My occlumency had been coming along well enough, I was sure I could at least keep my secrets safe while in the castle. While I couldn't hold anyone out who wanted to force their way inside of my mind yet, I knew that anything that Dumbledore or Snape would do would be strictly subtle or light, and I doubted they would try to force the secrets from my mind. Using legilimency on students was illegal, and I knew they would be very careful with regards to using it. That didn't mean I was going to slip up and tell the authorities they were doing it, that would mean me having to admit I was learning occlumency. I had finally been able to clear my mind almost 2 months ago without taking my senses with it. I had still yet to be able to separate my emotions when I did so, and knew it would likely take a few more months at the least. I had just started being able to separate my memories from one another, but I was still quite a ways away from being able to direct any legilimency probe towards a specific memory. I did, however, finally start getting better at forcing out light legilimency probes from my head with little problems, which is what Snape and Dumbledore would use. I was hoping to start training on medium-level attacks soon. So with my mind safe, at least from those inside of the castle, I decided to start exploring the third floor so that when the time came, I would be able to retrieve the mirror. I waited until my dorm was asleep before slipping out of my bed and throwing my invisibility cloak over my shoulders. Thankfully the dark halls were relatively empty, only having to dodge one prefect on my way to the third floor corridor. I cast the only detection spell I knew at the door, granted it was a very basic one that only looked for the most basic of wards. I figured that in a school full of curious children, Dumbledore couldn't possibly be dumb enough to put anything seriously harmful. I was however surprised that my reading showed that the door was not warded at all. Weird, Violet murmured to me. No kidding, you would at least think he would put up some sort of notification ward or something. I told her, staring at the door oddly. It is almost as if he doesn't care if anyone opens the door. It was kind of odd that he would announce the third floor at all. Seems like there would be less chance of someone actually wandering down here accidentally than there is with curiosity flowing. Well, the curiosity certainly is there. I wonder what kind of protections they have set up in here. I told her, pulling out my wand. Only one way to find out, I guess, she said, turning her focus onto the door. Alohomora. I incanted quietly as the door unlocked and I reached for it, pulling it open. Knowing Dumbledore, it is probably something incredibly dangerous to keep in a school, like a three-headed D. I stopped in the doorway, jaw hanging wide open. Of course it would happen to be a Cerberus on the other side. Why the hell do I have to be right all the time, V? I asked incredulously. I don't know, but at least you have a future in divination if you want. She giggled, not seemingly as bothered by the fact there was an 800-pound, three-headed monster in front of me, who just happened to notice I was there. I knew I only had a few more seconds before I had to leave, so I took a quick look around the room. There wasn't really much in here except for a trapdoor under the beast itself. Looks like we will have to find a way past him if we want to explore further. Violet said as I quickly closed the door and relocked it. Looks like it is back to the library then, I told her, reapplying my cloak and making my way back to the dorm. There wasn't much else I was going to be able to do tonight. Unfortunately, I must have searched almost every creature book in the library over the next 2 weeks and still had yet to even find a mention of a Cerberus. I knew of them only from the Muggle world, but I didn't know how much of that was real or just fiction. I knew the Muggles believed that the Cerberus was a guard in the underworld, but if Dumbledore was keeping the entrance to that inside the castle, then I wasn't coming back next year. It was actually thanks to Longbottom and his 2 followers that I caught a break, surprising to say the least. I was so focused on the book stacks that I hadn't even noticed that, strangely, the gamekeeper Hagrid was there in the next stack over. That was until I heard Ron Weasley yell out to him. Hagrid, what are you doing in the library? The redhead said, not bothering to watch his voice. Hagrid strolled out from the book aisle and moved closer to their table, a large book hidden behind his back. I moved to the end of the stacks to eavesdrop, but not far enough out that they would see me. Absently, I wondered how and when the trio became friendly with the large man. Just lookin', the large man said. His voice sounded very shifty and even the trio had managed to pick up on it. And, what are you lot up ter? Not still lookin' fair Nicholas Flamel, are ye? Oh, we found out who he is ages ago. Ron said impressively. And we know what that dog's guarding, it's a sorcerer's street. Shish, Hagrid said loudly as I leaned in even closer. Now interested beyond belief. It seemed as if I wasn't the only one to find the dog, and obviously Hagrid knew something about it. Don, go shoutin' about it, what's the matter with ye? There are a few things we wanted to ask you, as a matter of fact. Longbottom said, about what's guarding the stone apart from Fluffy. Fluffy. Violet laughed maniacally. Who the hell named that beast Fluffy? I couldn't help but laugh at the irony of it all. Well, Dumbledore is the only one eccentric enough, but judging by the book on how to raise dragons Hagrid has behind his back, it could be him as well. You wanna buy me a dragon and name it Whisker? Please. I couldn't help but laugh, and hope that she wasn't serious. Shish, Hagrid said again. Listen, come and see me later. I'm not promisin', I'll tell ye anythin', mind, but don't go rabbitin' about it in here, students errin', s'posed tear no. They'll think I've told ye. See you later then, Hagrid. Granger told the large man before he shuffled off and out of the library. Just to make sure, they were talking about a sorcerer's stone, right? Violet asked me curiously as the trio mentioned a stone again while discussing what Hagrid might have been hiding behind his back. I think so, although I've never heard of any flammel before. I told her, isn't the thing supposed to turn metals into gold and give the user immortality? Yes, according to the Muggle legends anyhow. I bet it would be useful to have one laying around. I know you have enough gold in your family vault to give you a great life, but you are still nowhere near as rich as people like the Malfoys and the Averys. I definitely think I could find use for one if we had it. I laughed. Right now though, I am more worried about seeing if Hagrid knows anything about how to get past a Cerberus. Well, if those three were able to get answers out of him, I am sure you will have no problem. She said, making me smile a bit at her confidence. I turned my attention back to the trio just as Weasley came back a minute later, slamming a pile of books down on the table the three of them had been sharing. Dragons, he tried to whisper, but not soft enough to keep me from hearing it. Hagrid was looking up stuff about dragon. Look at these. Dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland, from Egg to Inferno, a dragon keeper's guide. He can't be seriously thinking about raising a dragon, can he? Granger asked. Personally, I had to agree with her for once. Hagrid, while he seemed friendly enough, was a bit dim, but he couldn't possibly be that dumb. I mean, doesn't he live in a wooden hut for Christ's sake? But it's against our laws. Weasley exclaimed. I had only had 2 classes with the Gryffindors this year, but it was enough to get the impression that Weasley was quite lazy when it came to his studies. I was shocked he had read enough to know dragon laws. Dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709, everyone knows that. It's hard to stop Muggles from noticing us if we're keeping dragons in the back garden. Anyway, you can't tame dragons, it's dangerous. You should see the burns Charlie's got off wild ones in Romania. Not everybody knew that. Hell, I didn't, but I wasn't exactly concerned with dragon laws as of late. I guess I shouldn't underestimate Weasley quite so much in the future. He apparently knows more than I had guessed. But there aren't wild dragons in Britain, are there? Granger asked, thankfully, as I had been wondering the same thing myself. Of course there are, Longbottom answered. Common Welsh green and Hebridean blacks. The Ministry of Magic has a hard job hushing them all up, I can tell you. Our kind have to keep putting spells on the Muggles who've spotted them, to make them forget. He said, talking about the Obliviation spell. I had read about it in the Mind Arts book. I wanted to learn how to do it myself, as it sounded extremely useful, but I hadn't been able to find any information on how to cast it. As the trio left the library, I went back to my dorm to grab my invisibility cloak. I knew I would be following them to their meeting with Hagrid later to see if I couldn't get some answers for myself. It was about an hour before curfew that I noticed the trio headed for the front door to the castle. I had been hiding underneath my invisibility cloak near the entrance to the dungeons waiting for them. I placed a silencing charm on my shoes and quietly followed them out the door into the gamekeeper's hut down near the Forbidden Forest. Once they had settled inside of the hut, I went to the side and put my ear up close to the window to listen in. So, ye wanted to ask me something? The large man asked the trio. Yes, it was Longbottom who answered. We were wondering if you could tell us what's guarding the Sorcerer's Stone apart from Fluffy. I watched as Hagrid frowned at them. Oh, course I can't, he said. Number 1, I don't know myself. Number 2, ye know too much already, so I wouldn't tell ye if I could. That stone's here for a good reason. It was almost stolen out of Gringotts. I suppose ye've worked that out and all. Beats me how ye even know a boo, Fluffy. Oh, come on, Hagrid, you might not want to tell us, but you do know. You know everything that goes on around here, Hermione said, and I had to be a little bit impressed at how cunning she was, but Hagrid, the poor bloke, didn't seem to very hard to manipulate from what I had seen. Will definitely come in handy later then, Violet said as I nodded in agreement. We only wondered who had done the guarding, really. Hermione went on. I couldn't help but wonder how she ended up in Gryffindor. She would be much better suited for Ravenclaw, Slytherin if she wasn't also Muggleborn. We wondered who Dumbledore had trusted enough to help him, apart from you. Clever girl, too bad she had such a bossy attitude. She was rather smart in many ways. Hagrid's chest swelled at her words. Longbottom and Weasley were beaming at her brightly. Well, I don't suppose it could hurt to tell ye that. Let's see, he borrowed Fluffy from me. Then some o' the teachers did enchantments, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, he was ticking them off on his fingers. Professor Quirrell, and Dumbledore himself did something, o' course. Hang on, I've forgotten someone. Oh yeah, Professor Snape. Snape, Weasley blurted out. Yeah, not still on a boo, that, are ye? Look, Snape helps protect the stone, he's not about to steal it. I could see Longbottom, Weasley, and Granger share a look that said, oh, yes he is. Honestly, it didn't surprise me that they would make that assumption, although I seriously doubted it was true. The Sorting Hat had all but told me that Dumbledore had taught Snape everything he knows about occlumency and legilimency. Which means that Dumbledore obviously knew most of, if not all, of Snape's secrets. Hell, I had only been doing it for 3 months with Cyrus and he had probably seen most of the shit that I've done in my life. I could tell he really wanted to talk to me about it at times, but thankfully he hadn't brought it up. I figured he was waiting until summer. Both so he had the time and because we would have known each other for over 6 months already by then. But, if Dumbledore knew Snape's secrets and still trusted the man, as he clearly does to let the man get away with his treatment of the students, then I doubted Snape was out to steal anything. Dumbledore may be an eccentric, and slightly batty, old man, but he was still a very powerful wizard. You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy. Aren't you, Hagrid? Longbottom eventually asked. And you wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even one of the teachers. Not a soul knows except me and Dumbledore, Hagrid said proudly. Well, that's something. I could just hear Longbottom mumble to the others. Hagrid, can we have a window open? I'm boiling. I almost backed away from my window, not wanting to risk being caught, until I heard Hagrid's reply. Can't Neville, sorry, said Hagrid. I noticed him glance towards the fire. The trio must have noticed it too. Hagrid, what's that? I heard Granger ask. Sitting in the fireplace was a large black egg. I could easily put 2 and 2 together, but I thought my math must be off because this time it seemed to equal a dragon's egg. And to think I had given the big oaf a bit more credit than that. Ah, Hagrid said, fiddling nervously with his beard. That's Where did you get it, Hagrid? Said Ron, crouching over the fire to get a closer look at the egg. It must have cost you a fortune. Won it, actually, said Hagrid. Last night, I was down in the village having a few drinks and got into a game o' cards with a stranger. Think he was quite glad to get rid of it, to be honest. Won it? Violet asked. This can't be a coincidence. Nobody just happens to carry around dragon eggs when they are out drinking. It does seem suspicious if you ask me. I answered. It was awfully suspicious. I wouldn't be surprised if it was whoever was after the stone was the one who gave him the egg. After all, out of everyone who knows about its location, Hagrid would be the easiest to con information out of. Well, I think we can use the dragon to our advantage. Violet said, a plan formulating in her head. But what are you going to do with it when it's hatched? Granger asked, as I turned my attention back to the inside of the hut. Well, I've been doing some readin', said Hagrid, pulling a large book from under his pillow. Got this out of the library, Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit. It's a bit out of date, o' course, but it's all in here. Keep the egg in the fire, 'cause their mothers breathe on 'em, see, and, when it hatches, feed it only a bucket o' brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. And, see here, how to recognize different eggs. What I got there's a Norwegian Ridgeback. They're rare, them. He looked pleased with himself, but at least Hermione caught onto the same problem I saw. "Hagrid, you live in a wooden house," she said, but Hagrid didn't appear to be listening. He was humming merrily as he stoked the fire. "Wonder what it's like to have a peaceful life." I could hear Weasley sigh. I had been wondering the same thing for the last 8 years. Living with the Dursleys was anything but peaceful. The trio had left for the castle again shortly after that, but I had taken to keeping an eye on them for 2 reasons. For one, I was hoping that they would lead me to the answer on how to get past Fluffy. 2, and more importantly, Violet wouldn't shut up about getting to see a dragon hatch. Of course, what Violet wants, she usually ends up getting. Then, one breakfast, Longbottom's owl brought him another note. Thankfully, the Hufflepuff table was next to the Gryffindor one, and I had taken to sitting directly behind the trio, eagerly listening in all the time. I could just hear Longbottom whisper to the other 2. "It's hatching," was all he said. It didn't take a genius for me to work out what he was talking about. Unfortunately, I didn't share the next lesson with them, and I feared they would just skip theirs and head down to Hagrid's hut without my knowing. I followed them as they were leaving the Great Hall, and thankfully Hermione put my fears to rest. "Hermione, how many times in our lives are we going to see a dragon hatching? We've got lessons, we'll get into trouble, and that's nothing to what Hagrid's going to be in when someone finds out what he's doing." "Shut up," Longbottom whispered heatedly. At first I had feared he had caught on to me listening into their conversation. That was until I noticed he was staring straight at Malfoy when he said it. By the large smile on his face I assumed that Malfoy had heard the same thing I had. He was after all only a few feet further away than I was. The trio went silent and hurried off towards their next lesson. "You heard the same thing I did, right?" I asked Malfoy as I walked over to him. "About that great oaf and a dragon." He smiled, seeming to not even care that he was talking to a mere half-blood, as he usually would. "Father will have him out of here before the month is out." "Slytherins share the next period with the Gryffs, correct?" I asked, already knowing they did, as the Hufflepuffs had class with the Claws next. "Herbology," he answered. "I think they have a free period after, however, so I am going to follow them when they go down there. I believe I may join you." I smirked to him, surprised we hadn't yet started to argue. Who knows, we might even get to see the trio get into some trouble of their own. Of course, but that doesn't mean I can't hold it over their heads for a while first, make them sweat it out for a while. I chuckled with him and he laughed. I never knew the had an ounce of cunning in him, seems he is learning. After charms, I quickly made my way towards the front lawn where the first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors would be returning from the greenhouses. I spied the trio branching off towards the forest, with Malfoy stalking behind them. I threw over my invisibility cloak and made to follow them. Malfoy had taken to spying in a crack in the curtains, and by the time I had found one on the other side of the house to look into, Hagrid already had a shaking egg set onto the kitchen table. All of a sudden, there was a scraping noise and the egg split open. The baby dragon flopped onto the table. It wasn't exactly pretty in my book. I thought it looked more like a crumpled, black umbrella. Its spiny wings were huge compared to its skinny jet body. It had a long snout with wide nostrils, the stubs of horns and bulging, orange eyes. "Ooh, it's so cute," Violet squealed. "Cute?" I asked incredulously. Please don't tell me you're turning into Hagrid." "Hush you," she scolded me. "Look at him. He's so tiny and adorable." "Well, please don't start wanting to own one of your own," I begged her as the tiny dragon set Hagrid's beard on fire as it belched. Violet just stuck her tongue out at me. "Isn't he beautiful?" Hagrid said, making me chuckle as he sounded close to Violet from a second ago. Hagrid reached out a hand to stroke the dragon's head. It snapped at his fingers, showing pointed fangs. "Bless him, look, he knows his mommy," said Hagrid happily. "Hagrid," said Granger, "how fast do Norwegian ridgebacks grow, exactly?" Hagrid was about to answer her when the color drained from his face. He leapt to his feet and ran to the window that Malfoy had been spying through. "What's the matter, Hagrid?" Longbottom asked. "Someone was looking through the gap in the curtains. It's a kid. He's running back up to the school." Longbottom and Weasley bolted to the door and looked out. I couldn't see from my side of the house, but I knew the trio wouldn't have a hard time recognizing Malfoy's hair. I knew that if I was going to get the information I needed, I would have to act fast. I doubted Malfoy would sit on his information for too long, and I knew once Hagrid was caught with the dragon, he might not even be around for me to ask. So it was the next night that I found myself walking down towards Hagrid's hut an hour before curfew. Once outside his hut, I took off my invisibility cloak. I hadn't wanted to be spotted coming here, and knocked on his door after I put it into my robe pocket. Immediately, loud barking came from inside, and I could hear someone moving about frantically. After a minute I could hear the lock on the door being withdrawn before the door opened just wide enough for Hagrid's big bearded face to split through it. Harry. He seemed a bit shocked when he saw me. Hell, I was shocked that he knew me. I sprised Ter Ca. Hello, Mr. Hagrid, I said politely. How do you know my name? Have we met before? I asked, knowing that we hadn't, well at least that I could remember. Though I ain't been this close ter ye since you was a baby. The big man smiled. I brought ye to Dumbledore myself, the nigh, ye was left at aunt and uncle's. Thankfully Hagrid missed the brief dark look that crossed my face. Dumbledore, I said, too mad to even say more. That twinkle-eyed bastard is the one who sent you there. Violet said, even more upset than I was. He was the one responsible for you being treated as a for almost 10 years, he will be lucky if I don't poison his food in the morning. I was mad and confused. Confused that the headmaster of all people had placed me in that hell, and mad that people knew I was there and nobody even thought to check up on me. Thankfully, I was able to push it out of my mind for now and concentrate on the conversation with Hagrid. It is nice to meet you again then, Mr. Hagrid, I told him, putting on a fake smile. Would it be possible to come in and talk for a while? Hagrid looked nervous and kept glancing around. I don't know if it is a grey time fair that, Harry. I'm awful busy at Demo. Perhaps we can meet up at the castle in Des Moines. I'm not here to get you into trouble, Hagrid, I told him, putting on my best smile. I had heard Longbottom and Weasley talking about a dragon and I really wanted to see a real one. As you know, I was raised in the Muggle world and I didn't even know they existed outside of legend. Hagrid looked at me really nervous, and was even starting to sweat. Ye be promisin', not gone, say nothin'? He finally asked. I give you my word. I promised him, knowing that if Malfoy already knew, I wouldn't have to say anything at all. I wasn't actually interested in seeing the dragon. Well, Violet was, but I was going to use it to get onto the topic of Fluffy and see if I couldn't find out how to get past him. He really is beautiful, I lied to Hagrid after we had talked for a few minutes. I bet he is going to grow up pretty quick. Are you going to be able to handle taking care of him? Hagrid smiled when I agreed with him that a blood dragon was beautiful. The man was delusional. O' course, Harry, Norbert, ISN. The only large creature I've been round before. What kind of creature could come close to the size of a dragon, Hagrid? I asked, trying to steer the conversation towards Fluffy. Well, it's a secret o' course, Hagrid said, but Avenue a three-headed dog named Fluffy. Right, cute fella, as I tell her. A Cerberus, wow, I said, moving in for the kill. I have heard about them from Muggle literature. They are supposedly employed by Hades as his loyal watchdog. They guard the gates that grant access and exit to the underworld. They are said to allow only the spirits of the dead to freely enter the underworld, but never allow them to leave. It must be super hard for you to handle him. Nah, Fluffy always been easy ter handle. Real softy he is. Just play. I am a bit o' music and he falls stray, ter sleep. Jackpot. Hagrid didn't even seem to notice he had just told me a huge secret. I kind of felt bad that the big fella was so easy to manipulate. He seemed like a nice enough guy, helping Dumbledore leave me with the Dursleys aside of course. I should probably get back to the castle before curfew, Hagrid. I told him, finishing the tea he had poured me. The rock cakes I had left untouched after the first bite. Wouldn't want to get detention with Filch. Hagrid just chuckled. It wouldn't be fun ter get in ter no trouble. It was grey. Seein' again, Harry. Welcome ter come and visit again sometime, ye know. Thank you for the invite, Hagrid. I am sure I will see you around. I told him as I made my way out of the hut. throwing my cloak back on once he had closed the door behind me. Now we know how to get past Fluffy. All that is left is to go down the trapdoor and find the stone and the mirror. Violet said, ecstatic that we had finally figured out how to get past him. All that is left is wait for Dumbledore to not be around and then we make our move. I told her happily as I made my way back to my dorm. Unfortunately, it was already time for the end-of-year exams and Dumbledore had yet to leave the castle for any length of time. As usual, he was still present for every meal in the Great Hall. I was starting to get worried that I was just going to have to risk it with him still in the castle. My occlumency lessons with Cyrus had been progressing fantastically. I had already learned how to separate my memories from one another and was even making progress on separating my emotions when I cleared my mind as well. I had progressed far enough that I had been able to destroy medium-strength legilimency probes and direct probes to memories I wanted them to see. I was hoping to do the same to a full-force attack within weeks and progress to actually feeding them different emotions by the end of summer. I had carried on with my tutoring from Alyssa up until just before exams. I knew she would be too busy with Newts to continue our arrangement next year, but I had a firm enough grounding in magic by now that I would be able to learn on my own in the future. I had been wandering around the courtyard outside when I finally caught the break I was looking for. I just happened to notice Longbottom, Weasley, and Granger running back from Hagrid's hut, back into the school. Wonder what those three are up to? Violet asked, watching the trio run towards the front doors, looking worried. Who knows with those three? I replied while contemplating following them to find out. Longbottom looks like someone is about to kill off his gran. Violet giggled. I couldn't help but chuckle and wonder why she found that so funny. You think we should follow them and find out what they are up to? I asked her, digging my invisibility cloak out from my inside robe pocket. I was too paranoid to just leave it laying around inside my trunk. If nothing else, it might be entertaining, Violet said enthusiastically as I threw on my cloak and made to follow them. The trio stopped just inside the front doors before they stopped. We've got to go to Dumbledore, Longbottom said frantically, not knowing I was only feet away from them. Hagrid told that stranger how to get past Fluffy, and it was either Snape or Voldemort under that cloak. It must have been easy, when he'd got Hagrid drunk. I just hope Dumbledore believes us. Firenze might back us up if Bane doesn't stop him. Where's Dumbledore's office? Firenze. Bane. Violet asked. Wonder who they are. Not sure. I told her. Those names don't sound human though. Perhaps it is someone they met in the Forbidden Forest while on detention. I still can't believe those three thought they would be able to sneak that dragon out of the castle. Violet giggled. They don't even have an invisibility cloak or know how to cast a disillusionment charm. I couldn't help but smile as I remembered back. Malfoy hadn't waited more than a couple weeks before he made his move, and the three Griffs thought that they would beat him to the punch by getting rid of the dragon first. Of course, they were all captured by Filch coming down from the astronomy tower by Filch. It made it even funnier that Malfoy had been caught as well. The whole of Gryffindor had been pissed at the trio for months because they had lost 150 points. Weasley had gotten it worst of all as he was still supposed to be in the hospital wing after getting bitten by baby Norbert. Of course, Longbottom didn't mind sharing that Malfoy had almost wet himself out in the Forbidden Forest while serving their detention. I still don't understand who thought it was a good idea to send 4 first-year students into the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night with only the gamekeeper, who can't even use magic, to defend them. Violet said, making us both wonder about the sanity of the wizarding world as a whole. I stopped trying to understand the world years ago. I told her dryly, seems there was only a small amount of common sense to go around in it, and I am just thankful I managed to get a large chunk of it. Please, Violet joked, I am the one who has all the common sense, you are just leeching it from me. You're right, I smirked, but since I have all the brains, you get paid back extra. Ha, 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 Violet deadpanned, I hope you know, you still ain't funny mister. Must be borrowing your sense of humor too, then. I mumbled, turning my attention back to the trio as McGonagall started to approach them. I heard that. What are you three doing inside? She asked sternly. She had a large pile of books tucked under her arm. We want to see Professor Dumbledore, Granger said, rather bravely if the glare on McGonagall's face was anything to go by. See Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall repeated, as though this was a very fishy thing to want to do. Why? I noticed Longbottom swallow nervously. It's sort of secret, he said, causing McGonagall's nostrils to flare. He needs to work on his lying skills. Violet chuckled. I nodded my head in silent agreement. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she said coldly. He received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew off for London at once. That got my attention. Finally, after months of waiting, the coast was going to be clear. I wonder why he flew instead of just apparating or using the flow. Violet wondered. I don't care. The old goat is just crazy, I said in jubilation. What matters is the old goat is gone, and we are free to go down the trapdoor. He's gone, Weasley asked frantically. Now, Professor Dumbledore is a very great wizard, Weasley. He has many demands on his time. But this is important, Longbottom interrupted her. Something you have to say is more important than the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Longbottom. Look, Granger started, obviously throwing caution into the wind. Professor, it's about the Sorcerer's Stone. I could tell that whatever McGonagall was expecting, that wasn't it. The books she was carrying tumbled out of her arms, but she didn't bother picking them back up. How do you know? She spluttered. Professor, I know, that someone's going to try and steal the stone. I've got to talk to Professor Dumbledore, Longbottom pleaded. For once, he is right. Violet cackled. Even a broken clock is correct twice a day, I chided her, as if she shouldn't get her hopes up. Besides, stealing sounds so crude, we are just going to be putting them to better use is all. You are such a naughty boy, Harry. Violet laughed, causing me to smirk. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow, McGonagall said finally. I don't know how you found out about the stone, but rest assured, no one can possibly steal it, it's too well protected. But Professor Weasley, I know what I'm talking about, she said shortly. She bent down and gathered up the fallen books. I suggest you all go back outside and enjoy the sunshine. It's tonight, Longbottom whispered to the other two once McGonagall had left. Snape's going through the trapdoor tonight. He's found out everything he needs, and now he's got Dumbledore out of the way. He sent that note. I bet the Ministry of Magic will get a real shock when Dumbledore turns up. He has a good point, Violet said worriedly. Not about Snape, of course, but there is always the chance that Dumbledore will return early. There is always a chance, I conceded slowly. We will just have to be in and out of the as quick as possible. For now I say we get out of here. It seems Snape is about to head over here, and I don't want to take a chance that he bumps into us. Probably for the best, Violet admitted. Let's go find Daphne and Tracy and hang out with them until dinner. Violet seemed to enjoy when I hung around those two, Daphne in particular. Of course, it was easy to like the girl. She had brains, common sense, and would probably be a real beauty in a few years. They would probably be great friends, well if Violet had a body that is. Daphne already knew how to protect her mind. Perhaps one day in the future I could bring her in on my secret and get her to help. I would take precautions, just in case, regardless. Perhaps I could ask Cyrus about it. I had a feeling that he would be wanting to talk to me soon about some of the things he had seen now that I would have to return back to the Dursleys soon. For now though, I had a couple of snakes to find. I was sitting in the common room after dinner, just counting down the minutes until I could pretend to head to bed. We had hung out with Daphne and Tracy until it was time for dinner, and as usual, we had a good time just unwinding some post-exam stress. I was currently sitting in the corner with Wayne, Susan, and Hannah just talking about the year that had passed. Well, they were talking, while I was waiting impatiently for the time to tick down. Although I did contribute occasionally. So how do you think you all did on the exams? Susan asked the group. I will be lucky if I get higher than acceptable in history and astronomy. Hannah replied. It is just so dang hard to stay awake in those classes. It is all I can do to stay awake for 5 minutes while listening to Binns. Wayne laughed. But I think I might still scrape a passing grade. I stopped paying attention to him about 2 weeks into term. I replied to the group offhandedly, finally getting involved in the conversation. You're better off just working on homework and studying from the book later. You're probably right, Susan added with a sigh. It's not like he is teaching anything that couldn't be found in there anyways. So how do you guys think you did in potions? Wayne asked. Even if he gets a higher grade, I bet we still had an easier time than Harry. The girls chuckled at his remark. That Snape hated me for some reason was no secret. Probably. Hannah giggled. The way he treats Harry, you would think he killed his puppy. Yes, well, the man-child is about the age where he should have won. I bristled. Snape was not my most favorite of professors. I would love to see the look on his face when he sees my potion. Probably will still only get an EE on it though. I should talk to Auntie. Susan piped up. You would think that something would be done about the way he treats the students. I doubt it, Wayne added grumpily. From what I hear from the other years, he has been that way for years and nobody has done anything to stop him yet. That is because the only bigger man-child than Snape is Dumbledore. I grinned. Honestly, the first time we ever meet the guy he starts spouting out, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, the man has to be off his rocker. The three broke out in laughter. I think you may have a point. Hannah grinned. But Dumbledore must still be powerful if you know who was afraid of him. Well, it was like a decade ago. Wayne added. 10 years can age a person quite a bit. That and Voldemort must have been missing a few marbles if he got himself killed fighting a baby. I smirked. Who knew taking candy from a baby could be so hard? I added, causing the three puffs to bust out into laughter. I bet Longbottom had the last bag of drops, and that is what you know who and Dumbledore were fighting over. Susan said, gasping through her laughter. Dumbledore is weird about candy. Wayne smiled with a grin. He was obviously plotting a joke. Don't you all think it is weird that he offers candy to school children when they are called to V's office? Susan and Hannah made a sour face at Wayne's insinuation of Dumbledore being into children. Well, I think that is my cue for bed. I told the three as I stood up and pretended to yawn. By the way, girls, there is no need for the sour faces. Judging by the way he dresses, I would guess only Wayne would have to worry about being offered candy. Wayne's face went white at that thought. Might explain why Quirrell stutters so much. Violet added with a laugh as I made my way up to the dorm to fix my bed to appear as if I was sleeping. Might be traumatized. Geez, you're as bad as Wayne. I chided her with a chuckle. Except you think I am much cuter. She cheered. Well, that is a no-brainer. You don't see me wearing any of Dumbledore's robes, do you? I cocked my eyebrow at her. Let's head out of here. We have a mirror to retrieve. Let's do this, she said much more seriously. Once I had my bed situated, I threw on my invisibility cloak and silently made my way out of the dorm and headed for the 3rd floor. It was still fairly early, only just around 9, so I was hoping that I was early enough to get in and out with no problems. Soon I was standing outside of the door that housed Fluffy. How do you want to do this? Violet asked. Well, I don't have any instruments, so we are just going to have to sing it to sleep. Violet asked with a crazy look on her face. You do remember that you are the only one who can actually hear me right? Really? I didn't know that. I deadpanned. Yes, I beep at singing, so you are going to join me so that your mouth is occupied on something other than laughing at me. Well, I think you sing handsomely. Violet pretended to swoon while batting her eyelashes at me. I will sing, but you don't have to lie next time. If you want to hear my singing so bad, you just need to ask. I'll keep that in mind, I said flatly. Well, get ready, in we go in 3, 2, 1. I quietly cast the spell to unlock the door and immediately began to sing to the three-headed beast. The dog had started to snarl as soon as the door had opened, but once the music reached his ears his eyes started to droop. Once he had fallen asleep, I slowly made my way over to him, while levitating his paw away from and off of the trapdoor, never stopping my singing for longer than a second or two. I couldn't see anything but darkness when I opened the trapdoor, but I had come this far already. I stopped singing and quickly cast a strong levitation charm on my shoes before jumping into the hole and slowly lowering myself down. I didn't know how far I had to go, and I couldn't stop my spell long enough to conjure any light. Thankfully my feet hit something soft a few seconds later. The moment my feet hit ground, I stopped my levitation spell and lit my wand, lighting the place up, and not a moment too soon either, as vines had already begun to ensnare my legs. Thankfully they started to retreat the moment I lit my wand. Devil's snare, Violet asked. That doesn't seem so difficult. She was right. I would have expected something much harder to deal with from Professor Sprout. Sure, we haven't started to handle it yet, but even as first years we had already read about the plant. Part of me hopes the rest of the traps are just as easy, I told her in response. The other half of me will be disappointed if they are. Well, I will settle for easy so we can get the hell out of here, Violet said seriously. Let's keep moving. My wand still lit in front of me, I headed down the path in the direction away from the devil's snare. It wasn't long before we came to an old wooden door. I threw on my invisibility cloak before opening it and stepping through. My first reaction was that there were thousands of birds in the room waiting to attack me. That was until I had been unable to open the door, and then I finally realized they were in fact flying keys. Leaning up against the walls were a couple of broomsticks. I wonder if they will react if they can't see you, Violet stated. We are probably looking for a large silver key to match the lock on the door. Well, here goes nothing, I told her before I grabbed a broom from the wall and mounted it. Thankfully I was still small enough to cover not only myself, but the entire broom as well under my cloak. The keys didn't react, almost as if the invisibility cloak was able to hide me from their enchantments as well. It had only taken me a few minutes to track down the slow-moving silver key. However, invisible or not, they all started to swarm around aimlessly the moment I had grabbed it. It was almost as if they didn't know who or what, but that someone was there. I quickly flew down and unlocked the door before releasing the key once again and moving into the next room. The next room held a massive chess board that was blocking a door on the other side. However, they too took no notice of me under my cloak as I made my way slowly between them. I was half tempted to just take off the cloak and fight them. It had been that easy so far. Don't complain, Violet scolded me. I just want to get the mirror and go before we get caught. The last thing I need is for you to get expelled, Harry. I know, V. I placated her. I'm just disappointed that we wasted so much time planning for this, and so far all I've had to do is sing and basically light a candle. I know, but let's not look a gift dragon in the mouth, she said cheekily. You and that bloody dragon, I mumbled to myself as I stepped into the next room. This time I was thankful that I had my cloak on, as a fully grown mountain troll was waiting on the other side. He noticed the door opening and closing, but he couldn't see me and was looking around stupidly trying to figure it out. Thankfully he stunk so bad, there was little chance of him catching my scent. Still wanna take off your cloak, Harry? Violet asked cheekily. I wonder if they stuck that troll from Halloween in here. I'm guessing this would be Quirrell's protection, and I hear he was there after Longbottom and friends knocked it out. Well, after he woke up, of course. I laughed as I quickly made my way through the door on the other side. I had no sudden wish to fight a highly magical resistant creature while still in my first year. The moment I did, black flames shot up from the ground from the door in front of me and purple flames from behind. As it turned out, I was able to take my cloak off in this room. The room obviously was Snape's protection, as it was a table full of wines, poisons, and potions. Oh, and some riddle that must be impossible for all but like 5 people in the wizarding world to solve. I had to give Snape a tiny bit of credit. When it came to using logic or their brains to solve a problem, most of the wizarding world seemed to fall short of completing the challenge. Sure, I was probably exaggerating a bit, or a lot, as I am sure Daphne and perhaps even Granger could solve it in a few minutes, but hey, you get my point. The third from the left will advance us forward, Violet said, breaking me out of my thoughts about the lack of common sense in the world. The one on the far right will take us back out. Sure, just ruin my fun, I said, picking up the third bottle from the left and downing it. It instantly refilled itself the moment the bottle was returned to the table. So far we have had Hagrid, Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, I'm guessing Quirrell, and Snape. I quickly made my way over to the black flames, took a quick breath, and started to head into what I assumed to be the last room, Dumbledore's room. The next room had a high, arched ceiling. Thick stone pillars stood rooted between the floor and ceiling, as if taking on the duties of Atlas, holding the world above it in place. The room sunk down on the three closest sides to the door, until they flattened out to a sunken dais, upon which sat the object of my planning for the last 6 months. The mirror of her eyes. I quickly stowed my cloak in my robe pocket before making my way down the steps to stand in front of the mirror. I once again stared into the depths of my heart's desire, smiling at the fact that Violet was one again waiting for me through the glass pane. Only this time she was holding a blood-red stone in her hands, with a smirk that would please the devil himself on her face. 15 minutes tops, Harry, Violet implored. If you can't get that stone out of the mirror by then we need to worry about it later. I nodded my head in agreement and begun trying to solve the mystery that Dumbledore had placed before me. I only knew a limited amount of diagnostic and detection spells, but it was obvious from my scans that there was some serious runes and charms work that had been laid into the mirror. Unfortunately, I didn't know where the enchantments for the mirror stopped and the ones Dumbledore added to house the stone in it started. Hell, I didn't even know what half of the runes were. My 15 minutes was almost up and it was about time for me to just snatch the mirror and worry about the stone later. I shrunk the large, ornate mirror and placed it in my pocket, after casting a few cushioning charms on it first, before I did my best at transfiguring an exact replica to take its place. It wouldn't hold up to any sort of thorough examination as there were no enchantments on it, but the frame was almost a match and the glass, well, looked like any other mirror glass. Old Goat may be crazy as hell, but these are some seriously complex rune clusters and enchantments on this mirror. I muttered a minute later, after making sure my replacement mirror looked real enough, grudgingly admitting that Dumbledore was still leaps and bounds ahead of me academically. Yes, came a strong and almost unrecognizable voice from behind me without the stutter. He always seems to find a way to stall even the best laid plans. Startled, I whipped my wand out and spun around, firing off 2 quick stunners in the direction of the voice. They were promptly batted away with little effort, and I finally registered who my unwanted guest was. Professor Quirrell. Third-person POV. Good reflexes, Mr. Potter. Quirrell smirked. 10 points to Hufflepuff. Harry snorted at his obvious dig at the house point system, as if it actually held any real value in life. I'm surprised to see you down here, Professor. Harry said, trying to think of a way to talk his way out of this situation. I know Dumbledore didn't place any notification wards on the entrance. How did you know I was here? Oh, I didn't. Quirrell smirked, his stutter mysteriously gone. Although, I am not surprised to see you, considering who you are, but no, I am here for my own reasons. I'm afraid I don't understand. Considering who I am, I don't really remember me being anything other than a first-year student. Harry questioned him, confused on what he meant, his confusion growing even stronger when his smirk increased. Oh yes, I forgot. Dumbledore has yet to tell you the truth. Quirrell smiled before his face turned to one of slight frustration. The fool actually did quite a thorough job in keeping you safe, I must admit. The only ones who would have known the truth were quickly secured away in Azkaban, keeping his secret safe all this time. What truth? Harry asked, his request bordering on demanding. He had just enough control over his tumultuous emotions to not outright disrespect the professor. What was Dumbledore supposed to tell me? Quirrell once again laughed. Why, the biggest truth of all, Harry Potter, he began. Although, I am disappointed that you do not know your own story. I had hoped the old man would have told you how exactly you survived the night you received your scar. That knowledge is public record, how could you not know? He asked suspiciously. Harry was starting to get a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach that he might be losing more than just house points for being caught down here. Voldemort's followers killed my parents and they were stopped by Dumbledore before they could get to me. No, dear boy, Quirrell said heatedly. It was the Dark Lord who showed up at your house that night. It was the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. that went to the Longbottoms' house that night. And it was your forehead that deflected a killing curse back at the greatest sorcerer the world has ever known. Quirrell was huffing by the time he had finished talking. You mean that Longbottom isn't the boy who lived? Harry said, grabbing his wand a bit tighter. The bad feeling in the pit of his stomach growing steadily worse. And why would you care about what happened to Voldemort that night? Voldemort is dead. That is where you are wrong, Harry Potter. Quirrell whispered, barely loud enough for Harry to hear him. My master cannot be killed. He is more immortal than any one man has ever been. Funny, Harry said defiantly, trying to build up his courage. He must have taken one hell of a vacation because he hasn't been seen in over a decade. If he is immortal, then where has he been? Let me speak to him. A raspy voice hissed. It seemed to fill the chamber and it sent a chill down Harry's spine. Master, you are not strong enough. Quirrell pleaded fearfully. I have strength enough for this. The hiss continued. Harry felt as if the devil's snare had finally caught up to him and was rooting him to the spot. He watched, petrified from both fear and curiosity, as Quirrell reached up and began to unwrap his turban. The turban fell away, Quirrell's head looking strangely small without it. Then he slowly turned on the spot. Harry didn't know if he wanted to yell or puke. Where there should have been a back to Quirrell's head, there was a face, the most terrible face Harry had ever seen. It was chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Harry Potter, the face whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Harry's head was running 1,000 miles an hour. Granted, Violet's face wasn't sticking from the back of his head, she was similar to what he was seeing in so many ways. Both Violet and Voldemort were living inside of someone else's body and each appeared to be capable of independent thoughts and speech. Granted, Violet's voice was only inside of his head. What are you? Harry finally blurted out. Are you a ghost? How can you talk but not have a body? Voldemort's face contorted into a knowing smirk. No. What you see is my soul, all that remains of me from that fateful night. I am no ghost, and neither is the companion in your head, if that is what you are wondering. I dare say I am not the only soul without a body in this room. Harry froze. How did he know about Violet? He was on the verge of having a panic attack, not having even come close to planning for this turn of events. I don't know what you are talking about. He tried to lie, failing miserably, causing Voldemort's smirk to widen into a full-blown smile. Occlumency at such a young age is quite impressive, Harry. I even had to stop invading your mind once you started to learn to defend it, lest you recognize it and become suspicious of me, but I had 6 months. 6 straight months to slowly worm your greatest secrets from your mind. I know all about the girl you house inside of your head. Harry was like a deer caught in the headlights. He had no idea what to do, and he quickly started to try and think of a way to silence both Quirrell and Voldemort from spilling his greatest secret, each idea seemingly no better than the last. Join me, Harry Potter. Voldemort interrupted the storm silently brewing inside of Harry's head. Together we can do extraordinary things. I can even help you give young Violet a body of her own. All you have to do is give me that mirror in your pocket. Harry hadn't even known that he had stopped clearing his mind, and that Voldemort had been skillfully probing his thoughts for the last few minutes. Quickly he emptied his mind and forced out the probe. Voldemort had just offered him the very thing he wanted above everything else, a body for Violet. He wanted so bad to accept his offer and join him. It wasn't like he cared for the rest of the world. They had never done anything for him as far as he was concerned, but he didn't want to give up the mirror and the stone to find out it had all just been a trick played on him. Voldemort watched the conflict rage on inside of the first-year Hufflepuff, slowly losing his patience at waiting and the fact that the boy had finally discovered his legilimency probe. Well, Harry, what will it be? Do we have a deal, or should I just finish what I started 10 years ago and take the stone for myself anyway? Finally Harry's eyes hardened and Voldemort could tell he had made a decision. He didn't really care which it was, he was going to kill the boy anyhow as soon as he had a body. Slowly Harry reached into his pocket and withdrew the shrunken mirror, looking at it longingly for a few seconds before reaching out to hand it to Voldemort. Just as Quirrell's hand was about to grab the mirror, another unwelcome voice shouted from the entranceway. You too! The newly arrived Longbottom shouted at Harry and Quirrell, whose face had been facing the entrance, as he fired off a knockback jinx at Harry which narrowly missed the precious mirror in his hands, but hitting and shattering the fake mirror into a scattered pile of broken glass and wood. Harry quickly pocketed the mirror once again to save it from any further harm. Quirrell smiled at the Longbottom child. "Me," he said calmly. "I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here tonight, Longbottom. But I thought, Snape, Severus." Quirrell laughed as Harry rolled his eyes. "Yes, Severus does seem the type, doesn't he? So useful to have him swooping around like an overgrown bat. Next to him, who would suspect poor, street-stuttering Professor Quirrell?" Quirrell snapped his fingers and ropes sprang out of thin air and wrapped themselves tightly around Longbottom. "You're too nosy to live, Longbottom. Scurrying around the school on Halloween like that. For all I knew you'd seen me coming to look at what was guarding the stone." "You let the troll in." "Certainly. I have a special gift with trolls. You must have seen what I did to the one in the chamber back there." Unfortunately, while everyone else was running around to look at, Snape, who already suspected me, went straight to the third floor to head me off. "Not only did my troll fail to beat you to death, that three-headed dog didn't even manage to bite Snape's leg off properly." "Why would you care if that troll killed me or not?" Longbottom asked, his fright evident on his face. "I am going to let you in on a little secret, Longbottom," Quirrell said softly. "Since you are not going to leave this room alive, it only seems fair that you know the truth before you die." What do you mean?" Longbottom asked close to fainting. "Why you're going to kill me?" "No, Mr. Longbottom, I am going to kill you," Voldemort hissed as Quirrell turned around so Voldemort was now facing Longbottom instead of Harry. "I just want you to die with the knowledge that you have never defeated me. Dumbledore has lied to the world and used you as his bait to hide the true prophecy, child. You have never been anything but an average child so long as you have lived, and an average child you shall die. Avada Kedavra, AAARRGGHH. Both Quirrell and Voldemort started to scream as a sharp pain erupted in Quirrell's chest, right above his heart, followed by the feeling of his neck being burned as he was knocked to the ground. "Harry POV. Join me, Harry Potter." Voldemort interrupted the storm silently brewing inside of my head. "Together we can do extraordinary things. The world would be at our fingertips. I can even help you give young Violet a body of her own. All you have to do is give me that mirror in your pocket." An entirely new storm had started to brew within me. Voldemort had just offered me the very thing I had been trying to achieve above everything else, a body for Violet. I wanted so bad to accept his offer and join him if it meant her finally having a body. It wasn't like he cared for the rest of the world. They had never done anything for me as far as I was concerned, leaving me to be nothing more than to my own family. I just didn't want to give up the mirror and the stone to find out it had all just been a trick played on me. "Please, don't do it, Harry," Violet pleaded. "You can't trust him. He will probably kill you the moment you hand it to him." "But what if he isn't lying?" I asked her, confusion still running through me on what to do. "Besides, if I don't give it to him, he will just try and kill me anyhow. There has to be another way," Violet begged worriedly. "I don't want to see you die for me, Harry." I sat and pondered what she was saying. I knew deep down in my heart that Voldemort was likely only blowing smoke at me, waiting for me to give him the mirror and the stone before he killed me. Ideas on how to escape this situation alive were running through my mind left and right, each one not ending with me still breathing. "Well, Harry, what will it be? Do we have a deal, or should I just finish what I started 10 years ago and take the stone for myself anyway?" Voldemort asked, his patience wearing thin. Finally, my mind was made up with a plan of action. "Violet, do you trust me?" I asked the girl who had been the most important thing in my existence. "Of course I do, Harry," she said softly. "Just please be careful." I finally steeled my resolve, plan firmly planted in my mind, and slowly reached into my pocket and pulled out the shrunken mirror. I took a few long moments to look at it, in case my plan backfired and everything fell apart. I would let him think that I was on his side, and wait for him to turn his back to me and strike. Just as I was about to hand it to him, another shout came from the doorway, followed by a spell that just barely missed my hand and destroyed the fake mirror behind me. Wood and glass shattered and rained down on the ground around me, a few pieces bouncing off of my back. It was Longbottom. I didn't know whether to key or kill him for his interruption. He was either going to make my plan a success or ruin it completely. I quickly put the mirror back into my pocket to keep it safe. Quirrell had taken to talking to the boy, Voldemort's face still facing me, hidden from him. I took the time that they weren't paying attention to me to modify my plans slightly, an even better plan formulating in my mind. Suddenly, I saw my window of opportunity opening. Quirrell was slowly turning around so that Voldemort could face Longbottom. The moment that neither face was facing me, I silently cast a levitation charm on a large shard of glass that had been laying on the ground directly behind me. Quickly I snatched the piece of the broken mirror and took a firm hold on it, waiting for the right moment to strike. "No, Mr. Longbottom, I am going to kill you," Voldemort hissed at Longbottom, raising his wand and pointing it at him. "You will die with the knowledge that you have never defeated me. Dumbledore has lied to the world and used you as his bait to hide the true prophecy, child. You have never been anything but an average child, and an average child you shall die. Avada Kedavra." I took the opportunity to strike at him mid-spell, when his concentration was completely on Longbottom. As quick and as hard as I could, I brought the large shard of glass down and right into Quirrell's chest, directly above his heart, cutting deeply into my hand as it slid across the broken glass. Not wanting to chance him surviving, I jumped on him, wrapping my hands around his neck, determined to either cut off his air supply and suffocate him, or at the very least get him to pass out. I knew my reflexes were fast, but I didn't want to try and just stun him, only to find out that his reflexes were even faster, and fail. I wasn't surprised when the both of us went tumbling to the ground. I was, however, surprised when my hands started to heat up as a sizzling sound came from Quirrell's neck where my hands had been touching him. I could feel the large amount of magic being pumped through my body and into Quirrell, but that wasn't what had me worried. From the moment my hands started to burn into Quirrell's neck, Violet had been writhing in pain, as if she was being tortured as well. For some reason, she was also being hurt by the contact with Voldemort, and it angered me, knowing that he was somehow hurting her. Quirrell's neck had started to turn to ash, but I quickly removed my hands from it and instead placed them both over his face. Violet was still thrashing in pain, and my body was quickly tiring from channeling so much magic, my young body not being used to using so much magic. After what seemed like hours to Violet, but was only seconds in real life, Quirrell stopped screaming as his face, followed soon by the rest of his body, started to crumble into a large pile of ash. He was dead. A dark mist started to swirl from his body and the soul of Voldemort coalesced above where his body had been. "One day soon, Potter," Voldemort hissed, "I will return, and the world will watch as I extinguish the life from your eyes." As Voldemort took off through the ceiling, I allowed my body to relax, slouching from exhaustion. My muscles aching from the beginnings of magical exhaustion. My body just wasn't mature enough to be using so much magic in such a short amount of time. Is he dead?" Longbottom finally asked. I looked at him incredulously. He is a pile of dust, why even ask such a stupid question? "Fine," Longbottom snapped, regaining some of his former arrogance. "How about I ask what you were doing down here with him in the first place? I must profess myself interested in finding the answer to that question myself. From the both of you," came a wary-sounding voice, once again from the entrance to the chamber. I slowly turned my head to the side and spotted the last person I wanted to see standing there. Albus Dumbledore. He waved his wand, releasing Longbottom from his bindings, before turning to look at the pile of ash with a small frown. "Well, time to find out how well my occlumency training has gone," I told her, while working on a story that wouldn't end up with me expelled, in jail, or worse, losing the mirror. "You just killed Quirrell and defeated Voldemort, for apparently the second time," Violet said, a hint of pride in her voice. "I think you can handle Longbeard over there." "Well, you see, Professor," Longbottom began, before Dumbledore cut him off by raising his hand. "As interesting as this tale will undoubtedly be, Mr. Longbottom," Dumbledore said, his eyes again doing that weird twinkling thing that undoubtedly was used to lure children to their doom. "This is a conversation that would perhaps be best left until we were in my office, after Mr. Potter receives some care for his injuries, of course," he added, pointing to my right hand that was bleeding heavily. The stop at the infirmary didn't take very long. As the cuts to my hand weren't caused by magic, Pomfrey was able to heal them in a matter of seconds. Nobody talked much the entire time until we made it up to the headmaster's office. Weasley lay asleep in one of the occupied beds in the infirmary. Granger had been released as we entered the hospital wing. Dumbledore led us into his office and I couldn't help but look around in curiosity. The room was lined in dozens of moving portraits, the plaques accompanying them identifying them as the previous headmasters and headmistresses. Bookshelves were lining the lower portion of the walls, just below the portraits. Dozens of silver objects and other obscure artifacts lined the few open shelves and tables around the room. A cabinet sat on the right side caught my attention. The door was cracked open with a silver glow leaking out of it and into the room. The room looked every bit as eccentric as the man who occupied it. "Have a seat, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said as he took a seat himself behind his large desk, beside of which was an empty perch. Longbottom quickly took the left seat and I took the one on the right at a more dignified pace. "Now, let's start with you, Mr. Longbottom. Perhaps you could enlighten an old man as to why you, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger were so far out of bounds." Longbottom must have taken Dumbledore's tone as a reprimanding one, as he was staring at his lap when he answered. "Hermione, Ron, and I all thought that Professor Snape was trying to steal the stone, sir. When we heard that you were gone, we tried to tell Professor McGonagall, but she didn't believe us. So we decided to try and save it ourselves. When I got to the end, I found out it wasn't Professor Snape as I had thought, but Professor Quirrell and Potter. I saw Potter about to hand something to the professor and I fired a knockback jinx at his hand to try and make him drop it, but it missed and shattered the large mirror behind them." Dumbledore looked troubled when Longbottom mentioned the mirror being destroyed, but urged him to continue. "After that, Quirrell wandlessly bound me in ropes and started saying how he had been trying to steal the stone all year, and that he had been the one to let the troll in on Halloween. Then he turned around, and you know who was sticking out of the back of his head. You know who said that I wasn't really the one who defeated him, but that Potter," here he turned to me with a sneer on his face. "That Potter was really the one who beat him. He wasn't telling the truth, was he, sir?" Dumbledore stole a quick peek at me before he turned back to Longbottom, his eyes twinkling at full force. "Of course not. He was merely trying to play with your mind, Mr. Longbottom. You can hardly take Voldemort at his word. He has always been rather charming when he needs to be, twisting words and corrupting minds to meet his goals." Longbottom looked heavily relieved at Dumbledore's words. I merely raised an eyebrow at him, not believing that he would buy that story so easily. Then, right as you know who was about to cast the killing curse at me, Potter did something behind him that made him scream before he tackled him and started choking him. Potter must have been using dark magic, because just his touch burned Professor Quirrell's skin, until his whole body turned to ashes. Then you know whose spirit formed above the ashes and flew away through the ceiling. "Dark magic is a serious allegation, Mr. Longbottom," Dumbledore replied when the Gryffindor had finished his story. Dumbledore turned his gaze to me. "Perhaps you would like to tell your side of the story, Harry." "Here we go, I told her, already having prepared the story I was going to tell the headmaster. "Just get my award ready. It's just too bad I can't talk," she replied with a smirk. "My story would have undoubtedly been much more interesting." "Of course, Professor," I told the headmaster with a small smile, trying not to turn the charm up too much. I knew that Dumbledore was one of the few people that wouldn't be fooled by a mere charming personality. It all started earlier today when I noticed Longbottom and his two friends run into the entrance hall, obviously looking upset. Wondering if something was wrong, I made to go see if they needed any help. "PFF'd. Violet snorted. "Such a good Samaritan you are, my hero." She swooned. When I got closer to them, they were talking to Professor McGonagall about someone trying to steal a stone that was being hidden on the 3rd floor. They brushed off her warnings that the stone was safe, and when they huddled up after she left, I eavesdropped on them to make sure they weren't going to be doing anything that would get them into more trouble. I had heard how badly things were for them when they lost all those points from having that dragon, and I wanted to spare them any more trouble, even from themselves. Violet had been laughing so hard throughout my entire story, that it was almost hard for me to even tell it without laughing along with her. I had to make sure to keep my mind, and my emotions, cleared lest I start laughing my head off right in front of the headmaster. The three did not take Professor McGonagall's warning to heart, and I heard them planning on going after whoever it was that was trying to steal the stone. Foolishly, instead of going to a professor, which would have gotten them into trouble, I decided that I would sneak down there myself to help make sure they didn't get injured. Sadly, I didn't know what time they were going to the third floor, so I had to go as soon as curfew hit, just to make sure that I didn't miss them. When I got to the room with the Cerberus, I noticed someone had already put it to sleep, and the trapdoor underneath it was open. I didn't know if it was the thief, Longbottom, or both that had already gone through, so I quickly went down and battled my way through all the traps. When I got to the final room, Longbottom and his friends weren't there. It was only Professor Quirrell. Well, so I thought at first. He told me that the mirror had a sorcerer's stone inside it. I admit that the thought of owning it and becoming super rich did cross my mind, but I wasn't going to just steal it. Quirrell grew frustrated that he couldn't get the stone out of the mirror. That was when someone else spoke up and told him to use the boy. Quirrell made me stand in front of the mirror, and I saw myself holding a blood-red stone, but nothing ever happened. Quirrell got mad and the mysterious voice said that it wanted to talk to me. He unwrapped his turban and the face of Voldemort was sticking out from the back of his head. Dumbledore's eyebrows perked up slightly at my use of Voldemort's name, but I ignored it and kept going. He told me that I either had to join him or die. I didn't want to join him. I don't want to be on the dark side, but I didn't want to die either. So I told him that I would join him. I was just hoping to live long enough to be able to escape him and find a professor. I went to shake his hand to seal the deal, which is when Mr. Longbottom thought he saw me handing something to him, when a spell was shot past me and into the mirror, shattering it, causing the glass to fall all around me. When Voldemort turned to talk to Longbottom, and neither face was looking at me, I levitated a shard of glass from the broken mirror and took it. I stabbed it into Quirrell's chest just as Voldemort was about to kill Longbottom. Then my instincts just kind of took over and I tackled him to the ground, but I swear, I honestly have no idea why his body burned to ashes. I can promise you it was not dark magic, as Longbottom claims. I finished with a slight sneer towards Longbottom. Dumbledore sat silent for a few moments. I made the mistake of making eye contact with him, and immediately I felt his probe enter my mind. I knew I couldn't just banish it without alerting him to my abilities, so I did my best to direct it to the sole thought that I was telling the truth, praying that I did it correctly. Finally, after a few seconds, the probe ended and Dumbledore sighed. I am both proud at the loyalty you both have shown the school tonight, and horrified that you would intentionally put yourselves in such danger. Dumbledore began. Therefore I feel I must take 10 points from the both of you. However, you shall both be receiving awards for special services to the school. Longbottom looked pleased that he would be getting an award. Me, not so much. I knew that it would only attract more attention to myself. It has grown rather late, perhaps you two should head off to bed. Dumbledore said tiredly. Sadly, I shall be up most of the night making sure this is all explained properly to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the school governors. I trust you two not to partake in any additional adventures on your way back to your dorms. He smiled at that last part, dismissing the pair of us. Longbottom hurried from his chair and made his way towards the door, with me following him at a much more leisurely pace. Once the door closed behind Longbottom, I branched off course and slowly strolled over to the cabinet that had the blue light shining out from its cracked door. I still had some things I needed to talk to the headmaster about and didn't want to do so while Longbottom was in the room. Deciding to satisfy my curiosity, I opened the cabinet door the rest of the way just to see what was inside. There was a pedestal inside that had a shallow stone basin, with a silver lining to it, filled with what looked to be some silvery liquid. I could just make out a bunch of runes lining the rim of the bowl. It is called a pensieve, Dumbledore said softly, having somehow sneaked up on me without me even noticing. My apologies for snooping. I apologized to him, truly not sure why I let my curiosity get the better of me. My curiosity seems to have gotten the better of me. Curiosity can be such a wonderful thing. Dumbledore said wistfully. It can also be quite dangerous, as I am sure you know. One must always exercise caution. However, no harm done this time around. What exactly does it do? I asked him, nodding towards the strange basin. It allows you to store and view memories. Dumbledore said, slipping into teacher mode. It was obvious the man had a passion for it. It is useful for when one finds their mind cluttered, as I often do, and need to take a second look at a particular memory. Fascinating, I whispered, awed once more at the power of magic. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. However, I am sure your lingering has more to do with something else and not my pensieve. So what is on your mind, Harry? I took a moment to gather my thoughts before I spoke. While Longbottom may not be able to tell when he is being lied to or not, I am. I've spent enough time being lied to about magic from my relatives to know when I am being told the truth or not. I saw the look on Voldemort's face when he told Longbottom that I was the one who defeated him and not Longbottom. He wasn't lying, sir. Dumbledore sighed, before rubbing his tired eyes. He gestured once more to the seat I had occupied earlier before he too sat back down at his desk. No, he wasn't lying. It was your parents' house that Voldemort attacked on that Halloween, and it was you whom he failed to kill, giving you that scar on your forehead in the process. I don't understand, sir. I frowned. Why the trickery? You must understand, Harry. Voldemort may have been gone, but many of his followers were still around. There are many who managed to bribe or talk their way out of Azkaban, and I knew they would have tried to kill you if they had known the truth. What made my life any more important than Longbottom's? I asked. Does it have anything to do with why Voldemort called me the prophecy child? Judging by the way Dumbledore's shoulders stiffened momentarily, I believe that I had hit the nail on the head. Yes, there was a prophecy that had been made many years ago that concerns you and Voldemort. However, before you ask, you are still much too young to be shouldered with such a heavy burden. Dumbledore sighed. I could tell that he wasn't happy with how much information had already leaked out. I wasn't sure how long he had planned to withhold this information from me, but I was sure that he wasn't planning to tell me this early on. Thank you, I finally answered him, drawing a confused look from the aged headmaster. What for, Harry? He asked. I have seen what fame has done to Longbottom. I replied to him. While he isn't an evil person, you can still see where fame has affected his ego. I have no desire for fame or recognition, and I do not envy him for his life. I thank you for not burdening me with such thing. I was telling him the truth, well, most of it. I could give a shit less about being famous, I just didn't want all of the attention that came along with it. I had so much that I needed to do if I wanted to ever get a body for Violet, a lot of it bordering on illegal, and it all would have been impossible with my every move being watched by somebody. You are most welcome, Harry. Dumbledore smiled, seemingly pleased that I hadn't reacted badly to the news. Now, if that is all, I am sure you would like to get some sleep. Taking the hint of my dismissal, I rose from my seat, nodding to the headmaster, and making my way towards the door. Just before I opened it and stepped out, he spoke to me again. Harry, he began, I am sure I do not need to tell you this, but it would be most unwise to tell anybody of what we have just discussed. After all, while they have been disbanded for many years, Voldemort's followers are undoubtedly still out there. Many would love to strike down the one who cost them the war. Of course, Professor. I acquiesced before stepping out of the room and making my way down the stairs. I hadn't made it more than 2 corridors from the headmaster's office when Longbottom popped out from around the corner. Dumbledore may have bought your story, Potter, but I don't. Longbottom said angrily. We didn't see you anywhere near us today when we talked to McGonagall, so that means you were obviously sneaking around. I may not know what, but I know I saw something in your hand and you were about to give it to Voldemort. I don't buy your story on why you were down in that chamber. Annoying little bastard is a bit smarter than he looks, isn't he? Violet said angrily. It could cause problems if he and his goons go snooping around. I told her, not happy at this turn of events. It's too bad that book didn't explain how to do the obliviation charm. It would have been much easier to just make him forget. We will just have to keep on our toes next year. Violet replied. Best just continue to play the innocent, Good guy for now. Easy for you to say, I'm the only one with toes. I smirked. I don't know what you're talking about, Longbottom. I finally answered him. Everything I told Headmaster Dumbledore is exactly what happened. I am sorry that you are unappreciative of my concern, but I assure you, I am not, nor will I ever, be in league with Voldemort. The last part one couldn't help but chuckle out at him. It was after all the only actual true thing I had told him. Whatever you say, Potter, Longbottom said heatedly. Just watch yourself next year. I promise you we will be keeping our eyes on you. I'm so glad you care, Longbottom. I smirked at him. Now if you will excuse me, I must be off to bed. I have had quite a long night, as I am sure you know. It was June 13th, and today would be my last occlumency lesson before break started. Unfortunately, the train ride home was next Saturday, so my first lesson of summer would have to be delayed until the next day. Cyrus was waiting for me when I stepped out of the flow. Hello, Harry. Cyrus welcomed me, shaking my hand. I trust everything is well. I have heard some serious rumors have been floating out of Hogwarts this past week. I am not sure what you have heard, I told him with a light smile. However, I will say the last week and a half have been most interesting. I can imagine. Cyrus smiled. I had hoped today we could use our lesson to talk in lieu of our normal procedure. I knew that this conversation had been coming for a while. Cyrus seemed like a good man, and I doubted he would let me return to the Dursleys after what he had seen without at least asking me about it. Sure, lead the way, I told him with a small smile, following him to the sitting room. Anything to drink, Harry? He asked after calling for Twink, his house elf. Butterbeer would be fine, thanks, I told him, sitting myself down in the chair opposite of his. So, what would you like to talk about? Cyrus took the drinks from Twink, handing me my butterbeer. As you know, I have seen quite a bit about your past and who you are, both inside and out. I had hoped you wouldn't mind discussing some of the more disturbing things to ease a man's worry. Well, I can't say that I haven't been expecting this conversation, I told him, taking a sip from my drink. Seeing as you are under a vow to keep my secrets, not that I don't trust you of course, but you understand my position, I am willing to discuss your concerns. Mind you, there are some things I will be unwilling to speak about. Cyrus had been nodding his head along. I understand, and thank you for trusting me this much. I should probably start with my concerns before my curiosity. I have seen enough of your memories to know that your home life isn't the best of situations. I have talked it over with Astrid, and we would like to invite you to stay here for the summer. I took a moment to gather a response. It wasn't that I was really considering declining, but I still had to take everything into consideration, such as the book sitting under the loose floorboard at number 4. I would at the very least need to return to retrieve it. I have some things I need to do during the break that requires me to leave. I also know that your wards are strong enough to interrupt the trace from reporting to the ministry. Is there going to be any problems with me practicing my magic over the summer? I would even be willing to teach Daphne a few things. Cyrus sat and pondered for a moment. You would be free to come and go as you please, within reason of course. You are also free to use magic. I do ask you be careful on both accounts. Now, while your relatives may not have held the same beliefs as me apparently, my family is very important to me, and my only rule is that you not do anything to endanger them. Of course, thank you for hospitality. However, there are some things I need to retrieve from the Dursleys. Would Sunday be acceptable? Of course, Harry. You are free to take all the time you need. Cyrus smiled excitedly. Now that we have that out of the way, there is something, or rather someone, that has had me most curious for quite some time now. I was hoping you could quench my curiosity. I slowly took another sip from my drink and nodded my head. Violet, that's her name. She says hello by the way, I told him, knowing he had only ever heard me refer to her by her nickname. It is almost unreal, Cyrus said in awe. I have never heard of a case where there were two minds in one body. Who picked her name? I did. I was only 5 at the time, I told him with a small chuckle. By that age, I was already forced to do the gardening and the violets were always my favorite. Of course, I think I could have called her almost anything and she would have been happy. Fascinating. So what is it like having someone else in your head? What's she like? He asked, sounding almost as if he was a kid in a candy story. I had gathered over the last half year that he was quite the academic. She's amazing. Life growing up with my relatives was never easy, but she was always the one who helped me through it. She would always cheer me up whenever I was sad, lonely, or scared. I smiled wistfully, remembering all that she had done for me. She is smart, has a quick tongue, funny as hell, and there isn't anything I wouldn't do for her. I take it she is why you are going through all of this? He asked. The lessons with me, the book, and all of the planning and secrecy. Of course. I look at the world, both muggle and magical, and all I see is wasted potential. People have the ability to accomplish truly amazing things in this world, magicals especially, yet they throw it away, choosing to follow the path of mediocrity simply because that is all that is expected from them. Violet is none of those things. She is brilliant, dedicated, and could do amazing things if only she had a body. She is as deserving, if not more, than anyone to have a body, and I am going to make sure she gets one. It is the very least I can do for her after all she has done for me. You really think all of those things about me, Harry? Violet asked, her voice coarse as if she would be crying if she could. Of course I do, I told her. You have done so much more for me than I could ever deserve, and I would give anything, my own life included, just to see you happy. I love you, Harry, and I love you, V. More than anything, and one day you will have a body and I will prove it, even if it takes me 100 years. I told her, letting my love for her flow freely through my mind. You are right, of course. Cyrus sighed, drawing me from my own private conversation. I'll admit, I am not the most knowledgeable person when it comes to muggles. But I do know that in the last couple of decades, they have made many great accomplishments when compared to the magical world. Our world seems content to just sit back and relax in a world and time that has long since passed its greatness. I was glad that Cyrus understood what I was talking about. Muggles were naturally inferior to wizards, there was just no way around it. They will never be able to have the potential that magic gives us. We can accomplish so much with magic that they just would never be able to do, like instantaneous travel, conjuration and transfiguration, space expansion, and yet the wizarding world wastes it. Magic gave them the ability to live a comfortable and lazy life hundreds of years ago, and then they became happy and complacent with what they had. The majority no longer cared to keep bettering themselves and the world. Very few new spells or inventions were created in the last 200 years compared to the millennium before that. The wizards took that natural superiority they had over the muggles and just threw it away. Other than a small percentage, wizards today aren't any better than those they consider themselves to be above. Perhaps someday someone will come along and revolutionize the wizarding world. From what I have read, it sounds as if that was Voldemort's goal. Of course he was taking it in the wrong direction. I told him, shedding light on some of my realizations. I never knew any decent muggles growing up. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere and my relatives made sure to quickly poison the neighborhood against me. However, even though I do not like them, even I know it would be foolish to confront them in open warfare. The muggles developed technology to destroy an entire city within seconds, and that was almost 50 years ago. Cyrus's eyes went wide hearing that muggles had that kind of technology. An entire city? He asked. In the blink of an eye. I frowned. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? They are naturally handicapped without magic, and yet they have created so much more than wizards can imagine. Just think where we could be as a society if we hadn't grown lazy. You said the wizarding world needed a leader. Cyrus began carefully. Are you planning for it to be you? I couldn't help but snort. Not hardly. There is very little in the wizarding world that I care for, and unlike Voldemort, I have no desire to rule it. Being abandoned to muggles doesn't help build much of an attachment with the magical world, especially when its ineptitude is thrown into your face right out of the gates. No, for me this world is merely a bridge that leads me to Violet. After that, I think I will just buy some private island somewhere secluded and live a happy carefree life, raising a family. That is all I really want from life. If that is what you want, Harry, then that is what we will do. Violet smiled. As long as you are happy, then I will be too. I'll be happy just as long as you are there with me, you know that. I told her, making her smile even more. That is a very adult answer. Cyrus mused. Yeah, well, you can thank the Dursleys for that. I chuckled. One thing they made sure of very quickly was that I knew I didn't have time for a childhood. It was either harden myself and grow up fast, or turn into a beat puppy that has no free will or dreams to call its own, two things I refused to give up easily. Well, I wish you all the luck fulfilling your dreams. Cyrus toasted me. However, I must extend a word of caution. Sometimes, the most beautiful paradise is only accessible by the most dangerous of roads. Many fall victim to those that hide along the roadside. I hope you do not end up as one of them. Thank you, Cyrus. I told him honestly. You truly are a good man, something I admit I haven't met many of in my life. You're welcome, Harry, and thank you. Cyrus toasted me as I stood up to make my way back to Hogwarts. Please pass along my regards to my daughter if you could. I nodded before making my way back to Hogwarts to start the countdown for summer break. The last week of school ended up passing by rather quickly. Those not taking their OWLs or NEWTs had received their exam scores the day before leaving. I had scored O's in all of my subjects that actually used magic, and an EE in potions, herbology, astronomy, and history. Although my grade for potions probably should have been an O, my potion was perfect after all. I ended up finishing second in my class behind Granger, merely for the fact that she actually seemed to give a damn about herbology, astronomy, and history, me not so much. I still managed an EE in those subjects without even really trying, and I am sure I could have easily gotten O's if I wanted to. I just didn't want to. Finally, it was time for the train ride back to London. I was only going to be staying the one night at the Dursleys. Cyrus had told me how to catch the night bus. I would take it from there to the Leaky Cauldron and flow to Greengrass Manor. I ended up sharing a compartment with Daphne, Tracy, and Wayne. I was actually shocked at how well Tracy and Wayne were getting along. Granted, Tracy was only technically a half-blood, but a Slytherin and a Muggle-born being friendly was rather rare. So father says you will be staying with us for the summer? Daphne asked as the train pulled away from the station. I have something to take care of back at my relatives', but I will be there tomorrow. I told her, drawing Wayne's interest in the conversation. Why are you stay there all summer? No offense of course. He added towards Daphne. My relatives and I came to the agreement years ago that neither of us particularly enjoyed being in the company of the other. I answered him, my mind half in an ancient runes text, the other half in the conversation. I would almost rather spend the holidays ironing out Dumbledore's atrocious wardrobe than be around their stink. It is amazing how hard it seems to be for people their size to wash themselves properly. I told him, speaking of Vernon and Dudley. They both spent plenty of time in the shower, but never seemed to really get clean. I assume they just can't reach a few places. Yeah, Justin doesn't particularly enjoy spending time with his family either since they found out he was a wizard. Wayne added knowingly, he comes from a well-off family and they had big plans for him apparently. He was even down for Eden, then Hogwarts comes along and ruins his parents' big plan for his future. I'm just glad that Daphne and I have the chance to choose our future. Tracy added, it wasn't that long ago that the women of our society pretty much did what the males told them to do and that was the end of it. Of course, there is still a small portion of the world that still is that way. Purebloods, Daphne acknowledged, wrinkling her nose up in disgust. It's such a shame. There was a time when being a pureblood was something to be proud of. Now it is just a bunch of bigots that are still trying to cling on to the idea that they are superior. I don't see how blood could have ever made anyone more superior than someone else. Wayne piped up. It isn't so much the blood that makes them better than everyone. I told him, closing my book for now. It is getting the chance to actually be raised in this world, versus being brand new when you get your letter. Some wizarding families go back thousands of years, and those families have libraries with knowledge dating back to their beginnings in some cases. Pureblood children, and even a lot of half-bloods, who are raised in the wizarding world are trained in these histories. While you and I were off in primary learning about wars, politics, and the history of the Muggle world, People like Malfoy are being tutored in the same things in the wizarding world. So while someone like us that is new to the world doesn't even know what the night bus is, Malfoy and others already have a firm understanding of the wizarding world. Wayne seemed to understand what I was saying, but had a confused look at the same time. Finally, he asked, what is the night bus? I couldn't help but chuckle along while Daphne and Tracy laughed at him, confirming my point. It's a magical bus that can take you almost anywhere. Tracy answered him. It's like the bus system we have in the Muggle world, just faster and more uncomfortable from what Cyrus tells me. The rest of the train ride to London finished in much the same way as the beginning. The four of us talked and just relaxed. There was maybe an hour left before the door to our compartment opened up, revealing the fake boy savior himself, Granger, and Weasley. It is terribly rude to just barge in without knocking. I glared at the three. You would think that between the three of you, at least one of you might have received some sort of training on how to show people some respect. We don't need to show you anything. Longbottom growled out. We just wanted to remind you that we are watching you. I know you were up to something down in that chamber, regardless of what you told Dumbledore. What I know, I began heatedly, is that I saved you from trying your luck with the killing curse. I wonder, would magic consider me to have stopped Voldemort from killing you, thus creating a life debt? I knew that a life debt likely hadn't formed, as I really wasn't trying to save Longbottom at all. It was just an opening that I needed to save myself, and I took it. It was just lucky for Longbottom that he benefited from it as well. Anyone who hangs around with filthy snakes wouldn't save anybody's life. You obviously had your own selfish reasons for killing Quirrell, Weasley said heatedly, glaring at the two Slytherin girls, who were glaring back equally as hard. They may be in Slytherin, Weasley, but at least my friends have a chance at a future. I smirked at him. What is that supposed to mean? Granger asked angrily. You mean they haven't told you? I chuckled at her. Two purebloods as best friends and they don't even tell you what to expect. Very well, I will tell you myself, Granger. You are a Muggle-born woman. As far as people like the Malfoys are concerned, the same sphere of people who basically run the wizarding world, you are just above a Muggle and right around squib in their eyes. You can score all of the O's you want, but pretty much the only way you are going to get a job that isn't the lowest entry level the Ministry has, you will need to marry one of these two beside you. Which really only leaves Weasley, as poor Longbottom seems to have drawn the ire of a not quite so dead Dark Lord. He undoubtedly has a short predicted lifespan. I hear the Weasley family are firm believers of the woman being a stay-at-home baby machine, so I wish you luck with that, Granger. You think you are so clever, don't you? Longbottom snarled. You will slip up eventually, and I'll be there to make sure you're exposed when you do. Well, perhaps you should take some of the time you were wasting on me and actually apply it to your studies. I grinned at them. Longbottom had finished just outside of the top 10 in his year, but Weasley had been towards the bottom, barely passing the majority of his classes. I dare say, Weasley here can't afford to lose out on any time at all. He is about to be passed by Crabbe and Goyle of all people. It really is sad. Tracy and Daphne were laughing at Weasley as his face burned red. Wayne chuckled along with them. You're just jealous that you couldn't beat Hermione. Ron yelled at us. Oh, I did, at least in everything that counted. I laughed at the trio. She only managed to actually do better than me in history, astronomy, and herbology, all of which are of no use to me in the long run. Much like this conversation as a matter of fact, so scram. I shut and locked the door in their faces, placing a runic locking sequence on it. I figured Granger would know how to counter any locking spells I knew, but I doubted she knew anything about runes yet. Finally, the train was slowing down and we all changed out of our robes, and into a more casual attire. I said my goodbyes to Wayne, Tracy, and Daphne, telling the latter I would see her tomorrow, and made my way towards the barrier that divided our two worlds. Boy, Vernon greeted me gruffly. We ain't got all day to be sitting around waiting on you. Hurry and get in the car or you ass can walk home for all I care. It must have been such hard work walking from your chair to the car, Uncle. I glared at him. It was easy to see that he was still weary of magic. Thankfully, The notice for underage magic was sent home with the students and not mailed to their guardians, so the Dursleys were unaware of the restrictions. I was planning on keeping it that way too. It's almost a shame we won't be staying for the summer. Violet grinned. We could have had so much fun with them. That would be unfair, Vi. I chided her jokingly. You wouldn't steal candy from a baby just because it was easy, would you? Violet broke out laughing. The ride from London to Surrey was rather boring. Vernon kept stealing glances in the rear-view mirror. It was obvious he was unhappy with his current situation if the rapidly changing colors of his face were anything to go by. I had been hoping for years that he would just hurry and give himself a heart attack, but I just hadn't been lucky enough for that yet. When we pulled into the driveway of number 4, Vernon turned in his seat to address me. Now you listen here, boy. I don't want to hear, see, or even smell you doing any of your funny business in my home, or you will find yourself out on the streets with the other riffraff and hooligans. Am I being clear enough for you, boy? Vernon's beady eyes narrowed at me when I snorted at him. Empty threat. I will be leaving tomorrow for the summer anyhow, Vernon. I would suggest you stay out of my way and we will not have any problems. Am I being clear enough for you, Uncle? Vernon growled and shut off the car, hurrying inside of the house without even glancing back towards me. I am going to love the day we can finally get even with those three, Violet said, nodding in the direction of the house. I know you are. I laughed at her. I've seen the mental calendar you have been keeping that is counting down the days. Yep. She smiled. Only 771 days left on the calendar to go. I'm not even going to ask where you got that number from. I chuckled at her, while dragging my trunk towards the house. I couldn't wait until I started practicing some rituals. I would need the practice before I even dreamed of attempting anything hard, like giving Violet a body, and I had read about some light gray rituals that would give slight boosts to enhance the human body. I would start small and work my way up until I knew I could do advanced rituals without screwing up. I heaved my trunk up the stairs to the first floor, not even acknowledging my aunt or cousin as I passed by them, and made my way into my bedroom. As soon as the door to my room closed, I rushed over to my bed and checked to make sure the book was still under the loose floorboard. I let out a small sigh of relief when I pulled it up and out of the floor. I opened up my trunk and fished out the shrunken mirror of her eyes, which I had wrapped up in more cloth and cushioning charms than I knew what to do with, and slowly put it and the book back into the floor, placing the loose floorboard back over top of it. I didn't trust Vernon enough to not try to sneak into my room in the middle of the night and try to confiscate or even burn all of my stuff, so I wasn't going to take any chances with those two items. I stowed my wand underneath my pillow, just in case, and I settled in for the night. Tomorrow I would leave from the Dursleys, hopefully for good. Well, at least until it's time to get even with them. Violet reminded me. Yeah, don't worry, I won't deny you your fun. You know that. I mumbled to her sleepily. I know, I was just double-checking is all. She smiled before she too started to unwind for the night. That next morning I was packed and ready to go as soon as the sun rose in the sky. I was in a hurry to be able to leave the place I had called hell for so long. As much as I hoped to never have to see the Dursleys again, I knew that they should be even more hopeful that they never saw me again. Me in particular, I just never wanted to see them again. Violet, however, had no intentions of letting them off the hook for what they put me through as a child. Once I knew that the Greengrasses would be awake, I tugged my trunk behind me and made my way out of the house, not even bothering to spare Petunia the glare that Violet was directing at her. Checking to make sure nobody was outside, just in case, I raised my wand hand and moments later there was the sound of tires sliding against pavement as a large, purple triple-decker bus stopped in front of me. I paid the conductor of the bus and a few seconds later I was on my way towards London. The ride was much as Cyrus had told me, about as pleasant as sitting through 10 straight hours with Snape. I would be learning different modes of transportation as soon as I was able. Sending a final glare towards the bus as I got off of it, I made my way towards the entrance to the Leaky Cauldron. The old pub was thankfully almost empty as I made my way inside. I knew that once I was inside the wards of the pub, there would be no way for the Ministry to track me with the trace, so I quickly shrunk my trunk and pocketed it. Quickly, I made my way over towards the fireplace and tossed in a pinch of flow powder. Stepping in, I softly called out, "Greengrass Manor," and was whisked away from the old pub. I only slightly staggered as I stepped out of the flow, and was greeted by a house elf. "I is Twink, can I be's helping you's Mr. Harry, sir?" the little house elf asked. "Hello, Twink," I greeted the elf, earning a large smile. "Can you inform Cyrus of my arrival?" "Of course, Mr. Harry, sir. Twink be's doing so right away." With a small pop, the elf was gone. Waiting for Cyrus to arrive, I took a moment to once again enjoy my surroundings. I had been here nearly 24 times already, but I hadn't really just tried to enjoy the place. Portraits of past and present members of the family lined the walls, each with their own history to tell. A marble bust or two of the most prominent past members displayed on pedestals around the room. Overall, the room screamed, "We have wealth," but in an understated way that made you think they weren't trying to rub your face in it. "Harry," Cyrus greeted as he entered the entrance hall. "I'm glad you could make it." "You almost sounded surprised, Cyrus." I chuckled at him. "You didn't honestly think I would prefer their company over yours, did you?" Cyrus frowned for a split second at the mention of the Dursleys, but it passed, being quickly replaced with his smile. No, of course not. Just glad you made it safely. Come, now that summer is upon us, my wife and youngest are no longer busy, and I would like for you to meet them." "Of course, sir," I told him, following him out of the room. "I look forward to finally meeting them. Daphne has mentioned you a couple times already since she arrived yesterday." Cyrus joked as he led me to the family sitting room. "It would seem she prefers your company to most of those in her own house. As much grief as I catch from my house for being off on my own so much, I am surprised she has not bit my head off." I joked. "Only because I am sure it would taste horrible." A voice spoke from the door. I turned to see Daphne entering with 2 other people behind her. She had a joking smile on her face, and her hair was done up in pigtails, catching me off guard as I had only ever seen her straight-haired at school. "Daph, you wound me with your words." I fake pouted. "If you don't start spending more time with your friends, then I might wound you with more than just words," she threatened as a small cough came from behind her. I looked over her shoulder and saw an older version of her standing there, just with different eyes. Astrid, if I remembered correctly, was average height with long hair. She had an hourglass figure with a Goldilocks chest, just right in my opinion. The only real difference was the sea green eyes in contrast to Daphne's ice blue ones. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Potter. I am Astrid Greengrass," she said as I gave her knuckles a small key asterisk, knowing some of the older generations still considered it customary. "Please, call me Harry. I have heard much about you and it is a pleasure to finally meet you," I told her before giving her a small grin. I must say, if this is what I can expect Daphne to look like when she is older, then poor Cyrus will need to hire someone to follow her to school just to beat me and the other boys away. Astrid smiled widely as Daphne blushed hard. Cyrus was chuckling in the background as Daphne's younger sister spoke up. "So are you Daphne's boyfriend then?" she asked, causing the 2 parents to laugh as Daphne's face grew even redder. I couldn't tell if it was from anger or embarrassment. "Why does she write home about me very often?" I smiled at the young girl who was the reverse of her sister. She had Cyrus's dark hair and her mother's sea green eyes. I sneaked a quick glance at Daphne, who was glaring at the pair of us. "Not home," the younger girl said suspiciously before she grinned at me. "But from what I read in her diary last night, she writes about you plenty in there." "Astoria," her mother chastised as Daphne started to chase her from the room, screaming threats of murder. "Seems like she will be trouble for Hogwarts professors in a few years." Violet laughed. "I just hope she doesn't become friends with the Weasley twins." I prayed. Those 2 are enough trouble without any extra help. "So, you think she was telling the truth about that diary?" Violet smirked mischievously. "If she is, I won't pick on her for it," I answered her. "I am sure her diary is her version of you. I am sure she will already be terrified that her sister shouted that out. But as her friend, it is your duty to tease her for it," she laughed. "True, but as I don't have but a few friends, I would rather not piss her off." I chuckled. "Well, At least not too much. Those two will be at it for a while. Astrid smiled at me. How about we go for a walk around the grounds and get to know each other while Cyrus takes care of some business at the ministry? It would be my pleasure, I told her, turning to Cyrus to make sure he was okay with it. Just don't be trying to steal my wife, Potter, he joked. Of course, Cyrus, I grinned. I am sure the line for that is too long for me to even have a chance. Astrid started laughing at the worried look on her husband's face before she looped her arm with mine and started to lead me out towards the grounds. Like the manor, the grounds were beautiful. There was a large expanse of open grass which was surrounded by trees on every side. There was a large lake to the far south of the property which looked like it would be fun to swim in during the summer months. So how did you and Daphne become friends? Astrid asked as she led me around the property. We shared a compartment together on the train to school, I told her. She and Tracy were my first and only friends that I made at Hogwarts, other than my roommate Wayne. As her friend, I hope you won't pick on her too bad for what Astoria shouted out today. She smiled. Not too bad, no. I grinned. I have never been one to have a bunch of friends growing up, and the few I do have now I would hate to treat poorly. I told her. Daphne has been very helpful to me this past year, and I have come to value her friendship too much to treat her poorly. I am glad to hear that. She smiled. A woman's diary is a place where her thoughts should be safe. Astoria will one day figure that out. And I am sure Daphne will show her the error of her ways when she does. I laughed, knowing that Daphne would get even with her sister eventually. She was a fiery one who would always get even if you messed with her. She can be a very passionate girl. Astrid agreed. When she isn't hiding it. Sometimes I wish our society allowed for more a woman to be more open and free, instead of playing the proper pureblood witch all of the time. Yes, she is. I laughed. I can only imagine the pain the boys of Hogwarts will endure when she starts to get older. Sadly, the men in our society will never relinquish its control over our society. I believe they are more afraid than anything. There is a Muggle saying that says, behind every great man, there is a great woman. Sounds like the Muggles aren't as savage as most purebloods would lead you to believe. She chuckled, leading me back in the direction of the manor. I knew that the Muggles were at least close to correct with that saying. If I hadn't had Violet behind me, helping me through the years, there would be no telling where I would be by now. For all I knew I would be some scrawny, malnourished kid that was afraid to even be touched. I would probably have latched onto the first person who came my way and offered me a friendly hand, never branching out. I would have been content with life, never trying to better myself, relying on luck and others to help me through life. To top it off, I would have probably never really dated anyone and married my best friend's sister or something creepy. Sounds like a shitty existence. Violet grinned. Looks like you owe me big time for saving you from such mediocrity. Thank you. Great and powerful mistress. I deadpanned. Maybe I could get you a baby dragon in repayment. Ooh, will you please? She cooed. She still went on about the bloody thing from time to time. Not bloody likely. My luck, the thing would eat me for just looking at you. Then you must have been looking at me wrong. She reasoned. My dragon would be protective of anyone staring at my body in a lusty way. I guess I will just have to train myself to stop thinking of you as beautiful then, wouldn't want to get eaten, you know. I teased her. You better not, Harry James Potter. She threatened. The moment you do I will tell everyone you secretly are in love with Dumbledore. That was just plain insulting. I pouted. You couldn't at least pick someone less old and creepy. Besides, you know you will always be beautiful to me anyhow. I know, she smiled. And you know I would train my future dragon to make an exception for you. Only you though, nobody else is allowed to stare at me like I'm a piece of meat. You got that right, I mumbled. Single quote. Rip their bloody eyes out. It was a pleasure getting to talk to you, Harry, Astrid said as we entered the manor again. Likewise, Mrs. Greengrass, I replied. None of that Mrs. Greengrass nonsense. She chided me. You can call me Astrid, I promise I won't bite. She finished with a laugh. Thank you. I gave her a slight bow of the head. Perhaps I will go make sure Daphne hasn't earned a stay in Azkaban from killing her sister and perhaps even get some homework done. Just make sure you are all down in a couple hours for lunch, dear. Astrid replied to me before I made my way up the stairs, following the high-pitched squeals and shouts. Yep, this would be a much better summer than the years before. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.